Hello, dear friends. I hope you've all enjoyed a beautiful spring day filled with warmth and light. As you settle in for the evening, join me by the cozy fireplace, where the gentle crackling of the fire sets the perfect backdrop for tonight's story. Let's take a moment to unwind and let the soothing sounds of the evening wrap around us. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening here. It truly means the world. Now let's prepare to drift into a world of dreams and stories, and may this peaceful time together bring a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung like silver lace to ancient oaks. At its edge stood a small cottage with ivy-curtained windows, new home to young Finn. He'd arrived just as autumn began painting the maples crimson, yet weeks later, he still clutched the carved wooden bird from his old village. Change felt like a heavy cloak dragging at his shoulders. While his parents busied themselves tending their herb garden, Finn wandered the forest paths, kicking acorns and wishing the whispering trees felt familiar. One crisp afternoon, Finn discovered a clearing where sunlight pooled like liquid gold. At its center grew an extraordinary sapling no taller than himself, its bark shimmering with veins of opal. Yet its leaves hung limp and gray, as if coated in ash. As Finn sighed, a voice rustled behind him. "Ah, the Heartwood sapling, it's been waiting." Old Elara emerged, her shawl woven with patterns of falling stars, a basket of moon-white mushrooms on her arm. She'd been Willowbrook's lorekeeper since Finn's grandmother was a child. "It mirrors the spirit of whoever tends it," she explained softly. "When one grows, so does it." Finn scoffed. "It's just a sad little tree." But that night he dreamt of its gray leaves crumbling to dust. The next dawn found him kneeling beside it, brushing away dead needles. "I don't know how to help you," he whispered. A warm nose nudged his hand, a russet fox with eyes like polished amber. "Try listening," the fox seemed to say without words, pressing a paw against the sapling's trunk. Hesitantly, Finn laid his palm beside it. A faint pulse thrummed beneath the bark, echoing the lonely ache in his own chest. Days turned into shared rituals. Finn brought rainwater in a walnut shell, singing the lullabies his mother once hummed. The fox, whom Finn named Ember, curled nearby, her presence a silent comfort. Elara joined them often, teaching Finn how moss drinks starlight or why ferns unfurl at dusk. "Change is the forest's oldest magic," she'd murmur, pointing to a caterpillar spinning its jade cocoon. "It's not about forgetting what was, but making room for what might be." Still, Finn struggled. When village children invited him to gather chestnuts, he hid behind the heartwood, fingers tracing its still dull bark. "They'll think I'm strange," he confessed to Ember. The fox nudged his knee, then darted toward the laughing children. Reluctantly, Finn followed. To his surprise, they showed him how to find the sweetest nuts beneath frost-kissed leaves. One girl, Mara, shared a honey cake wrapped in cloth. "We've all been new," she smiled. That evening, Finn noticed a single leaf on the sapling had flushed the tender green of new grass. Winter arrived, draping Willowbrook in silence. One bitter night, a gale howled down from the mountains. Finn woke to the sound of splintering wood. The Heartwood sapling, battered by wind, leaned perilously sideways, its roots exposed like pale fingers. "No," Finn cried, rushing outside in his nightshirt. Ice stung his cheeks as he struggled to prop up the trembling tree. Ember darted into the storm, returning with Elara, who carried thick woolen blankets. Together they shielded the sapling, Finn's numb hands pressing soil around its roots as Elara sang a steadying chant. Stronger together, she breathed into the wind. By first light, the storm had passed. Finn blinked at the heartwood, now straight and tall, its branches dusted with snow. And there, amidst the frost, bloomed a single flower, a luminescent bell of sapphire blue, humming with warmth. As Finn reached out, the flower's light spiraled around his wrist, weaving into a bracelet of living vines. "It's you," Elara whispered, her eyes bright. "Your courage took root." Spring melted the snow, and Finn's wooden bird sat now on a windowsill beside Mara's gift of painted river stones. The Heartwood sapling had grown into a young tree, its leaves shifting colors like captured rainbows, deep blue for contemplation, gold for joy, soft violet for quiet courage. Finn tended it still, but often with friends picnicking beneath its dappled shade. Ember dozed in sunbeams, while Elara told tales of constellations only Willowbrook could see. One evening, as fireflies winked in the twilight, Finn placed his hand on the tree's now strong trunk. "Thank you," he murmured, "to the tree, to Ember, to Elara, to the valley that had become home." The heartwood shimmered, and where his touch lingered, a new flower bloomed, white as moonfall, its petals unfolding like an open hand. Finn understood then that growing wasn't about shedding the past, but weaving it into who you might become. He breathed in the scent of damp earth and apple blossoms, and the peace of it settled deep in his bones, warm and certain as a hearth's glow. Around him, the forest sighed contentedly, cradling Willowbrook in its ancient, gentle arms. Story 2. The village of Hearthglen, nestled in the valley of whispering pines, was the very definition of cozy. Chimneys puffed plumes of wood smoke that smelled faintly of cinnamon. Rooftops, layered like patchwork quilts under a dusting of snow, sloped gently towards the cobbled square. Lanterns glowed with a soft, butter-yellow light, casting dancing shadows on the frosted window panes. It was a place where kettle whistles sang cheerful duets, and the biggest mystery was usually who ate the last slice of Mrs. Thimbleberry's walnut cake, until the vanishing began. It started small, almost laughably so. Young Finn, whose boots were perpetually muddy, woke one morning to find only one of his thick knitted socks. He searched under his quilt, behind the rocking chair, even beneath the friendly old badger who sometimes napped by the hearth. Nothing. Finn shrugged it off. Socks wandered, everyone knew that. But then Mrs. Gabe, the village librarian, couldn't find her favorite spectacles, the ones with the tiny, rose-gold wings on the temples. They'd been perched right on her book of star charts the night before. Old Man Hemlock's prized whittling knife, kept safe in its velvet-lined box, simply wasn't there when he went to carve a new owl for his windowsill. A basket of freshly spun yarn, vibrant blues and greens, disappeared from the spinning wheel in the communal hall. Even the baker, Mr. Crust, found a solitary raisin roll missing from his cooling rack, leaving only a faint, sugary dusting behind. Whispers rustled through Hearthglen like wind through dry leaves. "Mischievous sprites," suggested one villager. "A very tidy thief," pondered another. Mild worry began to cloud the usual contentment. People double-checked their door latches and peered nervously into shadowy corners. The cozy atmosphere felt slightly unsettled. Finn, with his observant eyes and a mind that loved puzzles more than plum pudding, found the disappearances fascinating rather than frightening. He noticed things others missed. The missing sock wasn't just gone. The floorboards near his bed had faint, almost imperceptible scuffs, like tiny, hurried brushes. Near Mrs. Gable's spectacles, a single, impossibly fine strand of shimmering dust clung to the edge of the star chart book. The vanished yarn basket. There was a whisper of blue fluff caught on a rough edge of the spinning wheel's leg. He decided to visit Silas, the village's oldest resident. Silas lived in a snug cottage tucked behind the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village green. His home smelled of dried herbs, pipe smoke, and ancient paper. Silas wasn't a wizard, not exactly, but he possessed a deep, quiet wisdom born of watching the valley and its hidden rhythms for longer than anyone could remember. He was also known to converse with creatures most people overlooked. Strange goings-on, young Finn. Silas greeted him, his eyes twinkling like polished river stones behind spectacles perched precariously on his nose. He was carefully packing his favorite carved pipe with fragrant cherrywood shavings. Finn poured out the details, the vanished items, the tiny clues he'd found. It doesn't feel mean, Silas, Finn finished thoughtfully. Just secretive, like someone very small and very busy is collecting things they think are lost. Silas tamped down the tobacco thoughtfully. Lost, or perhaps overlooked, forgotten. He gestured Finn closer. Tell me, where did you find these little traces? Finn described the locations. The floor by his bed, the edge of the book, the spinning wheel leg, the sugary spot near the raisin roll. All low down, he realized. Very low down. Silas nodded slowly, a smile playing on his lips. Low down indeed, and what creatures dwell low, Finn? Creatures who see the world from the ground up. Creatures who might find a dropped sock a grand blanket, or a stray raisin roll a feast. Finn's eyes widened. Dust sprites, cobweb weavers. He'd heard tales of such tiny folk, shy and industrious, who tidied forgotten corners. Perhaps, Silas mused. Or perhaps kin to them, but they are shy, Finn. They fear the heavy tread of boots and the sweep of brooms. If it is them, they must feel they are gathering treasures, not stealing. He sighed, looking at his pipe. Though I confess, I'd dearly miss my old friend here if it vanished. As if summoned by the thought, Silas placed his carefully packed pipe on the small table beside his armchair to fetch a light from the hearth. When he turned back, seconds later, the pipe was gone. Vanished. Not a trace remained, not even a stray fleck of tobacco. Silas chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Well, the mystery knocks on my own door now. Finn scrambled to where the pipe had been. The wooden floorboards here were worn smooth. He crouched low, his nose almost touching the ground. There. Not scuffs this time, but the faintest impression, a pattern of minuscule, overlapping circles, like dozens of tiny wheels pressed into the wood surface. And clinging to a tiny splinter on the leg of the table, a tuft of something impossibly soft and gray, like the finest dandelion fluff. Look, Silas, Finn whispered, pointing. Tracks and fluff. Silas knelt stiffly beside him, peering closely. Ah, he breathed. Not dust sprites, dust bunnies. Dust bunnies. Finn echoed, picturing the harmless little fluff balls that gathered under furniture. But they just sit there. Most do, Silas agreed, his voice warm. But deep in the oldest corners, under the heaviest wardrobes, live the eldest bunnies. They are collectors, curators of the lost and forgotten. They believe they are rescuing precious things from neglect. A sock fallen behind a bed, clearly abandoned, spectacles left on a book, forgotten, a pipe set down for a moment, lost forever in the vastness of a cottage. They gather them to their hidden vaults, deep beneath the floorboards, where they can be admired and kept safe. But Silas's pipe wasn't forgotten, he just put it down. Finn protested. To a creature the size of your thumb, Finn, a moment is a lifetime. They act swiftly, thinking they are performing a noble duty. Silas's eyes held gentle understanding. The problem isn't malice, it's a difference in perspective. So, how do we get the things back? Finn asked, without scaring them. Silas stroked his beard. We must speak their language, the language of offering and respect. We must show them that these things are not lost, but deeply cherished, and perhaps offer something they might truly need, something they cannot find under the floorboards. Finn thought hard. What did dust bunnies need? They lived on fluff and forgotten crumbs. Then he remembered the strand of shimmering dust on Mrs. Gable's book, the blue yarn fluff. Silas, they like soft things, pretty things, and maybe sweet things, the raisin roll. An excellent deduction, young scholar. Silas beamed. Gather what we need. Working together, they assembled a small offering basket. Finn contributed a square of his softest, sky-blue flannel blanket. Silas added a pinch of glittering mica dust he kept for polishing stones, and a single, perfect honey drop crystallized on a tiny leaf. Finn ran to Mr. Crust and explained their plan. The baker, delighted, contributed a warm, miniature honey cake, no bigger than a walnut. That night, under the silver gaze of the moon, Finn and Silas placed the tiny basket right where Silas's pipe had vanished, near the faint wheel tracks. Silas softly hummed an old, wordless lullaby his grandmother used to sing, a tune that spoke of comfort and belonging. Finn sat very still, barely breathing. For a long time, nothing happened. The fire crackled softly. The old oak tree outside sighed in the breeze. Then a soft rustling, like dry leaves tumbling, came from beneath the floorboard edge nearest the table. A tiny gray nose, twitching furiously, poked out. Then another. Soon, a small group of dust bunnies emerged. They weren't the matted gray fluff balls Finn knew. These were fluffier, their fur shimmering with faint iridescence like morning dew on cobwebs. Their eyes were bright, dark beads, full of cautious curiosity. They moved with surprising grace, their tiny feet leaving the faint wheel prints Finn had seen. They approached the basket, sniffing the air. One daring bunny touched the blue flannel and let out a soft, squeaky chirp of delight. Another investigated the honey drop, its tiny tongue darting out. They gathered around the miniature honey cake, their tiny forms vibrating with excitement. They conferred in soft, rustling whispers, then looked towards Finn and Silas. Silas spoke softly, his voice a warm murmur. "Little curators of the quiet corners, we thank you for your care. You gather what seems lost. But see, the sock warms a foot, the spectacles find the stars, the yarn becomes a song of color, the knife shapes beauty, the pipe shares stories, the roll brings joy, they are cherished. We offer these small gifts in gratitude for your vigilance, and ask if you might return the things you've gathered so they can continue their purpose." The eldest bunny, fluffier than the rest, with long, silvery whiskers, stepped forward. It looked at Silas, then at Finn, then at the offering basket. It made a series of complex rustling sounds, then turned and disappeared under the floorboard. The others followed. Finn held his breath. Minutes ticked by. Then the gray nose reappeared. One by one, the dust bunnies emerged, pushing, pulling, and rolling the vanished items with surprising strength for their size. Finn's sock, neatly folded. Mrs. Gable's spectacles, lenses polished to a shine. Old Man Hemlock's whittling knife. The basket of yarn, every skein intact. Mr. Crust's raisin roll, slightly flattered but otherwise unharmed. And finally, Silas's beloved pipe, placed gently beside the offering basket. The eldest bunny gave one last rustling chirp, sounding almost satisfied. Then, with a final twitch of their noses towards the gifts, the little troop vanished back under the floorboard, taking the basket of offerings with them. Finn and Silas looked at the retrieved treasures, then at each other, smiling. The mystery was solved not with force, but with understanding and a bit of honey cake. Word spread through Hearthland the next day, shared over steaming mugs of chamomile tea and slices of Mr. Crust's celebratory spice cake. The villagers learned to leave little offerings near the places where precious small things might be set down: a shiny button, a pinch of glitter, a tiny crumb of shortbread on a leaf. In return, items rarely vanished again. And if a sock did go astray, it usually reappeared within a day or two, neatly mended with impossibly fine, silken thread in a color that matched perfectly, a silent gift from the shy curators below. Finn learned a valuable lesson that winter, that sometimes the most perplexing problems are solved not by looking for villains, but by understanding different perspectives. That kindness offered can resolve mysteries more gently than suspicion, and that even the smallest, most overlooked creatures have their own important purpose in the grand, cozy tapestry of the world. As he drifted off to sleep that night, listening to the friendly crackle of the hearth and the soft sigh of the pines, he imagined the dust bunnies deep below, admiring their new blue flannel and sharing the tiny honey cake, guardians of the lost then found, content in their hidden vault, adding their own quiet stitch to the warmth of Hearthglen. And the village, nestled safe and snug under the starlit sky, settled back into its peaceful rhythm, its small mysteries now woven into the comforting blanket of its shared life. Story 3. The old lantern in the attic corner hadn't been lit in decades. Dust lay thick upon its brass curves, and its once bright glass panes were clouded with grime. 10-year-old Leo traced a finger along its cold metal, his usual boisterous energy subdued by the quiet gloom of the forgotten space. Downstairs, the cheerful bustle of his family preparing for the annual Harvest Moon Festival seemed miles away. Leo wasn't afraid of spiders or creaking floorboards, but the dark, the deep, silent dark that pressed in when the last light was switched off, that held a peculiar, breath-stealing power over him. It felt less like an absence and more like a presence, something watchful and cold. He sighed, his breath stirring the dust motes dancing in the single shaft of late afternoon light filtering through a cobwebbed window. He was supposed to be finding decorations, but the attic's shadowed corners held a strange pull today. Then his foot nudged something solid beneath an old moth-eaten quilt. Kneeling, he pulled the fabric aside, revealing the lantern. It was heavier than it looked. As he lifted it, his thumb brushed a small, almost invisible latch on its base. With a soft click, the lantern's door sprang open a fraction, releasing not dust, but the faintest sigh of warm air carrying the scent of sun-warmed earth and distant rain. Intrigued, Leo opened it fully. Inside, nestled in a bed of tarnished velvet, wasn't a candle stub or wick, but a smooth, cool stone the size of a robin's egg. It was the deepest obsidian black, yet when Leo tilted it, impossible glimmers of color swirled within its depths: sapphire blue, emerald green, amethyst purple like captured starlight. He picked it up. It felt strangely alive, humming with a gentle vibration against his palm. A name whispered into his mind, unbidden but clear: the Shadow Stone. Suddenly, a frantic scrabbling sound came from the eaves. Leo jumped, clutching the stone. A small, trembling shape tumbled down from a rafter beam, landing with a soft thump on a pile of old curtains. It was a squirrel, but unlike any Leo had ever seen. Its fur wasn't russet or gray, but a shimmering silver, like moonlight on water. One of its large, dark eyes was squeezed shut, and it held its left forepaw curled protectively against its chest. It looked terrified, its tiny body quivering. "Hey," Leo whispered, instinctively lowering himself. "It's okay. Are you hurt?" He slowly extended a hand, palm up, the shadow stone still cradled in his fingers. The silver squirrel flinched, then stilled, its good eye fixed not on Leo, but on the stone. A low, musical chirp escaped it, less a sound of fear and more one of recognition. Hope. It took a tiny, limping hop towards him, its nose twitching towards the stone. "You like this?" Leo murmured, holding the stone a little closer. The squirrel chirped again, softer this time. Leo noticed its injured paw. It looked swollen. Oh, poor thing. He remembered the little first aid kit his mom kept in the hall closet downstairs. "Stay here," he said softly. "I'll be right back." He carefully placed the shadow stone back inside the lantern and closed its door, hiding its light. The squirrel watched him go, its large eye wide. Leo returned moments later with antiseptic wipes, a tiny bandage, and a small piece of apple. The squirrel hadn't moved. Moving slowly, Leo cleaned the small scrape on its paw, the squirrel flinching only slightly. He wrapped the miniature bandage as best he could, then offered the apple slice. The silver squirrel sniffed it cautiously, then took it delicately in its tiny paws, nibbling with surprising grace. "See, friends, Leo smiled. The squirrel finished the apple and looked up at him, then deliberately hopped towards the lantern. It nudged the brass base with its nose, then looked pointedly at Leo, chirping insistently. "You want me to bring it?" Leo asked, bewildered. The squirrel chirped again, hopping towards the attic window. Outside, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery streaks. The deep woods bordering Leo's backyard, known locally as the Whispering Pines, were rapidly sinking into twilight. The squirrel hopped onto the windowsill and looked back at Leo, expectation radiating from its small form. A knot of familiar fear tightened in Leo's stomach. The woods at dusk. Alone. But the squirrel's large, trusting eye held his gaze, and the memory of the Shadowstone's warm hum pulsed in his mind. This felt important. Bigger than his fear. Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the lantern. He clicked the latch open again, and this time he deliberately touched the Shadowstone. Instantly the swirling colors within flared, bathing the dusty attic in soft, multicolored light. It wasn't harsh, it was comforting, like holding a piece of the aurora borealis. More astonishingly, the shadows in the room didn't vanish. They deepened, became richer, velvety textures rather than menacing voids. The familiar, oppressive feeling of the dark lifted, replaced by a sense of deep, quiet mystery. "All right," Leo whispered, his voice steadier than he felt. "Lead the way." The silver squirrel, whom Leo decided to call Silas, scampered down the drainpipe with surprising agility despite its bandaged paw. Leo followed more cautiously, lantern held high. The Shadowstone's light spilled onto the dewy grass, making the droplets glow like scattered diamonds. As they reached the edge of the Whispering Pines, the true magic began. The Shadowstone's light didn't push back the gathering dusk of the forest, it transformed it. Where its soft radiance touched, the world changed. Moss on ancient tree roots began to emit a gentle, bioluminescent green glow. Pale, luminous mushrooms unfurled like tiny lanterns themselves. Spiderwebs, usually invisible, became intricate silver laceworks sparkling with dew light. The air hummed with the quiet symphony of twilight insects, their chirps and whirs amplified into a soothing lullaby. The shadows beneath the dense canopy weren't dark pits, they were pools of indigo velvet, hinting at hidden depths rather than lurking dangers. The forest smelled richer too, damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet, elusive fragrance of night-blooming flowers Leo couldn't name. Silas led him deeper, hopping along a path Leo had never noticed before, a ribbon of faintly glowing moss winding between the massive trunks. They passed a brook where the water didn't merely reflect the lantern's light, it seemed to absorb it, flowing liquid silver over smooth stones that hummed softly as the water passed. Fireflies larger and brighter than any Leo had seen danced in the air like living embers, tracing patterns that lingered momentarily before fading. "This is incredible," Leo breathed, his fear forgotten, replaced by pure, wide-eyed wonder. "Where are we going, Silas?" Silas paused beside a colossal, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming a natural archway overgrown with luminous ferns. He chirped urgently, gesturing towards the arch with his nose. Beyond it, the air shimmered like heat haze on a summer road. Leo hesitated for only a second, then holding the lantern before him, stepped through. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the Whispering Pines were gone. They stood in the heart of the Glimmerwood. It was a hidden world woven into the fabric of twilight itself. Trees with bark like polished moonstone soared towards a sky not black, but a deep, velvety purple scattered with unfamiliar constellations that pulsed with soft light. Giant flowers, petals shimmering like stained glass, released clouds of iridescent pollen that drifted on the gentle breeze. Homes weren't built, they were grown intricate dwellings woven from living vines and glowing fungi nestled in the hollows of trees, or perched upon giant lily pads floating on a crystal-clear pond. Small, wondrous creatures flitted or scurried about, moths with wings like stained glass windows, tiny hedgehog-like beings covered in shimmering quills, elegant deer with coats that shifted color like oil on water. But something was wrong. The Glimmerwood felt dim. The natural luminescence of the plants and creatures was muted, flickering uncertainly. A low, discordant hum undercut the usual peaceful sounds, a vibration that felt anxious, strained. The vibrant colors seemed washed out, draped in a thin veil of gray. Silas chittered, a sound full of distress, and pointed his nose towards the center of the clearing, where a magnificent tree, larger than all the others, stood. Its trunk was a swirling pattern of silver and obsidian, and high in its branches pulsed a soft, rhythmic light, like a slow, weary heartbeat. Now, however, the light was faint and erratic. "That's the Heartwood," Leo murmured, understanding dawning. "It's sick." Silas nodded vigorously, hopping towards the massive tree. As they approached, Leo saw other creatures gathering at its base, their luminous forms radiating worry. There were more silver squirrels like Silas, their fur duller than his, delicate butterfly-winged sprites with drooping antennae, and sturdy badger-like creatures with mossy fur who paced anxiously. They all turned as Leo and Silas arrived, their myriad eyes widening in surprise, and then flickering with hesitant hope at the sight of the Shadowstone lantern. A particularly ancient squirrel, her silver fur almost white, limped forward, leaning on a twisted root staff. She spoke in a voice like dry leaves rustling, but Leo understood her perfectly. "Shadowbearer, you have come, the Heartwood weakens, the gloom deepens." "The gloom?" Leo asked, clutching the lantern tighter. Its light seemed to push back the pervasive grayness around the Heartwood's base. "It is the shadow without light," the elder squirrel explained, her large eyes sorrowful. "The fear that chokes wonder. It seeps in when the Heartwood's light falters, dimming our world, stealing our glow, sapping our strength. We have tried everything: starlight dew, moonpetal nectar, songs of the deep roots. Nothing restores its rhythm. Without the Heartwood's true light, the Glimmerwood will fade into permanent twilight, then nothing." Silas chittered urgently, gesturing with his bandaged paw towards Leo and then the lantern. "The Shadowstone," Leo breathed, looking down at the glowing stone in the lantern. "You think it can help?" "It is the counterpoint," the elder said, a spark of hope lighting her eyes. "The Heartwood is the light of daydreams, the spark of creation. The Shadowstone is the depth of night, the quiet where possibilities bloom. One cannot exist without the other in balance. The Shadowstone has been lost for generations, hidden away in the waking world. Its absence weakened the Heartwood. Its return, it is our only hope." "But how?" Leo asked, looking up at the massive tree. The feeble pulse of light high in its branches seemed impossibly distant. "How do I use it?" "The stone must be returned to its cradle," the elder said, pointing her staff towards the very top of the Heartwood, where the faint light pulsed. "Within the crown, where the first light was born, only there can its power merge with the Heartwood's core." Leo stared up. The trunk was sheer and impossibly high, disappearing into the purple canopy. I have to climb that." His fear of heights, a lesser cousin to his fear of the dark, but still potent, prickled along his spine. "There is no other way, Shadowbearer," the elder said gently. "The path is closed to us now. The gloom has sapped our strength too much. Only a bearer, guided by the stone's own light, can make the ascent." She placed a gnarled paw on his arm. "The stone chose you. It sensed the quiet courage beneath your fear, the kindness in your heart when you aided Silas. Trust it. Trust yourself." Silas nudged Leo's leg, looking up at him with unwavering trust. Leo looked around at the gathered Glimmerfolk. Their dimmed lights, their anxious eyes, the palpable fear of the encroaching gloom, it mirrored his own fear of the dark, but magnified 1,000-fold. They needed him. The Shadowstone hummed warmly in his hand, its light steady and reassuring against the oppressive gray. He thought of Silas, injured and alone in the attic, trusting him enough to lead him here. He thought of the Heartwood, the source of this magical world. Taking a deep breath that filled his lungs with the scent of magic and damp earth, Leo nodded. Okay, I'll try. A murmur of relief and encouragement rippled through the gathered creatures. Silas scampered to the base of the Heartwood and began scaling the rough bark with surprising speed, despite his injury. Follow Silas, the elder called. He knows the safest holds. Gripping the lantern tightly, Leo began to climb. The bark was surprisingly rough, offering good handholds and footholds, but the height was dizzying. He focused on Silas's silver tail flickering just above him, a beacon in the dimness. The Shadowstone's light illuminated his immediate path, revealing intricate patterns in the bark that seemed to shift and flow like liquid wood. As he climbed higher, the air grew cooler, filled with the scent of ozone and ancient wood. The discordant hum of the gloom became louder, a physical pressure against his ears. Halfway up, his foot slipped on a patch of slick moss. He gasped, scrabbling for a hold, his heart pounding against his ribs. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to take hold. Below, the glimmerwood looked like a dim tapestry far beneath him. He squeezed his eyes shut. Trust the stone. Trust yourself. He opened his eyes. The Shadowstone pulsed warmly in his palm, its swirling colors calming. He felt Silas's tiny paw patting his hand where it gripped the bark. Looking up, he saw the squirrel's large, encouraging eyes. He wasn't alone. Taking another shaky breath, Leo found a new hold and pushed upwards. The higher he climbed, the stronger the feeling of the gloom became. It wasn't just a sound now, it was a cold, clinging mist that tried to seep into his bones, whispering doubts. You're too small. You'll fall. You don't belong here. The dark is waiting, but the Shadowstone's light pushed it back, creating a small, warm sphere of safety around him and Silas. Its light seemed to absorb the negative whispers, transforming them into faint, harmless echoes. Finally, gasping and trembling with exertion, Leo hauled himself onto a wide, flat platform formed by the Heartwood's crown branches. Silas was already there, chittering excitedly. In the center of the platform sat a natural basin formed of intertwined roots, glowing faintly with the same weary light that pulsed weakly throughout the tree. This was the cradle. But the light within it was guttering like a candle in a draught, surrounded by thick tendrils of the cold, gray gloom that seemed to be actively sucking the vitality from it. Leo approached cautiously. The gloom recoiled slightly from the Shadowstone's light, but didn't retreat far. He held the lantern over the cradle. The Shadowstone flared brightly, its multicolored light bathing the weary Heartwood core. For a moment the gray tendrils shrank back, and the core's light brightened, pulsing stronger. But as soon as Leo moved the stone away, the gloom surged back in, stronger, more aggressive, dimming the core once more. It wasn't enough just to be near it. The stone needs to touch the light, Leo realized aloud. They need to be together. But the lantern was solid brass and glass. He couldn't just dump the stone into the cradle. He needed to free it. He examined the lantern. The latch that opened the door was simple, but the door itself seemed fused shut around the stone setting. He pulled, he twisted, he pushed the latch again, but nothing happened. The gloom thickened around the cradle, its cold whisper turning into a menacing hiss. The Heartwood's light flickered dangerously low. Panic threatened again. Time was running out. Silas chittered frantically, hopping around the cradle. Leo looked at the lantern, at the stone pulsing within its cage of brass and clouded glass. The glass, it was clouded with grime, obscuring the stone's true radiance. Remembering the warm sigh of air and the scent of earth when he first opened it, Leo had an idea. Maybe it wasn't just the stone trapped, but its light dimmed. Ignoring the creeping cold of the gloom, Leo set the lantern down. He spat onto his sleeve, a trick his grandfather had taught him for cleaning dirty spectacles. He began to rub the lantern's glass panes vigorously with the damp cloth. Grime came away in thick streaks. He polished each pane with fierce determination, his breath coming in short gasps as the gloom pressed closer, its whispers now shouts of despair and fear in his mind. Silas bravely stood between Leo and the worst of the mist, his small form shivering but resolute. Finally, the last pane was clear. Leo picked up the lantern. The shadow stone, unobscured, blazed with renewed intensity, its light a brilliant cascade of colors that pushed the gloom back several feet. The Heartwood core pulsed in response, a little stronger. Now, with the glass clean, Leo could see the setting holding the stone. It wasn't fused, it was intricate, like a delicate silver claw clasping the stone. There was a tiny, almost invisible catch near the base. Taking a steadying breath, Leo pressed it with his fingernail. With a soft snick, the silver claw retracted. The shadow stone tumbled free from the lantern, landing with a soft thump into the Heartwood's cradle. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The gloom surged forward triumphantly. Leo's heart sank. Then a sound like 1,000 tiny bells chiming filled the air. The shadow stone began to spin slowly within the cradle. As it spun, its deep blackness drank in the weak, gray-tinged light of the Heartwood core. Then it pulsed. A wave of pure, vibrant darkness, shot through with swirling galaxies of color, erupted from the stone. It didn't extinguish the Heartwood's light, it merged with it. The core flared not white, but a brilliant, living obsidian streaked with sapphire, emerald, and amethyst. The light pulsed outwards in a visible wave, a shockwave of pure, balanced energy. Where it touched, the gloom didn't just retreat, it dissolved, vanishing like smoke in a strong wind. The wave swept down the Heartwood trunk, out through its branches, and radiated across the entire Glimmerwood. The effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. The bioluminescent moss blazed emerald green. The moonstone bark of the trees glowed with inner fire. The giant stained glass flowers unfurled fully, releasing clouds of radiant pollen that lit the air like miniature fireworks. The creatures below gasped, then cheered, their own lights flaring back to full, vibrant intensity, silver fur gleaming, wings shimmering, quills sparkling. The discordant hum vanished, replaced by a profound, harmonious silence that thrummed with pure life and peace. The sky deepened to a rich, velvety amethyst, the unfamiliar constellations blazing with joyful light. The air filled with the sweetest, most comforting fragrance Leo had ever known, like honeysuckle and fresh rain and warm bread all at once. Leo stood at the crown of the Heartwood, bathed in the warm, dark light emanating from the merged core. He felt no fear, only awe and a profound sense of rightness. The cold dread that had lived in his chest for so long was gone, replaced by a deep, warm calm. He understood now. The dark wasn't something to fear, it was the velvet canvas upon which the most beautiful lights could shine. It held depth, mystery, and quiet strength. Balance. Silas scampered up his leg and perched on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. Leo laughed, the sound bright and clear in the renewed Glimmerwood. Below, the elder squirrel raised her staff, and a chorus of joyful chirps, whistles, and hums rose from the Glimmerfolk in gratitude. The journey down was easier, filled with wonder. The Glimmerwood was restored, more vibrant and beautiful than ever. Creatures Leo hadn't seen before emerged shy, iridescent lizards basking on warm rocks, schools of tiny, glowing fish darting in the silver brook. At the base of the Heartwood, the Glimmerfolk gathered. The elder squirrel approached Leo, her eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "Shadowbearer, Lightbringer," she said, her voice strong now. You have restored the balance, the heartwood thrives, the glimmerwood sings again, our debt to you is eternal. It was the stone, Leo said humbly, though he felt a warm glow of pride. And Sila's, he brought me here. The stone chose the bearer, the elder replied wisely. And the bearer chose courage. Remember this, Leo of the waking world. True light is born not by banishing shadow, but by understanding it. Kindness is a light that shines in any darkness, and courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. She gestured, and a small group of butterfly-winged sprites fluttered forward. They carried a simple circlet woven from glowing moon petals and strands of Silas's shimmering silver fur. Gently they placed it upon Leo's head. It felt cool and light, humming with gentle energy. A token, the elder said. A reminder of the balance and the friendship between our worlds. The path through the root arch will always be open to you, Shadow Bearer. Silas chittered and nuzzled Leo's neck. Leo knew it was time to go. The Harvest Moon Festival would be starting soon. He felt a pang of sadness at leaving this magical place, but also a deep sense of peace and accomplishment. He picked up the now empty lantern. The brass gleamed and the glass was crystal clear. Thank you, Leo said to the assembled glimmerfolk. Thank you for trusting me. With Silas perched on his shoulder, Leo walked back through the shimmering root arch. The transition was smooth. One moment he was in the vibrant glimmerwood, the next he was standing in the familiar whispering pines. True night had fallen, but it was a beautiful night. The harvest moon, huge and golden, hung low in the sky, bathing the woods in soft light. Fireflies blinked peacefully. The shadows under the trees were deep and soft, inviting exploration, not fear. Silas hopped down from Leo's shoulder and looked up at him. He chirped softly, a sound full of friendship and farewell, then scampered up the nearest pine tree, disappearing into the moonlit branches. Leo walked home, the empty lantern swinging gently in his hand. He felt different, lighter. The circlet of moon petals and silver fur had vanished upon crossing the threshold, but its feeling remained a quiet confidence, a warmth in his chest. He slipped back into the house through the kitchen door. The sounds of laughter and music from the living room washed over him. There you are, Leo, his mother called, bustling in with a tray of cider mugs. We were about to send a search party. Did you find any decorations? Leo held up the lantern. Its clean brass gleamed in the kitchen light. Just this old lantern, Mom. I cleaned it up. Thought it might look nice on the porch for the festival. His mother smiled, taking the lantern. Why, Leo, it's beautiful. I haven't seen it shine like this since I was a girl. Perfect for tonight. She placed it on the kitchen table, its empty interior catching the warm lamplight. Later, sitting on the porch steps wrapped in a blanket, sipping warm cider, Leo watched the festival lanterns sway in the gentle breeze. His family laughed and talked around him. His gaze drifted to the edge of the woods, now bathed in the gentle silver of the harvest moon. The shadows were deep, velvety, and inviting. He felt no prickling fear, only a sense of peaceful mystery, a quiet knowledge of the beautiful balance hidden within the night. He knew the path was still there, the root arch waiting, and a friend with silver fur watching from the moonlit branches. The dark wasn't empty, it was full of hidden light, waiting for a kind heart and a little courage to reveal its wonders. He snuggled deeper into his blanket, the warmth of the cider, the laughter of his family, and the memory of the glimmerwood's restored light filling him with perfect, drowsy contentment. The night was no longer something to endure, but a gentle, star-strewn friend, whispering promises of quiet magic just beyond the edge of sight. And Leo, the boy who once feared the dark, closed his eyes with a smile, ready to dream of shimmering forests and the warm pulse of a shadowstone heart. Story 4. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around cottage rooftops each morning. Sunlight filtered through ancient oaks, dappling cobblestone paths with gold, and the air always carried the scent of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Milo, with eyes like polished hazelnuts and a patchwork satchel always at his side, loved his home. But lately, strange whispers rustled through Willowbrook. It began subtly. Mrs. Gable's prize-winning sunflowers, usually taller than her fence, shrunk overnight to the size of daisies. Then the village well water, famously sweet and clear, bubbled up in iridescent purple hues one dawn. Most peculiar of all were the floating teacups. Every afternoon at precisely 3 o'clock, porcelain cups from various kitchens would lift gently into the air, hover near the ceiling for 5 minutes, then settle back without a single chip or crack. No one was frightened. This was, after all, a place where talking badgers gave weather advice, but a gentle mystery needed solving. Milo decided to investigate. With his satchel holding a notebook of pressed leaves and a stubby pencil, he visited each affected spot. He sat cross-legged by the diminished sunflowers, sketching their drooping heads. He filled a vial with the shimmering well water, holding it up to the light. And he crouched beneath old Mr. Hemlock's kitchen table, watching as a rose-patterned cup drifted upward like a soap bubble. "Hum," murmured a voice like dry leaves tumbling. Thistlewick, the ancient hedgehog who lived beneath the hollow yew tree, poked his snout from a carpet of moss. His spectacles perched precariously on his nose. Disturbances in the hum, young Milo. The world's quiet song feels itchy. What could cause it, Thistlewick? Milo asked, showing him the vial. The water's pretty, but Mrs. Gable says her lemon cakes taste like lavender now. Thistlewick sniffed the vial. Ah, moonpetal dust, rare as starlight in soup. It only appears when moonlight strained through something new. He tapped a claw on Milo's notebook. Observe, lad, magic leaves clues like breadcrumbs. Milo returned to the floating teacups at Mr. Hemlock's. This time he noticed something, a faint, silvery shimmer clinging to the cupboard where the cups were stored. It smelled like cold starlight and crushed mint. Following the scent trail outside, he spotted matching glimmers near the well and Mrs. Gable's flower pots. They formed a meandering path toward Whisperwind Woods. Deep in the woods, where sunlight fell in shy patches, Milo found the source. A young, trembling creature with fur like frosted moss huddled by a brook. It had wide, anxious eyes the color of forget-me-nots and long ears that drooped like weeping willow branches. Beside it lay a cracked, crystalline orb, leaking shimmering dust that drifted on the breeze. The creature flinched as Milo approached. "Hello," Milo whispered, kneeling slowly. "I'm Milo, are you lost?" He offered a sprig of thyme from his satchel. The creature sniffed it, then whimpered. "I am Lumen," it said, its voice like tiny bells. "I tend the moonpetal gardens far away. My guiding orb shattered when I tripped over a root. Now the stardust inside is loose, and it's making things float and change colors. I don't know how to fix it." Tears welled in its large eyes. Milo examined the orb. The crack was clean, but the magical essence inside was spilling out, carried by the wind toward Willowbrook. "Thistlewick says moonpetal dust reacts to new things," he mused. "Your dust is new to Willowbrook, so it's tickling our magic." He gently gathered the largest shards. "Maybe we can mend it together." Lumen shook its head mournfully. "Only moonlight woven with spider silk can seal it, but the moon won't rise for hours, and the silk, grandmother spider's webs are too high in the pines." It gestured weakly to the treetops. Milo grinned. "I know someone who can help." He cupped his hands and gave a soft, trilling whistle, a sound he'd learned from the sprites who mended dew-drenched cobwebs. Within moments, Pip and Tumble, two iridescent sprites no bigger than acorns, zipped down. Their wings hummed like drowsy bumblebees. Mending needed, chirped Pip, spotting the orb. Tumble nodded, already stretching a strand of gossamer silk from her fingertips, strong as steel yet light as a sigh. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, they worked beneath the sheltering ferns. Lumen hummed a soft, stabilizing tune, her fur glowing faintly. Milo held the crystal shard steady. Pip and Tumble wove strands of moon-touched spider silk over the crack, their tiny hands moving in perfect unison. With each stitch, the leaking stardust dimmed, drawn back into the orb like water into a sponge. When the first moonbeam pierced the canopy, it struck the repaired orb. A soft chime echoed through the woods. The orb glowed whole and serene in Lumen's paws. "It's healed," she breathed, nuzzling Milo's hand. "Thank you." They followed the last wisps of stray dust back to Willowbrook. As the orb absorbed them, the floating teacups in Mr. Hemlock's kitchen settled with a gentle clink. The well water cleared to crystal, tasting of mountain springs. And under the moonlight, Mrs. Gable's sunflowers stretched upward with audible pops, reclaiming their proud height. The village never learned the full story, only that Milo had solved the mystery with a little help from the woods. But from that night on, at the edge of Whisperwind Woods, a small patch of moon petals bloomed where none had grown before. Their silver dust sometimes glimmered on the path, a reminder that even strange occurrences could be woven into the cozy magic of home. And as Milo drifted to sleep, his window open to the cricket song, he'd often see Lumen's soft glow bobbing near the brook, tending her new garden under the watchful stars, a quiet guardian of Willowbrook's gentle balance. All was peaceful, all was well, and the world hummed its contented song once more. Story 5. In the peaceful village of Glimmerdale, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs and gardens bloomed with luminous moon petals, a gentle mystery began to unfold. It started one misty morning when young Finn, the baker's son, discovered his father's prized cinnamon buns had lost their warmth overnight. Not just cooled, they felt oddly chilled, as if winter had crept into the pantry. By week's end the strangeness spread. Dew on the meadows glittered with faint frost patterns despite the summer air, and the village's oldest friend, the sentient oak-heart tree, began shedding silver leaves that tinkled like wind chimes when they touched the ground. Finn, a boy with observant eyes and a patchwork satchel always slung over his shoulder, decided to investigate. He began by sketching the frost patterns in his notebook, delicate spirals that resembled ferns made of starlight. "They're too pretty for mischief," murmured Mrs. Nettle, the kindly herb witch, when he showed her. "But coldness without cause, that speaks of loneliness." She gifted him a vial of sunbeam syrup, which glowed warmly in his palm. "Listen to what the small ones say," she advised. "They notice what we overlook." That evening, Finn sat beneath Oakheart listening. Fireflies pulsed like amber lanterns around him, and the breeze carried whispers from the mosskin, tiny, moss-cloaked creatures who tended the roots of ancient trees. "The chill comes at midnight," one piped in a voice like rustling parchment. "From the old well near the Whispering Rocks." Another added, "It sings a sad song, a blue song." Finn's heart quickened. The abandoned well lay beyond the village, where quartz stones hummed when the moon was high. Packing woolen mittens and Mrs. Nettle's syrup, he waited that night beneath a willow's curtain of leaves. As the clock tower chimed 12, a faint blue light flickered near the well. Creeping closer, Finn saw shards of ice crystallizing on the moss, spreading like lace. And there, curled beside the stones, was a creature no taller than his boot, a frost sprite. Her skin shimmered like frozen lake water, and her breath puffed in silver clouds, but tears like tiny diamonds trailed down her cheeks. She was whispering to a chipped blue pebble clutched in her hands. "Little one." Finn called softly. The sprite startled, her wings buzzing like crystallized honeybees. "Why are you sad?" The sprite, named Lumi, explained in trembling notes. She'd been separated from her flock during a storm while migrating to the northern lights. Her guiding stone, a sliver of Arctic ice, had cracked, leaving her stranded. Unaware her grief chilled the world around her, she'd been singing lullabies to the pebble, hoping to mend it. "The cold just spills out," she wept. "I didn't mean to wilt the marigolds or silence Oakheart's laughter." Finn's mittened hand gently cupped hers. "What if we help you fix it?" He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about loneliness and the Moskin's clue about songs. Oakheart's silver leaves hadn't just fallen, they'd chimed. Perhaps sound could heal what sorrow broke. At dawn, Finn gathered the village. Old Thatcher brought his lap harp, its strings woven with sunlight. Children collected Oakheart's chime leaves. Even the Moskin emerged, shaking dewdrop bells from their cloaks. As twilight painted the sky lavender, they stood around the well. Lumi placed her cracked pebble on a mossy stone, and Finn poured sunbeam syrup over it, its glow pooling like liquid gold. "Now," he whispered. Thatcher plucked a chord, warm and resonant. The children shook their leaves in a rain of soft chimes. The Moskin hummed a grounding rhythm from deep in the earth. Lumi, her tears drying, added her voice, a high, clear note like ice melting into spring streams. The pebble began to pulse, blue light flaring through the syrup's gold. Cracks sealed like closing eyes. With a final, harmonious sigh from the crowd, the stone mended, glowing whole and bright in Lumi's palms. That night, warmth returned to the pantries. Frost vanished from the meadows. And Oakheart, rustling joyfully, grew back its leaves in a cascade of emerald green. Lumi's flock arrived at moonrise, drawn by the stone's restored song, a constellation of frost sprites dancing through the sky. Before leaving, Lumi pressed her forehead to Finn's. "Your kindness warmed more than stone," she chimed. Where she'd stood, a circle of frost-resistant starflowers bloomed, their centers glowing with perpetual summer light. Years later, villagers would leave offerings by the well, warm bread or sun-warmed quartz, knowing that some mysteries are healed not by magic alone, but by friendship's quiet tune. And Finn, now grown, would smile at the starflowers still gleaming near his doorstep, remembering how a little coldness had melted into the warmest lesson of all, that even the loneliest heart can thaw when met with an open hand and a listening ear. As fireflies blinked their approval in the velvet dark, Glimmerdale settled into contented silence, wrapped in the cozy certainty that no puzzle, however small, was ever too strange for kindness to solve. Story 6. The old oak tree at the edge of Leela's garden had always whispered secrets on windy nights. Its gnarled roots dipped into the mossy bank of Crystal Creek, where minnows darted like liquid silver. But tonight the whispers were different. Instead of rustling leaves, they formed words, soft as moth wings brushing her ear. "Beyond the curtain, find the light." Leela, a girl with eyes the color of twilight and a heart full of quiet curiosity, tucked her worn blue blanket tighter around her shoulders. The whispers led her downstream, past the sleepy firefly glade, to where Crystal Creek tumbled over a rocky ledge in a shimmering veil, the veil of mist. She'd never dared go behind it. The roar was too loud, the spray too cold. But the whispers persisted, gentle but insistent. Taking a deep breath of damp, moss-scented air, Leela pushed aside the curtain of falling water. Instead of the expected shock, she stepped into silence. The roar vanished, replaced by a profound hush. Before her stretched a valley she'd never seen on any map, the Whisperwood Valley. It was a place woven from forgotten dreams. Trees weren't merely tall, their bark shimmered with subtle, shifting colors like mother of pearl. Leaves weren't green, but luminescent blues, soft violets, and gentle golds, casting a perpetual twilight glow that felt warm and safe. The air hummed softly, not with insects, but with the faint, melodic resonance of the valley itself. Underfoot, mosses thick and soft as velvet carpet muffled her steps. Strange, bell-shaped flowers, glowing like captured moonlight, dotted the ground, releasing a scent like honey and crushed pine needles. Overhead, the sky wasn't dark, but a deep, velvety indigo scattered with slow-moving points of light that pulsed gently, like slow, contented heartbeats. It was breathtakingly beautiful, utterly silent, and profoundly peaceful. Leela's first encounter wasn't with a creature, but with light itself. A cluster of tiny star-like points drifted towards her, swirling playfully around her head. They weren't fireflies, they were pure condensed starlight, humming softly. One landed gently on her fingertip, cool and tingling. As it lifted off, it left a tiny, glowing constellation on her skin for a moment before fading. They beckoned her deeper into the valley, their collective light painting shimmering paths on the glowing foliage. Following the starlight sprites, Layla came to a bridge unlike any other. It wasn't built of wood or stone, but appeared to be woven from solidified moonbeams and spider silk, arching gracefully over a stream of liquid silver. As her foot touched the first strand, the entire bridge sang. It wasn't a song with words, but a cascade of pure, resonant notes chimes mingled with harp strings and the sigh of the wind. It was beautiful, but also surprising, making Leela pause. The bridge vibrated slightly under her touch. Was it safe? Could it hold her? The sprites danced encouragingly above the silver stream. This was her first gentle challenge. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at her. The unknown lay beyond the singing bridge. But the melody itself was soothing, and the sprites pulsed brighter, urging her on. Courage isn't the absence of fear. Her grandmother's voice echoed softly in her memory. It's taking the next step anyway. Leela took a steadying breath, focusing on the bridge's gentle song, and stepped fully onto it. It held firm, the music swelling into a welcoming harmony as she crossed, each step creating a new, lovely note. Reaching the other side, she felt a warm glow spread through her, not just from the valley, but from within. On the far bank, nestled amongst giant, softly glowing mushrooms, sat a creature that looked like a smooth, moss-covered boulder. As Leela approached, it stirred. Two large, kind eyes the color of polished amber blinked open, followed by the slow emergence of a head and 4 sturdy legs. It was a stonekin tortoise, its shell patterned with glowing lichen that shifted colors slowly. "Greetings, little wanderer," it rumbled, its voice deep and slow as grinding stones, yet warm as sunshine on rock. "The whisperwood welcomes those who listen with their hearts. I am Torvin." Leela bowed slightly, her earlier fear replaced by awe. "I'm Leela, it's beautiful here, but why did the whispers bring me?" Torvin blinked slowly. "The valley senses a seeking heart. It offers wonder, but also asks for seeing." He nudged his massive head towards a nearby clearing. In the center stood a pedestal of iridescent crystal, holding a sphere of pure, swirling light, the heart light of the whisperwood. But surrounding it, growing unnaturally fast, were thick, thorny vines of pure shadow, their edges shimmering with dark energy. They were creeping towards the light, threatening to engulf it. A faint discordant hum, jarring against the valley's melody, emanated from them. "The shadow thorns," Torvin murmured. "They grow from forgotten fears and unchallenged doubts. They dim the heart light, and with it, the valley's song weakens." Leela felt a pang of dismay. The beautiful valley was in trouble. What can we do? "The heartlight responds to truth and courage," Torvin explained calmly. "The thorns cannot withstand a pure note of bravery, played upon the singing stones." He gestured with his snout towards 3 smooth, flat stones arranged near the pedestal. Each was etched with a different simple symbol, a star, a wave, and a leaf. But the stones require the right melody, played in the right order. I know the notes, but the pattern is hidden within the valley's whispers. Listen, little wanderer, truly listen. This was her second challenge. It required not physical bravery, but attentiveness and trust. Layla closed her eyes, shutting out the sight of the encroaching thorns. She focused on the hum of the valley, the rustle of the luminous leaves, the distant chime of the bridge, the soft pulse of the starlight sprites hovering nearby. Beneath it all, woven into the very air, were the whispers, not words now, but distinct notes. A high, clear chime like the star symbol, a soft, flowing murmur like the wave, and a deep, earthy resonance like the leaf. Star, wave, leaf, the sequence felt right. But the whispers offered no timing, no rhythm. Doubt prickled. Was it too simple? What if she got it wrong? She looked at Torvin. His amber eyes held only calm encouragement. Courage is trusting yourself, she thought. Taking a deep breath, Layla stepped towards the singing stones. She tapped the star-etched stone. A pure high note rang out, bright as the sprites. Next, she touched the wave stone. A soft, cascading sound flowed forth, soothing and deep. Finally, she pressed the leaf stone. A warm, resonant hum filled the clearing, grounding and strong. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the three notes began to weave together, harmonizing spontaneously. The melody they created was simple yet profound, echoing the very essence of the whisperwood wonder, flow, and deep-rooted peace. It washed over the shadow thorns. The dark vines recoiled as if touched by sunlight. Their menacing shimmer faded, the discordant hum silenced. They shriveled, turning brittle and gray, crumbling into dust that vanished on the gentle breeze. The heartlight pulsed brighter, its swirling light expanding, bathing the entire clearing in a warm, golden radiance that chased away the last lingering shadows. The valley's hum deepened, richer and more harmonious than before. The glowing leaves brightened, the starlight sprites danced jubilantly, and even Torvin let out a slow, contented rumble. You listened, Torvin said, his voice filled with warmth. You heard the valley's truth and trusted your own courage to act. Remember this, Layla. The unknown may seem vast and shadowed, but often the light you need is found by listening to the quiet whispers within and having the courage to follow them, one true note at a time. Layla felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. She hadn't fought a monster. She'd faced her own small fears and used her quiet strength, curiosity, attentiveness, and trust. She gently touched the heartlight sphere. It was warm and pulsed softly against her palm, filling her with a gentle, comforting energy. As the valley celebrated its restored light, the starlight sprites gathered around Layla, their light forming a soft halo. Torvin nudged her gently towards the singing bridge. It is time for dreaming, little wanderer. Carry the valley's light within you. Crossing the bridge felt like walking on a lullaby. The music cradled her, soft and reassuring. Back at the Vale of Mist, she turned for one last look. Torvin raised his head in a slow nod, his amber eyes glowing warmly. The Whisperwood Valley shimmered, a haven of gentle light and peaceful song. Stepping back through the waterfall, the familiar roar of Crystal Creek returned, but it felt different now, less intimidating, more like a familiar lullaby. The night air was cool, the ordinary stars bright above. As she walked back towards her cottage, Layla noticed something warm in her pocket. She pulled out a smooth, cool stone. It wasn't a stonekin, but a small, ordinary-looking pebble. Yet as she held it, it pulsed once with a soft, golden light, the exact color of the Whisperwood's heartlight, then settled into a comforting warmth. She slipped into her quiet bedroom, the worn blue blanket waiting. Climbing into bed, she held the warm pebble close. Outside, the old oak tree whispered again, but now Layla understood its language, a gentle sigh of contentment, a lullaby of leaves. She wasn't afraid of the whispers anymore. She knew they spoke of hidden wonders, waiting for those brave enough to listen to their own hearts and take the next step into the unknown. As sleep drifted over her, Leela felt the comforting warmth of the pebble against her chest. It wasn't just a stone, it was a reminder. A reminder that courage could be quiet, that wonder was often just beyond the familiar veil, and that even the gentlest heart, when it truly listens and trusts, can bring light into the world. The last thing she heard before drifting off was the gentle sigh of the oak tree, a whisper that sounded remarkably like the harmonious song of the singing bridge, carrying her into dreams filled with luminous leaves, kind amber eyes, and the peaceful, humming light of a hidden valley, forever glowing safe and warm within her. Story 7. The first frost had painted the world outside Finn's window in delicate silver, each blade of grass stiff and sparkling under the moonlight. Inside, the familiar warmth of his small bedroom felt suddenly small. A tightness coiled in his chest, a feeling that had been visiting more often lately, a whisper of worry about the big school presentation tomorrow, a flutter of unease about the new boy in class who hadn't smiled back. Finn traced the patterns on his quilt, wishing the cozy room could swallow the anxious feeling whole. Sleep felt like a distant country. Then a flicker. Not from the nightlight, but from the very corner of his bookshelf. Nestled beside a worn atlas and a model rocket, something glimmered with a soft, internal light he'd never noticed before. Curiosity nudged aside the worry. He slipped out of bed, the wooden floor cool beneath his bare feet, and carefully extracted the object. It was an old lantern, smaller than his hand, crafted from what looked like hammered copper gone green with age. Its glass panes were thick and slightly cloudy, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the faint light emanating from within. It felt warm to the touch, humming with a quiet, steady pulse, like the heartbeat of a sleeping bird. Finn remembered his grandmother placing it there years ago, murmuring something about lighting the way when the path feels dark. He'd always thought it was just a pretty trinket. Now, holding its gentle warmth, the tightness in his chest eased just a fraction. He carried the lantern back to his bed, its soft glow casting dancing leaf shadows on the wall. As he ran his finger over the cool glass, the light within seemed to brighten, responding to his touch. The swirling etchings glowed more intensely, forming a picture. An ancient oak tree Finn knew well, standing sentinel at the bottom of their garden, its gnarled roots forming a familiar knot. But etched within the knot was a tiny door, barely visible. Finn had climbed that tree 100 times, sat within the cradle of its roots, and never seen a door. The lantern pulsed warmly in his hand, an invitation. The whisper of worry was still there, but beneath it bloomed a thrilling sense of possibility. What lay beyond the root door? Could this tiny, humming light truly show him a hidden way? Driven by a courage he didn't know he possessed, Finn pulled on his thick socks and his soft, fleece-lined jacket. Holding the lantern aloft, its beam surprisingly strong and focused, he crept downstairs, past the sleeping forms of his parents and their snoring terrier, Muffin, and out into the frost-kissed night. The air was sharp and clean, smelling of pine needles and frozen earth. Moonlight turned the garden into a monochrome wonderland. Finn hurried down the familiar path, his breath puffing out in little clouds, the lantern's beam cutting a warm, golden circle in the silver dark. He reached the ancient oak. Its bark felt rough and cold beneath his fingers. Kneeling in the frosted grass, he peered into the tangle of roots where the lantern's light now shone most brightly. And there it was. Not just etched on glass, but real. A door barely taller than his knee, made of smooth, dark wood bound with bands of what looked like living vine. It was nestled deep within the roots, almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look or unless a magical lantern showed you. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and touched the cool wood. It swung inward silently, revealing not earth and darkness, but a soft, inviting glow. A warm, sweet scent drifted out, like baking apples and damp moss. Taking a deep breath, the little lantern held firmly before him, Finn stepped through the root door. He didn't step down, but in. And as he did, the world shifted. It wasn't that he grew smaller, exactly, but that everything around him expanded with breathtaking detail. The frost on the grass blades became towering crystal forests. A fallen acorn cap was a sturdy dome, large enough to shelter under. The air hummed with a different kind of life, tiny chirps, rustles in the leaf litter that sounded like distant conversations, the soft thrum of insects. He stood in a vast, moonlit cavern formed by the roots of the oak, its ceiling a network of gnarled wood soaring high above, draped with curtains of luminous moss that cast a soft, greenish light. Ferns unfurled like emerald banners taller than houses. The air was warm, carrying that comforting scent of cinnamon and earth. This was the hidden root, a world beneath the world. Who trespasses in the root? A small, sharp voice demanded. Finn jumped, nearly dropping the lantern. From behind a colossal toadstool with a speckled red cap stepped a creature. It was about the size of a large hedgehog, covered in sleek, dark brown fur that shimmered with iridescent blue highlights under the moss light. It had bright, intelligent black eyes that regarded Finn with intense suspicion, and delicate, pointed ears that twitched. It stood upright on two surprisingly graceful legs, tiny paws planted firmly on the mossy floor. A small, intricately woven satchel hung at its side. I'm Finn," he stammered, holding the lantern higher. Its light spilled over the creature, making its fur gleam. "I didn't mean to trespass. The lantern, it showed me the door." The creature's eyes widened, fixing on the lantern. The whisper light it breathed, its voice losing some of its edge, replaced by awe. "I haven't seen one of those in ages." It took a hesitant step closer, its nose twitching. "My name is Thistle, keeper of the lower burrows, what brings a surface dweller, guided by a whisper light, into the root at Moonshadow." Finn felt a strange kinship with this prickly, wary creature. I was feeling worried up there." He gestured vaguely upwards. "The lantern glowed and it showed me the door. It felt like it wanted me to come." Thistle tilted its head, studying Finn. The lantern's light seemed to soften the suspicion in its eyes. "Worry is a heavy stone to carry," it said, its voice gentler now. "The whisperlight knows hidden paths, especially those leading away from burdens, but it also illuminates troubles that need mending." It sighed, a small whistling sound. "And we have a trouble here in the root. A great darkness is spreading. The luminous moss is fading." Thistle pointed a tiny claw towards the glowing moss draping the roots. Where the light had been brightest near Finn, it now seemed patchy and dimmer further down the cavern. "It's the heart light of the root. Without it, the warmth fades, the glow bugs sleep forever, and the sweetwater stream turns bitter. We don't know why it's happening." As Thistle spoke, Finn felt the familiar flutter of his own worry stir. A whole world was fading. The vastness of the cavern, the strange beauty, suddenly felt overwhelming. Can I help?" he asked, his voice small. Thistle blinked. "You, a surface dweller with a whisper light." It seemed to consider, its bright eyes darting between Finn and the lantern. "The light, it seems stronger near you, brighter. Perhaps the whisper light brought you for this." A flicker of desperate hope lit Thistle's face. "The oldest tales speak of the whisper light revealing truth hidden in shadow. Maybe it can show us what steals the moss light. Will you come? The Heartmoss Grove lies deep through the Crystalfern Pass. It's not an easy path." Finn looked down at the lantern, pulsing warmly in his hand. It felt like an anchor. He thought of his own small worries, and then of Thistle's world fading into darkness. His own fear seemed smaller somehow, faced with this larger need. He took a deep breath of the sweet, root-scented air. "Okay," he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. I'll come, show me the way. Thistle gave a curt nod, a spark of determination in its eyes. Follow closely, Finn's surface dweller. And keep that light bright. With that, the small creature turned and scampered off with surprising speed towards a curtain of enormous, translucent ferns that glimmered like frosted glass. Their journey into the depths of the hidden root began. The Crystalfern Pass was breathtaking. Towering ferns, each frond as wide as Finn, was tall and thick as stained glass, arched overhead. The Whisperlight's beam, refracted through the crystalline structures, fractured into rainbows that danced on the mossy floor and the damp root walls. The air grew cooler, filled with the sound of dripping water and the distant chime of unseen crystals. Thistle moved with unerring confidence, pointing out landmarks. The whispering stone that hummed when the wind sighed through the roots above, the pool of starry reflections where tiny, bioluminescent fish darted like fallen constellations. Finn struggled to keep up, his legs shorter, the uneven, moss-slick ground treacherous. More than once he stumbled, the Whisperlight swinging wildly, its beam momentarily plunging them into near darkness before steadying. Each stumble sent a jolt of his old anxiety through him. Was he slowing Thistle down? Was he useless here? He clutched the lantern tighter, its steady warmth and hum a constant reassurance. Thistle, noticing his struggle, didn't chide him. Instead, the creature would pause, pointing out a particularly beautiful cluster of glowing fungus like tiny purple lamps, or a cascade of water droplets falling like liquid diamonds, giving Finn a moment to catch his breath. This unexpected kindness from the initially prickly creature warmed Finn almost as much as the lantern. They navigated a narrow ledge beside a rushing underground stream, the Sweetwater, Thistle called it, though Finn noticed its musical babble sounded strained, thinner. They squeezed through a crack in a wall of ancient, compacted earth that smelled richly of loam and secrets. They crossed a bridge woven from living vines over a chasm where strange, pale flowers pulsed with a faint, sad light far below. The fading of the luminous moss became more evident. Patches of the cavern walls were shrouded in deep shadow, the air colder there, smelling faintly of decay. The comforting hum of unseen life grew quieter. Finally, after what felt like hours but might have been minutes in this timeless place, they emerged into a vast, echoing chamber. The Heartmoss Grove. It should have been dazzling. Giant roots formed soaring arches, and every surface, walls, ceiling, even the floor should have been carpeted in the thick, glowing moss, bathing the grove in a soft, emerald radiance. Instead, the light was sickly and dim. Vast swaths of the moss were gray and brittle, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. The air hung heavy and cold, the sweet scent replaced by a musty, forlorn odor. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent, ancient root structure, thicker than any tree trunk Finn had seen, its surface intricately carved by time and water. This, Thistle whispered, voice thick with sorrow, was the mother root. At its base, where the moss should have been brightest, the darkness was deepest, spreading like an ink-eye stain. "It's worse than I feared," Thistle murmured, its small shoulders slumping. "The heart is failing." Finn held the Whisperlight high, its beam cutting through the gloom, landing on the dying moss near the mother root. As the light touched the gray patches, something astonishing happened. For a fleeting second, the moss pulsed faintly, a weak echo of its former glow, and within the beam Finn saw, not just dead moss, but thin, almost invisible threads of shadow, like dark spider silk woven through it, seeming to suck the light away. He gasped. "Thistle, look in the light, shadow threads." Thistle scampered closer, peering intently where Finn pointed the beam. By the deep earth, it breathed. "I see them, thin as a gnat's whisper, dark as forgotten coal. But what are they? Where do they come from?" The creature darted its head around frantically. Finn moved the lantern beam slowly, systematically, scanning the dying moss, the dark stain spreading from the mother root. The The whisperlight revealed the insidious threads everywhere the moss was dying, all converging, weaving their way into the great root itself, like dark roots seeking sustenance. They're coming from inside, Finn realized, horror dawning. The shadows are growing from the mother root. Thistle made a sound of pure distress. But why? The mother root is life. It feeds the moss, feeds us. It paced, tiny claws clicking on the stone. Something must be poisoning it from within. Something dark has taken root in its heart. It looked at Finn, eyes wide with despair. We need to see inside, but the passages are too small, too twisted. No one from the root can enter the deepest chambers. They're said to be guarded by echoes of old fears. Finn stared at the vast, ancient root. He thought of the tightness in his chest, the fluttering fear that had driven him here. He looked at the whisperlight, its beam unwavering, revealing truths hidden in shadow. He thought of Thistle, fiercely protective of its fading world. A resolve, hard and bright, formed within him. His own small worry felt insignificant now. Here was a fear he could face, not for himself, but for Thistle, for the glow bugs, for the luminous moss. Maybe I can go, Finn said, his voice surprisingly steady. I'm smaller than you think, and he held up the whisperlight. This shows the way, it shows the truth. Maybe it can show me how to get inside, to find the darkness. Thistle stared at him, astonished. You go inside the mother root, into the echoing dark. It's perilous, Finn. The tales say the darkness feeds on fear, twists it, makes it real. I know about fear, Finn said quietly, looking at the dark stain spreading like a wound. And I have the light. The whisperlight pulsed warmly, strongly in his hand, as if agreeing. Thistle studied him for a long moment, the dim light reflecting in its bright eyes. It saw not just a surface dweller, but a surprising courage blooming where worry had been. It reached into its woven satchel and pulled out a small, smooth stone, warm to the touch and glowing with a soft, internal blue light. Take this, it said, pressing the stone into Finn's hand. Heartstone, it holds the last pure echo of the root's warmth. It might anchor you. Remember the light, Finn. Remember why you go. It pointed a tiny claw towards the base of the mother root. There a crack, just wide enough perhaps for one small and brave. The crack was a dark, jagged line in the ancient wood, barely visible. Finn knelt before it. The air whispering out was cold and carried a faint, unsettling hum, like 1,000 worried whispers. He took a deep breath, the heartstone warm in one pocket, the whisperlight held firmly in his other hand. He sent a thought towards his parents sleeping soundly above, towards Muffin dreaming of squirrels. Then, pushing his own whispering fears down, he squeezed into the crack. Inside the mother root, the world changed again. It wasn't a tunnel, but a labyrinth of ancient, hollow chambers and twisting passages formed within the colossal wood. The air was thick, dry, and carried a strange, metallic tang. The whisperlight's beam was the only illumination, revealing walls carved with swirling patterns by time and sap flow, now looking disturbingly like grasping claws or screaming faces in the flickering light. And the whispers, they weren't just air. They seemed to coil around him, brushing against his ears like cold fingers. Lost, sighed one. Alone, moaned another. They'll laugh, you'll fail, hissed a third, sounding chillingly like his own anxious thoughts about the school presentation. Finn froze, his heart hammering. The darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, echoing his deepest insecurities. He saw flickering shadows on the walls that looked like pointing fingers, heard distorted echoes of classmates' voices mocking him. The tightness in his chest returned, magnified tenfold. He wanted to turn back, squeeze back out into the dim light of the grove with Thistle. He clutched the heartstone in his pocket. Its warmth pulsed softly against his leg, a tiny echo of the living root, a reminder of Thistle's trust. He looked down at the whisperlight. Its beam seemed to shrink under the oppressive weight of the whispering dark. "Remember the light," Thistle had said. "Remember why you go." He wasn't just here for himself. He was here for the luminous moss, for the glow bugs, for Thistle's worried eyes. He thought of the kind patience the creature had shown him on the journey, despite its own fear. He thought of the beauty of the Crystalfern Pass, the pool of starry reflections, a world worth saving. Taking a shuddering breath, Finn focused on the Whisperlight. He poured his determination into it, his desire to help, his gratitude for Thistle's unexpected friendship. "Show me," he whispered, not to the lantern, but to the truth it revealed. "Show me the real path." As if responding, the Whisperlight flared. Its beam didn't just brighten, it changed. The warm gold light shifted, becoming clearer, sharper, almost silvery. Where it shone, the whispering shadows recoiled. The terrifying shapes on the walls resolved back into natural wood grain. The mocking voices faded, replaced by the faint, real sound of his own breathing and the gentle hum of the lantern. The beam cut through the illusory fear, revealing the actual passage ahead, narrow, winding, but clear. The echoing dark wasn't vanquished, it still pressed at the edges of the light, the whispers a constant murmur. But Finn understood now. The darkness fed on his own fear. The Whisperlight didn't banish the dark, it revealed the truth within it and within himself. He could be afraid, but he didn't have to let the fear shape the world. Holding on to the Heartstone's warmth and the lantern's clarifying beam, he pressed forward, deeper into the Heartwood. The passages grew narrower, the air colder. The Whisperlight's beam, now steady and silvery clear, led him unerringly downwards. He squeezed through cracks, climbed down smooth, warning climbs, his small size an advantage Thistle could never have had. The oppressive whispers became a constant background drone, but they held less power over him now. He focused on the light, on the warmth in his pocket, on the image of the luminous moss glowing brightly again. Finally, the passage opened into a small, spherical chamber deep within the mother root. The air here was utterly still and frigid. In the center, cradled by thick, dark roots, pulsed the source of the corruption. It wasn't a creature, but a dense, swirling knot of pure shadow. It pulsed like a sick heart, and from it radiated the thin, dark threads Finn had seen sapping the moss light, stretching upwards and outwards through the wood. The knot seemed to absorb the very light around it, a vortex of pure, chilling negation. This was the shadow seed. As Finn stepped into the chamber, the whispers ceased abruptly. A profound silence fell, heavy and expectant. The shadow seed pulsed faster, seeming to sense his presence, his light. A wave of pure, icy despair washed over him, stronger than any whisper. It spoke without sound, a feeling flooding his mind, pointless, hopeless. Your light is nothing. Your courage is a joke. You will fail. Everything fades. Everything ends. It was the essence of the worry that had coiled in his chest, magnified 1,000 times, promising only inevitable darkness. Finn staggered, the cold despair threatening to crush him. The Whisperlight flickered. He clutched the Heartstone desperately. He thought of Thistle waiting outside, trusting him. He thought of the lantern showing him the hidden door, the path through the fear. He thought of his grandmother's words, lighting the way when the path feels dark. This was the darkest path. He couldn't fight this despair with force. But the Whisperlight revealed truth. And the truth wasn't just darkness. With a tremendous effort, pushing back against the crushing weight of hopelessness, Finn focused not on fighting the shadow, but on the light he carried. He focused on the warmth of the Heartstone, the enduring life of the root. He focused on the Whisperlight's steady hum, the promise of hidden paths and revealed truths. He focused on Thistle's unexpected friendship kindness found in the hidden world. He focused on his own small act of courage in coming here. He poured all of that, the warmth, the promise, the kindness, the courage into his intention, and directed it towards the whisper light. "Show it," he breathed, his voice barely audible but filled with conviction. "Show the truth." The whisper light didn't blaze with destructive fury. Instead, its silvery clear beam intensified, becoming pure, brilliant white. It shone directly onto the swirling shadow seed. And in that pure, revealing light, the knot of shadow didn't vanish, but its nature became clear. It wasn't some ancient evil, but a dense concentration of forgotten sorrow. Images flickered within the beam: a sapling oak crushed by a fallen stone long ago, a deep, unhealed wound in the root from an ancient storm, the slow seepage of cold, toxic water from a crack far above, generations of small, underground creatures inadvertently bringing traces of surface world sadness, lost nests, fleeting lives, their tiny griefs absorbed and magnified by the sensitive heartwood over centuries, coalescing into this knot of despair. The shadow seed wasn't malice, it was accumulated, unacknowledged pain. The revelation hung in the chamber. The icy despair emanating from the seed faltered. Finn understood. Darkness wasn't fought with more darkness, or even just light, but with understanding. With compassion for the pain that festered. He couldn't destroy the seed, it was part of the root's history. But he could acknowledge it, offer it the light of understanding. Holding the whisper light high, its pure white beam unwavering, Finn spoke softly, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. "I see you," he said, "not to a monster, but to the pain. I see the hurt, the crushing stone, the deep wound, the cold seep, the little losses." As he named the sorrows revealed by the light, the swirling knot seemed to still. The threads of shadow dimmed. "It was heavy," Finn continued, the heartstone warm against his leg. "But holding it here in the dark, it makes the light fade. You don't have to hold it alone." He didn't know where the words came from, only that they felt true, guided by the whisperlight's revelation. He took a step closer, the light bathing the seed completely. "Let the light in," he whispered. "It doesn't erase the hurt, but it helps you see that you're not alone, see the moss waiting to glow, see thistle waiting outside, see the sun far above." He thought of the frosty garden, the moonlight, the warmth of his own bed. Life continuing. As he spoke, pouring compassion and understanding into the beam of the whisper light, something shifted. The dense knot of shadow didn't vanish, but it began to unravel. The dark threads retracted, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. The swirling darkness softened, becoming less opaque, more like a deep, mournful gray mist. The crushing despair lifted, replaced by a profound sense of release, of a long-held breath finally exhaled. The chamber grew perceptibly warmer. The whisperlight's beam softened back to its warm gold. Finn stood for a moment, breathing deeply, the frigid air replaced by a gentle, earthy warmth. The shadow seed was still there, a gray, quiet presence, but the draining threads were gone. The darkness was acknowledged, held within the light, no longer consuming it. The work of healing could begin. He turned and made his way back through the passages. The echoing dark was silent now, just ancient wood and cool air. The whisper light guided him surely back to the crack leading out. He squeezed through, blinking in the comparative brightness of the heartmoss grove. Thistle was pacing frantically. It whirled around as Finn emerged. "Finn, you're back. What happened? Is it?" Its words died as it looked past him. Finn didn't need to answer. They both looked up. Where the deep Inkai stain had been spreading from the mother root, a soft, green light was beginning to pulse. Slowly, gently, like a heart regaining its rhythm, the light spread. It touched the gray, brittle moss nearby. As they watched, breath held, the gray receded, replaced by a vibrant, living green. The moss began to glow. Faintly at first, then brighter, stronger, until the patch near the mother root shone with a healthy, emerald radiance. The light spread outwards, creeping across the grove, reclaiming the darkened patches. The warmth returned, carrying the sweet scent of life and cinnamon. High above, tiny points of light appeared glow bugs, waking from their frozen sleep, beginning their slow, blinking dance once more. A soft, musical gurgle returned to the distant Sweetwater stream. Thistle stared, its bright eyes wide with wonder, then brimming with tears. It looked at Finn, then at the whisperlight in his hand, now glowing with a serene, contented warmth. "You did it," it breathed, voice thick with emotion. "You healed the heart." Finn shook his head, looking at the lantern. The light showed the way, it showed the truth. The hurt, it was real, it just needed to be seen, to be understood. He felt different. The coil of worry in his own chest was still there, but it felt smaller, softer, like something he could hold and look at in the light, not just hide from in the dark. Thistle scampered over and with surprising strength hugged Finn's leg. "You were brave, Finn surface dweller, braver than any root walker I know. You faced the echoing dark with understanding." It looked up at him, its eyes shining in the renewed light of the grove. "Remember this when the shadows gather above. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's kindness turned inward and light held steady against the dark." The journey back through the root was a celebration. The crystalfern pass glittered with renewed vitality, the luminous moss glowing strong on the walls. Glowbugs drifted like living stars. Thistle chattered excitedly, pointing out the recovering beauty, its earlier prickliness replaced by boundless gratitude and a deep, newfound respect for the surface dweller and his whisperlight. They reached the root door as the first pale hints of dawn might have been touching the world above, though time felt fluid here. At the door, Thistle pressed a small object into Finn's hand. It was a perfectly formed acorn, its cap still attached, polished smooth by time and glowing faintly with a soft, internal green light, a tiny piece of the heartmoss's renewed radiance. "So you remember," Thistle said softly. "Remember the hidden root, remember the light you carried." It hesitated, then added, "The door, it will be here, if you ever need to find your way again. Just listen for the heartbeat of the old oak." Finn stepped back through the root door. He found himself kneeling in the frosted grass at the base of the oak tree in his own garden, the whisperlight warm in one hand, the glowing acorn in the other. The door in the roots was gone, seamlessly part of the tree again. Above him, the real dawn was just beginning to blush the sky pink and gold. The frost sparkled, the air crisp, but no longer carrying the chill of his earlier anxiety. He felt tired but deeply peaceful, filled with a quiet strength. He slipped back into the silent house, up to his room. He placed the whisperlight back on his bookshelf. It still glowed, but softly now, a comforting nightlight once more. He placed the glowing acorn beside it, a tiny beacon of the hidden world. He climbed back into bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The worry about the school presentation was still there, a tiny flutter, but now it felt manageable. He pictured Thistle's bright eyes, remembered the feel of the Heartstone's warmth, the way the whisperlight had cut through illusion. He remembered the words, "Courage is kindness turned inward," and light held steady against the dark. As sleep finally, gently claimed him, Finn smiled. The world was vast, filled with hidden wonders and unexpected friendships. And within him and on his shelf, he carried his own quiet light. The frost melted outside, the sun rose, and Finn slept, deeply and peacefully, the gentle pulse of the whisperlight and the soft green glow of the acorn keeping watch over his dreams, a silent promise that even the deepest roots could find the light again. Story 8. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys, carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Sela's. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moon-petal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in neat, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moon petals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed, not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. "The world breathes, Silas," Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. "And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours." She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first two delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. "It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen." The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Eris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Eris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of Eris and Thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moonpetal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air, a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willowwood awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Eris, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Silas now felt. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete. Story 9. Leo always felt like a shadow in his bustling village, a quiet boy who preferred the rustling pages of his grandmother's storybooks to boisterous games. His world was soft hues and whispered thoughts, until the day he stumbled upon the stone. It lay half-buried beneath a weeping willow beside Silverthread Creek, pulsing with a light like captured moonlight. Cool to the touch, it hummed against his palm, whispering of forgotten paths. That night, under a quilt patched with constellations, Leo held the stone aloft. Its glow intensified, painting swirling patterns on his ceiling that coalesced into an archway of shimmering ivy. With a breath held tight, Leo stepped through. He emerged into the Whisperwood, a realm where trees wore bark like polished amber, their leaves chiming like crystal bells in a breeze smelling of rain-kissed moss and wild honey. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in liquid gold, illuminating flowers that glowed with their own inner fire. But beneath the beauty, Leo sensed a tremor of unease. Colors seemed muted at the edges, and the chiming leaves held a faint, discordant note. It was here, beside a pool reflecting upside-down willows dripping with starlight, that Leo met Thistle. Thistle wasn't human. Moss and lichen formed a shaggy coat over a small, sturdy frame, twigs tangled like unruly hair, and eyes, large and luminous as forest pools, blinked at Leo with startling intelligence. Instead of fear, Thistle tilted its head, a sound like rustling parchment emerging a greeting. Lost. Thistle's voice was the crackle of dry leaves underfoot, gentle and curious. Leo, heart hammering against his ribs, held up the glowing stone. Thistle's mossy brows, if one could call them that, lifted. Ah, the keystone, it hasn't sung in many turnings. Thistle explained that the whisperwood was fading, its vibrant energy draining away like water through cracked earth. The Heartwood tree, ancient source of the realm's magic, was dimming. The veil weakens, Thistle sighed, the sound like wind through reeds. Dark smudges seep in, stealing the light. Leo saw them then oily, shadowy stains marring the luminous bark of nearby trees, making the chiming leaves falter. Their quest began with hesitant steps. Guided by the keystone's pulse, which grew stronger towards the Heartwood, they journeyed deeper into the whisperwood. They navigated valleys carpeted in luminous blue ferns that sighed as they passed, crossed rivers on bridges woven from living vines that hummed beneath their feet, and climbed hills where the air shimmered like heat haze, filled with drifting seeds that glowed like tiny lanterns. Thistle moved with surprising grace, pointing out hidden dangers, patches of deceptive, quicksand-like moss that looked solid, step only on the toadstools with silver caps, Leo, and whisper wasps whose buzz could induce deep, dangerous sleep, sing softly, they dislike harmony. Leo, usually clumsy, found an unexpected sure-footedness, his senses heightened by the keystone's connection to the land. Challenges tested their nascent friendship. In the murmuring caves, darkness swallowed the keystone's light. Panic clawed at Leo. "I can't see," he whispered, voice tight. Thistle, unfazed, placed a cool, mossy hand on his arm. "Listen," it rustled. "Breathe." Leo closed his eyes, focusing. He heard the faint drip of water echoing, the scuttle of unseen creatures, and beneath it all, a low, resonant hum. "The stone sings the land's song," Thistle explained. "Feel its pull." Leo concentrated, letting the keystone's vibration guide him. Slowly, hesitantly, he led them through the echoing blackness, Thistle's quiet presence a steady anchor. Trust, Leo realized, wasn't loud. It was a quiet hand in the dark. Further on, they encountered the grove of sighs, where weeping trees drooped under the weight of encroaching shadow. The air hung thick with sorrow. One ancient oak, its bark almost entirely blackened, groaned in despair. Thistle approached, murmuring soft, clicking sounds. The tree shuddered, a single clear chime escaping its few remaining leaves. "They remember the light," Thistle said sadly. "But the shadow steals their memories, their strength." Leo felt a pang deep in his chest. He knelt, placing his hand on the shadowed root. The keystone flared warm against his chest. He didn't know what to do, but he poured his own simple wish for the tree's comfort into the touch. To his astonishment, the oily shadow rippled slightly where his hand met bark, retreating a fraction, revealing a sliver of healthy amber beneath. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, sparked between them. Even small kindnesses could push back the dark. The Heartwood tree stood in a vast, silent clearing. Or rather, it hung. Once a towering giant radiating pure, golden light, it was now a spectral echo, its immense form translucent and flickering like a dying candle. Its roots, usually buried deep in nourishing earth, were exposed and withered, tangled in thick, choking strands of clinging shadow that pulsed with a sickly rhythm. The air crackled with fading magic, tasting like ozone and dust. High above where the crown should blaze, a single, fractured crystal pulsed weakly the source. But surrounding it, feeding on its dimming light, were the shade maws. Creatures of pure, ravenous shadow, they writhed like insubstantial smoke hounds, their only features gaping maws that silently consumed the light. Their presence chilled the air, making the vibrant clearing feel like a tomb. Thistle whimpered, a sound like dry twigs snapping. They devour the heartwood's song, it rustled, voice trembling. The keystone alone cannot reach the crystal crown against such hunger. The answer struck Leo with the clarity of the keystone's light. It wasn't about force, it was about harmony. Thistle, Leo whispered, his voice surprisingly steady despite the chilling dread. Your voice, the trees listen to you, the land knows you. He held the keystone tightly. This sings the land's song, but together, maybe we can sing it louder. Understanding dawned in Thistle's luminous eyes. It nodded, placing a cool, moss-covered hand over Leo's on the stone. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out the writhing shadows, focusing inward. He felt the familiar thrum of the keystone, the deep vibration of the suffering earth beneath him, the faint, desperate pulse of the heartwood crystal. He poured his longing for the whisperwood's light, his newfound courage, his trust in his friend, into the stone. Thistle began to sing. Not with words, but with sounds woven from the forest itself. The chime of crystal leaves, the rush of silver-thread creek, the crackle of healthy fire in a hearth, the rustle of wind through sun-dappled ferns. It was a song of remembrance, of resilience, of roots deep and strong. The sound washed over Leo, resonating with the keystone's vibration in his hand. He joined it not with Thistle's forest sounds, but with the pure, clear tone of his own voice. He sang of quiet afternoons reading by the fire, of the comforting scent of baking bread, of the steadfast glow of the moon, of the warmth of unexpected friendship found in a hidden world. His voice, small at first, grew stronger, weaving with Thistle's symphony. The keystone blazed. Not a harsh light to fight the shadows, but a warm, golden radiance that pulsed like a heartbeat, resonating with Thistle's song and Leo's voice. The light flowed outwards in visible waves, washing over the withered roots of the heartwood. Where the light touched, the thick, oily shadows recoiled, hissing like steam. They didn't vanish, but they shrank back, loosening their grip. The exposed roots began to shimmer, drawing strength from the combined song. The shade moths writhed in agitation, their silent feeding disrupted by the wave of pure, harmonious energy. They couldn't consume this light. It was woven with the land's own essence and Leo's heartfelt courage. They thrashed, becoming less substantial, their forms fraying at the edges like smoke caught in a breeze. The combined light and song reached the fractured crystal crown. It flared once weakly. Then, as Thistle's song reached a crescendo of rustling life and Leo's voice soared with pure, unwavering hope, the crystal pulsed again, stronger. A beam of pure, golden light lanced down from the crown, striking the keystone Leo held. It didn't burn, it filled him with a warmth that banished all fear. He instinctively raised the stone high, becoming a conduit. The beam refracted, splitting into countless rays of brilliant gold that shot outwards, piercing the shade moths. With silent shrieks that resonated only in the mind, the shadow creatures dissolved, not in defeat, but in dispersal, their darkness overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of restored harmony. The thick, choking shadows strangling the roots evaporated like morning mist under the sun. The transformation was instantaneous and breathtaking. The heartwood tree solidified, its immense trunk glowing with vibrant amber light. Healthy roots plunged deep into the earth, drawing rich, dark soil around them. From the crystal crown, a wave of pure, golden energy rippled outwards across the whisperwood. Leo watched, awestruck, as the wave passed. The oily smudges on the trees vanished. The chiming leaves rang out clear and strong, a joyous carillon. Flowers glowed with renewed intensity, painting the forest floor in luminous blues, pinks, and violets. The air itself seemed to sparkle, tasting sweet and fresh again. The whisperwood breathed a sigh of profound relief, vibrant and whole. Thistle let out a sound like rustling laughter, its mossy form practically vibrating with joy. You sang the light back, Leo, you and the keystone. Returning home felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a slightly faded reality. The keystone, now warm and quiet in his pocket, felt like a secret heartbeat. The village seemed smaller, noisier, but Leo felt different within it. He noticed things he hadn't before: the grimy smoke belching from the new brick factory on the edge of town, staining the sky a dull gray, the way the flowers by the path to Silver Thread Creek looked wilted and sad. The source of the shadows. Gathering the courage nurtured in the Whisperwood, Leo stood before the village council. His voice, usually so soft, was clear and steady as he spoke not of magic, but of choked creeks, soot-covered berries, and the coughs plaguing old Mrs. Gable's lungs. He spoke of Silver Thread Creek's beauty fading, of the willow looking sad. He used the words thistle might use, the land felt unwell. His quiet conviction, so unexpected, planted a seed of doubt. Slowly, others added their voices. The factory's dark smoke ceased. Cleaner ways were found. Life returned to the creek's edge, vibrant and green. Leo never forgot the Whisperwood. Often on moonlit nights, he'd walk to the weeping willow. The keystone would glow softly in his hand, and sometimes, just for a moment, the air would shimmer, and he'd catch the faint, sweet chime of crystal leaves or the comforting rustle of moss. He knew Thistle was there, guardian of the mended veil. Leo wasn't a shadow anymore. He carried the Whisperwood's light within him, the quiet strength found in unexpected friendship, the courage to speak for what whispers in the wind, and the enduring magic that blooms when kindness harmonizes with courage, lighting the way home, both seen and unseen. And under his quilt patched with constellations, he'd smile, knowing the greatest stories weren't just in books, but woven into the very fabric of the world, waiting for a quiet heart and a listening stone to find them. The gentle hum of the keystone against his chest was a lullaby, a promise that even in the quietest life, profound magic and enduring friendship could blossom, changing everything. Sleep, little dreamer, for the world holds more wonders than you know, and your own brave heart is the truest magic of all. Story 10. The storm raged outside the Stardust Serenity, rattling the hull like pebbles in a tin can. Inside the dimly lit observation lounge, two passengers huddled as far apart as the small space allowed. Zara, her fur the deep russet of Martian sunset, clutched a steaming mug of spiced root tea, her large, liquid black eyes fixed warily on the swirling purple nebula visible through the reinforced viewport. Across the room, perched with rigid stillness on a low, cushioned bench, was Kaelin. Its body was composed of smooth, interlocking segments of iridescent crystal that caught the ship's soft lighting, shimmering with internal pulses of soft blue and green light. Kaelin didn't drink tea. It absorbed ambient starlight filtered through specialized ports on the ship. They'd been assigned neighboring cabins on this long-haul transport from Kepler 20 Twab to the Gliese system. For 3 standard cycles, they'd exchanged nothing but polite, clipped acknowledgments. Zara's low, rumbling greetings met with Kaelin's precise, harmonic chimes. Misunderstandings were constant. When Zara offered a shared plate of crystallized nebula nectar, a delicacy she'd brought from home, Kaelin had recoiled as if offered poison, its crystalline facets flashing a sharp, warning red. Kaelin, attempting to share a fascinating data stream about stellar formation patterns, projected it directly onto Zara's personal comm pad without warning, causing her to yelp and nearly drop it, interpreting it as an intrusion. Zara thought Kaelin cold and arrogant. Kaelin found Zara illogical and overly reactive. Companionship was the furthest thing from either mind. Then came the thud. Not the storm's fury, but a deeper, more ominous vibration that shuddered through the deck plates. The lights flickered, died, and were replaced by the dim, pulsing red of emergency illumination. A synthesized voice, unnervingly calm, filled the lounge, critical malfunction in primary thruster control, auxiliary systems engaged, navigation compromised, seeking nearest stable orbit. Estimated arrival at designated safe zone, 4.7 standard hours. Please remain calm. Panic, sharp and acrid, flooded the lounge. Other passengers murmured fearfully. Zara's fur bristled instinctively, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She looked instinctively towards Kalen, perhaps seeking shared alarm. Instead, she saw the crystalline being humming softly, its internal lights pulsing in a complex, rhythmic pattern. It seemed focused, calculating. "You," Zara blurted, her voice tight with fear. "What are you doing? Aren't you scared?" Kalen's facets shifted, focusing its primary sensor cluster on her. A series of soft, questioning chimes emanated from it. "Fear is an inefficient emotional response to a quantifiable problem," came the translated voice through Zara's compad speaker, clipped and logical. "I am analyzing the ship's public diagnostic feed. The malfunction is severe but contained for now. Panic consumes energy needed for solution." Zara bristled. "Energy? My energy is going into not screaming. We could be drifting into a gravity well or a comet field." "Unlikely given current trajectory projections," Kalen chimed. "The designated safe zone is a small moon orbiting the gas giant Lyra 7. Its atmosphere, while thin, is stable. The primary concern is maintaining life support and structural integrity until arrival." Kalen paused, its lights flickering thoughtfully. "Your species exhibits heightened thermal regulation during stress. Your beverage, is it comforting?" Zara stared, bewildered. Was this crystalline entity asking about her tea in the middle of a potential disaster? "Why, yes," she stammered. "It's warm, it helps." "Fascinating," Kalen resonated. "My people derive stability from predictable light patterns. Perhaps predictable warmth serves a similar function for you." It extended a slender, crystalline limb, not quite touching her, but indicating the mug. "May I observe its thermal signature? Understanding different coping mechanisms could be useful." Hesitantly, Zara held out the mug. Kalen's limb hovered near the steam, its internal lights shifting to analyze the heat waves. The simple, bizarre act of sharing this small thing, the warmth of tea in the midst of the red-lit chaos, created a fragile bridge. Zara's panic didn't vanish, but it lessened, replaced by a flicker of shared curiosity. Their fragile truce was tested almost immediately. As the ship limped towards Lyra 7's moon, a secondary alarm blared. "Atmospheric entry stress exceeding tolerance levels on Deck 3, Section Gamma," the calm voice announced. "Seal compromised. Emergency repair required." Section Gamma was near their cabins. Crew members, overwhelmed, broadcast a request for any passengers with technical aptitude to assist. Kalen's lights pulsed intensely. "I possess extensive knowledge of crystalline lattice structural reinforcement. I can stabilize the breach." It began to move towards the corridor with surprising speed. Zara hesitated only a second. Her skills lay in diplomacy and understanding complex social structures, not engineering. But Kalen was going into danger. "Wait," she called, scrambling after it. I don't know hull plating, but I know people. If the crew is stressed, if anyone's hurt, maybe I can help keep things calm, so you can lattice." Kalen paused, its facets reflecting the flashing red lights. "Your proposal has merit. Emotional turbulence can impede efficiency. Your presence may provide predictable warmth." It was the closest to an endorsement Zara had received. Deck 3 was chaos, the shriek of escaping air muffled by force fields, the acrid smell of scorched metal, and a small team of harried engineers wrestling with a buckled plate near the outer hull. A young human technician was hyperventilating near a console. Kalen moved with uncanny precision towards the breach, its crystalline limbs extending delicate filaments that emitted a high-frequency hum, weaving a shimmering, rapidly hardening lattice over the stressed metal. It worked silently, utterly focused. Zara approached the trembling technician. "Hey," she said, her voice low and soothing, like the rumble of distant thunder she remembered from her homeworld. "Focus on me. What's your name?" "Tomas," the technician stammered. "Okay, Tomas, look at my fur. See the different shades, deep reds, almost browns. Breathe in deep like you're smelling hot sand after rain. Breathe out slow like dust settling." She used her own calming techniques, projecting an aura of grounded warmth. Tomas's breathing gradually slowed. "Good, now tell me what Kalen needs to know from your console. Just the numbers, one at a time." As Tomas relayed pressure readings and stress levels, Zara translated them into clear, concise statements for Kalen. Pressure differential stabilizing, Kalen, stress points shifting to Sector 7. Kalen, without turning, adjusted its lattice weaving instantly, its chimes acknowledging the data. It was a strange, beautiful dance, the cool logic of crystal meeting, the warm empathy of fur. The repair held. The ship shuddered violently as it finally pierced Lyra 7's moon's thin atmosphere, settling with a final groan onto a dusty plain beneath a sky streaked with the gas giant's immense, swirling bands. Silence descended, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the collective sigh of relief. Exhausted, Zara slumped against a bulkhead. Kalen retracted its filaments, its usual soft blue and green lights pulsing slower, dimmer. It approached her. "Your intervention was highly efficient, Zara," it chimed, the translated voice lacking its usual sharpness. "Your ability to modulate emotional states proved critical. Tomas's data was accurate only after your predictable warmth." Zara managed a tired chuckle. "And your crystal lattice thing, that was incredible, Kalen. You saved us." She looked at the being who had seemed so alien just hours before. "You called it inefficient, but back in the lounge, I was scared. Talking about the tea, it helped. More than I thought logic could." Kalen's lights swirled, a softer pattern emerging. "I am reassessing the parameters of efficiency. Fear is a signal, not merely noise. Your warmth, it is data too, data about connection. I find," it paused, searching for the concept, "I find the shared effort agreeable." They were stranded, awaiting rescue crews from the nearby outpost. In the quiet days that followed, necessity forged their bond deeper. Kalen, understanding Zara's need for warmth, used its knowledge of light refraction to focus weak sunlight into a cozy patch near a viewport. Zara, learning Kalen absorbed specific light spectra for energy, would gently guide it to the best spots as the moon rotated. They shared stories. Zara spoke of the vast, dusty canyons of her home, the songs sung under twin moons, the importance of community. Kalen resonated tales of the Gliesa crystalline forests, where knowledge was stored in light patterns within giant geodes, the elegant logic of cosmic mathematics, the beauty of silent contemplation. They discovered their misunderstandings stemmed from viewing the universe through different lenses. Zara's offer of food wasn't carelessness, but profound generosity in her culture. Kalen's data sharing wasn't intrusion, but the highest form of respect in its society. The storm, the malfunction, the breach, these shared challenges hadn't just forced them together. They had sanded down the rough edges of their differences, revealing the shared core beneath. One evening, as Lyra 7 filled the viewport with bands of ochre and crimson, they sat together in their patch of refracted sunlight. Zara sipped reconstructed tea. Kalen absorbed the warm light spectrum. "Kalen," Zara rumbled softly, "when we first met, I thought your kind couldn't understand friendship. Too logical." Kalen's facets glowed softly. "And I believed your kind prioritized emotion over reason, making deep connection improbable. A gentle chime, almost melodic, sounded. I miscalculated. Friendship appears to be a complex algorithm combining shared experience, mutual support, understanding, and predictable warmth. Its output is unexpectedly efficient at generating stability and contentment. Zara laughed, a rich, warm sound that echoed softly in the quiet lounge. I guess we both learned the universe has room for more kinds of logic and more kinds of warmth than we ever imagined. Kalen shifted slightly, angling a facet to catch a stray beam of light reflecting off Zara's mug. Indeed, this shared journey, it has rewritten my core programming regarding companionship. I find the revised parameters highly satisfactory. As the rescue shuttle finally blinked into view against the vast tapestry of stars, Zara and Kalen stood side by side at the viewport. No longer passengers sharing space, but friends forged in the cold vacuum of crisis and warmed by mutual understanding. They had learned that true friendship wasn't about being the same, but about bridging the gaps between stars and soil, logic and feeling, with patience, shared effort, and the quiet, enduring warmth of acceptance. The universe outside was vast and filled with wonders and dangers, but within the Stardust serenity, and within their unlikely bond, they had discovered a safe harbor more profound than any moon, the comforting certainty that even the most different beings could find harmony, stitch by careful stitch, light by shared light, in the grand, starlit quilt of existence. And as the shuttle docked, its lights gentle against the endless night, they knew their journey together, understanding each other's unique light and warmth, had only just begun. The stars, after all, looked brighter when shared with a friend. Story 11. The first frost hadn't yet kissed the cobblestones of Oakhaven, but a crispness hung in the evening air, whispering of autumn's approach. Inside a small cottage nestled beneath the protective boughs of ancient oaks, young Leo traced the grain of his worn wooden desk. He felt unseen. Not invisible precisely, but rather like a quiet footnote in the bustling story of his village. While others boasted of catching the biggest fish or crafting the finest pottery, Leo found solace in the intricate patterns of moss on stones, the secret language of bird calls, and the way sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins. He longed for something more, a whisper of magic, a sign that the world held deeper wonders than his quiet life suggested. One afternoon, while exploring the less trodden paths skirting the whispering woods, a place villagers spoke of with hushed voices and warnings, Leo stumbled. Not over a root, but over something half buried in the rich, dark loam beneath a gnarled hawthorn tree. It was a small, circular object, cool to the touch, fashioned from a metal that seemed neither silver nor brass, but held the shifting hues of twilight. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Instead of cardinal points, its face was etched with delicate, swirling symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly, like captured starlight. At its center, a single, smooth opal glowed with a soft, internal pulse. As Leo brushed the dirt away, the opal flared brighter, and a sound, barely audible, like the rustle of leaves or distant chimes, vibrated against his palm. Whisper, whisper, chime. His heart hammered against his ribs. This was magic. Real, tangible magic. He closed his fingers around the cool metal, feeling the gentle thrumming resonate through his bones. The symbols on the face seemed to shift slightly, aligning in a new pattern. The faint whispering sound grew clearer, a soft, melodic urging, follow. A thrill, part fear and part exhilarating wonder, shot through Leo. He glanced back towards the familiar rooftops of Oakhaven, then towards the deepening shadows beneath the ancient trees of the whispering woods. The compass pulsed warmly in his hand, its gentle chime insistent. Follow. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Leo stepped beneath the canopy. The change was immediate and profound. The air grew thick and sweet, smelling of decaying leaves, rich soil, and the heady perfume of unseen blossoms. Sunlight filtered through a million leaves, painted the forest floor in shifting mosaics of emerald and gold. But the woods weren't silent. A low, resonant hum filled the air, as if the trees themselves were breathing. Moss-covered roots formed archways, giant ferns unfurled like sleeping dragons, luminous mushrooms clustered in fairy rings, casting an ethereal blue glow. It was a hidden world, vibrant and alive, pulsing just beyond the edge of the ordinary. The whispering compass guided him. Its symbols shifted continuously, the opal pulsing brighter when he chose the correct path, a path that often seemed illogical, leading him around colossal, moss-draped boulders, across sparkling streams on stepping stones of pure crystal, and through thickets where branches seemed to lean back just enough to let him pass. The gentle chime kept him company, a constant, reassuring presence. Left, right, through here. As dusk began to weave its purple threads through the canopy, Leo reached a small clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient oak, its bark deeply furrowed like wise, weathered skin. Its roots formed a natural archway, leading into darkness beneath the tree. The compass pulsed strongly, its light illuminating the entrance. Here. Hesitantly, Leo ducked under the arch. Inside, it wasn't dark. Soft, golden light emanated from thousands of tiny, glowing insects clinging to the root ceiling, like living constellations. The air was warm and smelled of honey and cedar. In the center of the chamber, resting on a pedestal of intertwined roots, lay a single, perfect acorn, shimmering with a soft, golden light. But as Leo stepped closer, a low growl reverberated through the chamber. From the shadows near the pedestal, 2 points of pale blue light appeared, resolving into eyes. A creature emerged large, covered in shaggy, bark-like fur the color of weathered oak, with powerful limbs ending in thick claws. Its head was broad, crowned with twisted antlers woven with vines and glowing moss. It looked formidable, terrifying. This was a guardian. Leo froze, his breath catching. The compass in his hand grew cold, its light dimming. Fear threatened to paralyze him. The guardian lowered its massive head, nostrils flaring, a deep rumble vibrating in its chest. It took a heavy step forward. Leo's instinct screamed to run. But the compass, though dim, still pulsed faintly. He remembered its gentle whisper, follow, and the kindness he always felt towards the creatures in his own woods. He wasn't here to take. He was here because he was called. Slowly, deliberately, Leo sank to his knees, placing the compass carefully on the soft, mossy floor in front of him. He bowed his head, not in submission, but in respect. "I mean no harm," he whispered, his voice trembling but clear in the hushed chamber. "The compass led me here. I only wish to understand." The growling ceased. The guardian tilted its massive head, those luminous blue eyes studying Leo intently. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Then a voice, deep and resonant like roots shifting deep underground, echoed in Leo's mind, not through his ears. "You bear the Heartstone compass. It chooses only those whose hearts listen to the quiet things." Relief washed over Leo, warm and sweet. "My name is Leo. What is this place?" "I am Sila's," the voice resonated. "Guardian of the seed of renewal." The creature gestured with its snout towards the glowing acorn. "The Heartwood glades are fading. The ancient song weakens." The compass sought one who could hear it, one who could help restore the balance. Leo looked from the magnificent, gentle giant Silas to the glowing acorn, and then to the compass resting beside him. "But I'm just Leo. I don't know any magic. I don't know how to fix fading glades." Silas made a sound like stones grinding softly together, a chuckle. "Magic is not always thunder and lightning, young listener. Sometimes it is the quiet act of noticing, of mending, of simply being present." The compass sensed your heart. It knows you see the patterns others miss. The Heartwood needs a listener, a mender of small things, before the great song can be sung again. Will you help? The question hung in the golden air. Leo looked at the shimmering acorn, the symbol of a world he never knew existed, a world that was fading. He looked at Sila's, whose imposing form radiated not menace now, but a deep, ancient sorrow and a flicker of hope. He picked up the whispering compass. It warmed instantly in his hand, its opal pulsing with renewed, steady light. Help, it chimed softly. Yes, Leo breathed, the word carrying a newfound strength. I will help. Thus began Leo's true journey within the hidden world. Guided by the whispering compass and protected and taught by Sila's, he ventured deeper into the whispering woods, now revealed as the Heartwood glades. The fading Sila's spoke of was subtle but pervasive. Patches of luminous moss had turned dull gray. Streams once singing with crystalline clarity now gurgled sluggishly, choked with silty despair. Some of the ancient trees, their bark etched with glowing runes, seemed weary, their leaves drooping despite the eternal twilight. The resonant hum of the forest felt thinner, strained. Sila's explained that the Heartwood drew its life from the interconnectedness of all things, the flow of water, the health of the smallest fungus, the songs of the unseen creatures, and the vital energy of the seed of renewal, which pulsed in harmony with the forest's core. Something was disrupting this delicate web, silencing the connections, draining the song. Their first task led them to the crystal falls. Once water cascaded down a cliff face embedded with veins of pure, light-refracting crystal, creating rainbows that danced perpetually in the mist. Now the water trickled feebly, and the crystals were clouded. The compass pulsed towards the source, a hidden spring high above the falls, choked with debris and a thick, viscous sludge that smelled of stagnation and neglect. Sila's could clear the large boulders, his immense strength invaluable. But the intricate network of roots clogging the spring's delicate veins required a smaller, gentler touch. Leo, remembering how he'd patiently untangled knotted fishing lines, carefully worked his fingers into the mess. He spoke softly to the roots, apologizing as he loosened them, encouraging the water's flow. He scooped away the foul sludge, his hands becoming muddy but his resolve unwavering. The compass rested nearby, its light steady, chiming softly in time with his careful movements. As the last root yielded and the sludge was cleared, clean water gushed forth. Below, the crystal falls roared back to life, the water hitting the pool with a joyful crash, instantly clearing the clouded crystals. Rainbows exploded in the mist, painting the glade in vibrant hues. The forest hum swelled, a note of pure relief resonating through the trees. Leo felt a surge of warmth, not just from the exertion but from deep within, a connection sparking to life. Their next challenge lay in the Glimmerfen, a vast wetland where glowing reeds swayed and will-o'-the-wisps danced. But a section of the fen had fallen silent and dark. The reeds were brittle, the water stagnant and foul. The compass led them to the center of the blight, where a magnificent, ancient water willow stood, its branches drooping, its bark weeping a dark, sticky sap. Its distress was palpable, a silent scream echoing in Leo's heart. Sila's identified the cause, parasitic shadow vines, creeping tendrils of pure negativity that fed on life force, choking the willow and poisoning the fen around it. They were tough, resistant to brute force, and emitted a despair that made Leo want to curl up and weep. Sila's could burn them with focused beams of light from his antlers, but the vines near the willow's heartwood were too entwined, too delicate. Burning them risked harming the ancient tree further. Leo felt the willow's fear, its weakening song. He remembered the kindness he'd shown the guardian. Perhaps the spare needed kindness too. Holding the compass tightly, its warmth a shield against the creeping hopelessness, Leo approached the weeping willow. He placed his small hand against its rough, sticky bark. "It's all right," he murmured, pouring all his gentle reassurance into his voice, his thoughts. "We're here, we'll help." He didn't pull or tear. Instead, he began to hum, a simple, wordless tune his mother used to sing when he was scared. The compass pulsed in rhythm with his humming, its light washing over the afflicted area. As he hummed and projected calm, focused compassion, the dark sap flow lessened. The shadow vines nearest his touch recoiled slightly, their dark energy seeming to waver under the gentle, persistent light of his empathy and the compass's amplified resonance. Silas, sensing the shift, carefully directed softer beams of light, severing the weakened vines without harming the willow. Together, their different strengths, Leo's quiet empathy and Silas's focused power, cleansed the blight. Color flooded back into the willow's leaves, the stagnant water around it began to flow clear. A chorus of tiny, bioluminescent frogs peeped joyously from the cleansed reeds. The forest hum deepened, gaining a richer, more complex harmony. Leo learned that strength wasn't just physical might, it was the courage to face despair with kindness. The third task was the most puzzling. The Whispering Stone's monoliths covered in the same shimmering symbols as the compass, which normally resonated with the forest's song, had fallen silent. Their surfaces were cold and dull. The compass led them there, but its symbols spun wildly, the opal flickering erratically. Lost, song broken, it chimed, distressed. Silas was baffled. There was no physical damage, no blight, no blockage. The stones simply weren't singing. Leo sat before the largest stone, the whispering compass resting on his lap. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his own thoughts, to truly listen, as he listened to the birds back home. He felt the faintest vibration beneath him, a discordant tremor running through the earth, jarringly out of sync with the forest's natural rhythm. It wasn't loud, it was a deep, unsettling wrongness that set his teeth on edge. He traced the cold symbols on the stone. They felt inert, disconnected. The compass flickered. Listen deeper. He placed his palm flat on the stone, matching the compass's position. He focused not on hearing, but on feeling the connection the stones were meant to have. He imagined the song flowing through the earth, through the roots, into the stones, and back out into the air. He felt the discordant tremor again, stronger now, a persistent, grating note disrupting the flow. It wasn't coming from within the heartwood, but from beyond its borders, vibrating through the very bedrock. The stones were like sensitive ears, overwhelmed and silenced by this invasive, unnatural resonance. "It's not broken here," Leo whispered, opening his eyes to meet Silas's luminous gaze. "The song is being drowned out. There's a wrongness coming from outside. It's shaking the earth, silencing the stones." Silas's eyes widened in dawning understanding and deep concern. An intrusion, deep beneath, threatening the root song. The compass pulsed steadily now, its symbols settling. Truth. Their journey had revealed the symptoms, but Leo's unique perception, honed by quiet observation and amplified by the compass, had uncovered the true source of the Heartwood's fading song. A deep, unnatural disturbance resonating from the world outside its borders, disrupting the fundamental connection at its core. The seed of renewal pulsed weakly in response to this news. The final challenge wasn't just to mend, it was to confront the source of the dissonance, a journey that would take them beyond the sanctuary of the glades, to the very edge where the magical world met Leo's own. The whispering compass guided them towards the boundary of the Heartwood, where the vibrant, humming forest met the more familiar, though still ancient, trees bordering Oakhaven. The transition was marked by a thinning of the luminous moss and a gradual quieting of the resonant hum. The compass pulsed with a new, insistent rhythm, leading them along a hidden path that followed a deep, underground tremor, the discordant vibration Leo had sensed. It grew stronger, a physical thrumming in the ground that made Leo's teeth rattle and Silas's fur bristle. They emerged into a small, hidden valley Leo had never seen before, nestled deep within the hills near Oakhaven. The sight that greeted them stole Leo's breath, but not with wonder. Horror and understanding washed over him. In the center of the valley, a deep, ragged gash had been torn into the earth. Men from Oakhaven, led by the gruff, pragmatic quarry master, Borin, were using loud, clanking machines driven by steam and gears to extract large, strangely resonant blue stones. Leo recognized them. They were used in the village for building foundations, prized for their strength. But here, ripped violently from the living earth, they pulsed with a harsh, jarring energy. Each explosion, each grind of the machinery, sent shockwaves through the ground, the very source of the discord silencing the whispering stones and weakening the Heartwood's song. The seed's light flickered weakly in its pouch at Leo's side. "They don't know," Leo whispered, his heart aching. "They don't know what they are doing, they just see strong stone." Silas rumbled, a sound of deep distress. The deep song stones. They anchor the root web. Torn out, the song phrase. The pain echoes. He looked formidable, ready to charge, to drive the men away with sheer force. But Leo placed a small hand on Silas's massive forearm. The Guardian's power was immense, but confronting the men directly would only cause terror, possibly violence, and solve nothing. It might even sever any chance of future understanding between the worlds. "No, Silas," Leo said, his voice firm despite the pounding machinery. "Force isn't the way. They need to see. They need to understand the connection." He remembered the willow, how kindness had disarmed the despair. He remembered the villagers, not malicious, just unaware. He looked at the whispering compass in his hand. It glowed steadily, its symbols shifting into a pattern of interlocking circles, connection, unity. Show them, it seemed to chime. An idea sparked. "The seed," Leo said, looking up at Silas. "When I touched the whispering stone, I felt the connection. Maybe the seed can show them, just a glimpse, if they could feel what they're hurting." Silas considered, his luminous eyes scanning the noisy quarry. It was a risk. Revealing the seed, revealing himself, but Leo's quiet wisdom had proven true before. Trust the listener, the forest seemed to hum. Silas nodded, a slow, grave movement. "One chance. Be my voice, Leo." Taking a deep breath, Leo stepped out from the shelter of the trees, holding the whispering compass aloft. Its light, amplified by his resolve and the proximity of the distressed earth, flared brilliantly, a beacon of pure, gentle radiance that cut through the dust and noise. The clanking machinery sputtered. Men looked up, startled, shielding their eyes. "Borin, everyone, please stop." Leo called out, his voice clear and carrying over the sudden quiet as the machines choked to a halt. "Please, you have to listen." Borin, his face smudged with dirt, scowled. "Leo, what in blazes are you doing out here, lad? And what's that shiny trinket? Get back before you get hurt." Before Borin could say more, Silas stepped into the clearing. Gasps and cries of fear erupted from the men. They stumbled back, grabbing picks and shovels as makeshift weapons, eyes wide with terror at the towering, antlered guardian. "Don't be afraid." Leo shouted, stepping boldly between the men and Silas. "His name is Silas. He's a guardian. He's not here to hurt you. Look." He pointed at the raw gash in the earth. "You're hurting something vital. Please, just feel." He held out the seed of renewal, still nestled in its protective moss. As he did, the whispering compass flared again, its light enveloping the seed. Silas lowered his massive head, focusing his own energy. A wave of pure, resonant feeling washed over the quarry, not sound, but sensation. The men gasped, not in fear this time, but in shock. They felt it, the deep, harmonious thrum of the earth's natural song, the interconnected web of life. And then they felt the jarring, agonizing discord caused by their mining the tearing pain, the silencing of the ancient melody, the fraying of connections that stretched far beyond the valley. They felt the echo of the whispering stone's silence, the heartwood's fading light. Boren dropped his pickaxe. His face, hardened by years of labor, crumpled with sudden, profound understanding and regret. He looked at the torn earth, then at the glowing seed in Leo's hands, then at the majestic, sorrowful Sela's. We didn't know, Boren stammered, his voice thick. We just saw good stone, strong foundations. He looked around at his men who were lowering their tools, their expressions shifting from fear to dawning horror and shame. We felt it, the pain, like tearing a living thing apart. What have we done? Leo lowered the seed. The wave of sensation faded, but the understanding remained, etched on the men's faces. The stones you take, they're part of a deeper song, Leo explained softly. Taking them like this, it silences magic far away. It hurts the world in ways we can't easily see. He gestured towards Sela's. He guards that world. It's connected to ours through the roots, through the deep stones. Boren approached slowly, cautiously, stopping a respectful distance from Sela's. He looked at the guardian, then bowed his head, a gesture of profound apology. Guardian Sela's, we are deeply sorry. We were blind. He turned to his men. Pack it up. We're done here. This quarry is closed. He looked back at the gash. Can it be healed? Sela's rumbled softly. Leo listened, the compass translating the resonant thoughts. Time. Care. The wound is deep, but the song remembers. With care, it can mend. Leo relayed the message. With time and care, Sela says it can heal. He asks that you leave this place undisturbed. Let the earth sing again. Boren nodded solemnly. You have our word, guardian, our deepest word. He looked at Leo, a new respect in his eyes. And thank you, lad, for showing us, for making us see. As the men began the somber task of dismantling their equipment, the discordant vibration in the earth began to lessen almost immediately, replaced by a tentative, returning hum. The harsh energy radiating from the exposed deep-song stones softened, becoming merely dormant, not jarring. Back in the Heartwood glades, the change was profound. The moment the mining ceased, the whispering stones flared with brilliant light, their surfaces humming with a powerful, clear resonance that echoed through the trees. The crystal falls sang louder, the glimmerfin glowed with renewed vigor, the ancient trees straightened, their leaves shimmering with health. The forest hum swelled into a glorious, complex symphony, vibrant and strong. The air itself sparkled with renewed magic. In the root chamber beneath the ancient oak, Leo placed the seed of renewal back on its pedestal. It pulsed with a strong, steady golden light, bathing the chamber in warmth. Sela stood beside him, radiating peace and deep gratitude. You listened, young mender. Sela's voice resonated warmly in Leo's mind. You saw the unseen connections. You bridged the gap between worlds not with force, but with understanding. The Heartwood song is restored, stronger than ever. You have found your magic, Leo. It was always within you, the quiet courage to listen, to care, and to act with kindness. Leo looked down at the whispering compass in his hand. Its symbols glowed softly, steadily, no longer shifting urgently. The opal pulsed with a calm, warm light. It felt less like a guide now and more like a friend, a reminder. He understood. The magic wasn't just in the compass or the Heartwood. It was in the choice to listen, to be brave in small ways, to extend kindness even when faced with fear or misunderstanding. Your journey here is complete, Sela's continued. But the connection remains. You carry the Heartwood within you now, and the Heartwood will always remember the young mender who listened. Go home, Leo. Share your quiet magic, the world needs listeners. The path back to the edge of the whispering woods felt different. The trees seemed to lean in, brushing his shoulders with gentle affection. The luminous moss glowed a welcoming green. The forest hum was a comforting lullaby. As he stepped across the boundary back into the familiar woods near Oakhaven, their intense magic faded, but the warmth, the sense of profound connection, remained nestled deep in his heart. The whispering compass was cool and still in his hand, its light dimmed, its work done. But it wasn't inert, it felt like a sleeping friend. He arrived home as the first stars pricked the twilight sky. His parents, worried but relieved, welcomed him. He didn't tell them everything not yet. Some wonders needed time. But he spoke of exploring deeper woods, of finding a beautiful compass, which he showed them, its twilight metal gleaming dully now, and of learning the importance of listening to the quiet things, of how everything is connected. That night, as Leo lay in his bed, the whispering compass resting on his bedside table, he replayed the journey. The fear facing Silas, the joy of the crystal falls roaring back, the profound sadness of the willow, the terrifying confrontation at the quarry, and Boren's face transformed by understanding. He felt different. Not boastful, but settled. Strong in a quiet way. He had been unseen, but now he felt seen by something vast and beautiful. He had found a hidden world and an unexpected friend. He had discovered his own strength lay not in being loud, but in listening deeply and acting with gentle courage. He picked up the compass. It felt warm again just for a moment, and the faintest whisper brushed his mind like a sigh of contentment. Well done, listener. Sleep now. The gentle resonance of the Heartwood song, faint but unmistakable, seemed to hum just beneath the silence of his room, a comforting presence. Leo smiled, a peaceful, contented smile. He placed the compass back on the table, its cool metal a familiar comfort. He snuggled deeper under his quilt, the scent of clean linen and the distant hoot of an owl blending with the memory of honey cedar air and luminous glades. He closed his eyes, the vibrant images of the Heartwood swirling behind his eyelids, the rainbows in the mist, Silas's luminous gaze, the triumphant song of the whispering stones. The journey had changed him, woven threads of wonder and quiet courage into his very being. He wasn't just Leo from Oakhaven anymore. He was Leo, the listener, the mender of small things, forever connected to a hidden song. As sleep gently pulled him under, a profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and secure as a blanket woven from starlight and ancient roots. The last thing he felt was the soft, steady pulse of the compass on his nightstand, a silent lullaby echoing the restored heartbeat of a world he helped heal, a gentle reminder that magic, true magic, begins with an open heart and the courage to listen. And in that peace, under the watchful gaze of the silent stars and the distant, comforting hum of the Heartwood's eternal song, Leo drifted into dreams filled with glowing forests and the deep, resonant voice of a gentle giant, knowing he was exactly where he belonged, forever part of a larger, kinder story. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar smoke wove through the room. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane, a lullaby for the world settling into night. Tonight's tale begins in the quiet village of Willow Creek, nestled beside a murmuring river and watched over by ancient, whispering trees. There lived a young boy named Finn, whose ears seemed tuned to a different frequency than everyone else's. While others heard the clatter of carts and the chatter of market day, Finn heard the sigh of the wind through the willow fronds, the secret language of crickets in the tall grass, and the distant, rhythmic heartbeat of the earth itself deep beneath his feet. Often he felt unheard himself, his thoughts and observations floating away like dandelion seeds before anyone truly listened. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring the mossy banks of the Whispering River far beyond the village boundary, Finn discovered something extraordinary. Caught in the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree, half buried in damp earth and fallen leaves, was a pendant. It wasn't made of gold or silver, but of smooth, cool river stone, polished by centuries of water, shaped like a teardrop. It hung from a simple cord woven from reeds as strong as steel. Etched onto its surface were intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer when touched by the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. But the most astonishing thing was the sound it made, or rather, the sounds it held. As Finn picked it up, a faint, beautiful melody drifted from it, the cheerful chirping of sparrows he'd heard that morning, the gurgle of a hidden spring nearby, even the soft crunch of his own footsteps on the path moments before. It was as if the pendant had captured the very essence of the sounds around him. Finn gently fastened the cord around his neck. The moment the cool stone touched his skin, the world bloomed into a symphony of astonishing clarity. He could hear the individual raindrops soaking into the thirsty earth, the minute vibrations of a spider spinning its web high above, the slow, contented sigh of the oak tree itself. He named it the Echo Stone. That night, lying in his small bed, Finn listened to the pendant hum softly against his chest, replaying the day's sounds like a precious lullaby. He felt a connection to the world he'd always sensed, but could never fully share. A few days later, while Finn was sitting by the riverbank, listening intently to the Echo Stone as it captured the complex harmonies of the rushing water, a small, unusual creature emerged hesitantly from behind a cluster of ferns. It stood about knee-high to Finn, with rough, bark-like skin the color of weathered cedar, large, luminous eyes the deep green of moss, and twig-like fingers. Its expression was perpetually grumpy, its mouth set in a frown beneath a tuft of lichen-like hair. This was Thorn, a forest spirit, known to the few villagers who'd glimpsed him as prickly and reclusive. Thorn shuffled closer, his large eyes fixed on the Echo Stone. "That noisy pebble," he grumbled, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "It buzzes, disturbs the quiet." He gestured sharply with a twiggy finger. Too much listening, not enough hearing. Finn, surprised but not afraid, tilted his head. "It helps me hear everything, the river's song, the wind in the pines." "Bah," Thorn interrupted, stomping a small foot. "You hear the splash, not the depth. You hear the rustle, not the root." He pointed towards the towering cliff face downstream, where the river disappeared behind a roaring curtain of water, the Vale Falls. True hearing lies beyond, where the deep silence dwells, and now something is wrong. The silence grows hungry, it steals. Finn's heart thumped. Steals what? "The sounds," Thorn rasped, his grumpy expression deepening with genuine worry. "The little songs of the stream folk, the humming of the earthworms, the laughter of the light fairies among the mushrooms. Gone. Snuffed out. The deep silence isn't quiet anymore. It's empty, and it spreads." He shivered, a sound like brittle branches clacking. Without the small sounds, the big sounds lose their meaning. The forest is growing muted. A chill unrelated to the autumn air crept down Finn's spine. He clutched the Echo Stone. He had noticed a strange hush settling over his favorite spots lately, a flatness to the soundscape he hadn't been able to name. Can we stop it? Can we go beyond the veil? Thorn eyed him, then the pendant, his moss-green gaze thoughtful. "The way is hidden, only those who truly listen can find it. That stone, it might be a key or a burden." He sighed, a sound like wind through a hollow log. "Grumbling won't fix this, even I know that. Come, boy who hears too much. Perhaps together we can hear just enough." And so began an unlikely partnership. Finn, the boy who felt unheard but could capture sound, and Thorn, the grumpy forest spirit who understood the profound language of silence. They stood before the thundering Vale Falls, the spray misting their faces. Thorn closed his large eyes, placing his rough hands against the wet rock beside the crashing water. He wasn't listening with his ears, he was feeling for the vibration, the resonance hidden beneath the roar. Finn focused the echo stone not on the deafening crash of the falls, but on the subtle frequencies Thorn seemed attuned to the low thrum deep within the rock, the almost imperceptible harmonic hum where water met stone. There, Thorn murmured, his voice barely audible over the tumult. He pointed to a spot where the water seemed to shimmer differently, creating a brief, arching pattern of droplets. The hidden veil, step with the resonance. Don't fight the sound, become part of it. Taking a deep breath, Finn clasped the echo stone tightly and stepped forward into the shimmering curtain, Thorn gripping his sleeve. Instead of the expected drenching force, they passed through a cool, humming membrane of sound. The roar of the falls faded instantly, replaced by a profound, expectant hush. They stood in the valley of deep echoes. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet profoundly unsettling. Giant luminous crystals like frozen moonlight sprouted from the valley floor, casting a soft, ethereal glow. Ancient trees, their bark shimmering with faint bioluminescent patterns, reached towards a sky that seemed closer, velvet black and dusted with unfamiliar constellations. But the silence, it was thick, heavy, like walking through deep snow. It wasn't peaceful, it felt stifled. Absent were the chirps, buzzes, and rustles that should have filled such a place. The air itself felt muted, the light strangely flat without its accompanying soundscape. The vibrant colors seemed duller. Thorn crouched, placing an ear to the moss-covered ground. "It's worse," he whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the unnatural quiet. "The silence is draining the valley's song from below. It feels hollow." As they ventured deeper, they encountered the valley's inhabitants, small, shy creatures of light and shadow. A family of lumina bunnies, usually glowing with soft, chiming sounds, huddled together, their light dimmed, their chimes silent, their large eyes wide with fear. A grove of whispering willows stood motionless, their leaves utterly still, unable to share their ancient secrets. They pointed trembling tendrils towards the heart of the valley, where the largest crystal formation pulsed with a slow, cold, gray light. That was the source of the spreading silence. The journey was not easy. The unnatural quiet played tricks on their senses. Distances seemed deceptive, and a creeping sense of lethargy threatened to overwhelm them. Thorn, surprisingly, became Finn's anchor. His grumpy pragmatism cut through the disorienting silence. "Quit dawdling, boy," he'd mutter when Finn hesitated, his sharp tone a lifeline to reality. "That gloom is just gloom. Keep moving." He taught Finn to navigate by feeling the faint vibrations in the earth, by reading the subtle shifts in the bioluminescent patterns on the trees, signs Finn would have missed relying solely on his ears or the echo stone. One evening, resting near a still pool reflecting the eerie crystal light, Thorn spoke softly, his usual grumble replaced by a weary sadness. "Silence isn't the enemy, boy. True silence is the space between notes, the pause before laughter, the deep breath of the earth. It's necessary, but this..." He gestured at the suffocating stillness around them. "This is absence. It's the sound of something being taken away, not the sound of peace. The deep silence has forgotten its own purpose. It's become hungry, greedy." Finn understood. The echo stone felt warm against his chest. He realized he'd been using it to collect sounds, but perhaps not to truly understand them. He listened now not just to the silence, but to Thorn the worry beneath the grump, the deep love for the forest beneath the rough exterior. He heard the faint, almost inaudible tremor in the spirit's voice when he spoke of the dying whisper willows. As they neared the pulsing gray crystal at the valley's heart, the silence became a physical pressure. Finn felt his own breath catching, his thoughts slowing. The echo stone hummed erratically, overwhelmed by the sheer lack of sound it was trying to process. Thorn moved slower, his bark-like skin seeming duller. Creatures watched them from the shadows, their eyes filled with a desperate hope. The source of the draining silence wasn't a monster, but a magnificent, sorrowful creature, the keeper of the deep silence itself. It resembled a great, translucent owl sculpted from moonlight and shadow, perched atop the central crystal. But its form flickered unsteadily, and where its heart should have been was a swirling vortex of gray nothingness. Waves of profound quiet radiated from it, actively sucking the sound from the air, the earth, the very light around it. Its large, luminous eyes, when they opened, were filled with a deep, ancient loneliness and confusion. "It's hurting," Finn breathed, the realization washing over him. "It's not stealing, it's leaking, it's lost." Thorn nodded grimly. "The keeper maintains the balance, but something has broken within it. It cannot hold the deep silence anymore. It's spilling out, consuming everything." He looked at Finn. "Your stone, it holds sound, can it? Give it back." The keeper sensed their presence. It didn't attack, it tilted its great head, a silent question in its eyes, the vortex at its core pulsing weakly. The draining sensation intensified. Finn felt a wave of despair, a longing for the comforting sounds of home that seemed impossibly far away. He clutched the echo stone, its stored symphony of river song, wind chimes, bird song, and even the cheerful clatter of the Willow Creek market, feeling like a tiny, fragile light in an ocean of gray. He remembered Thorn's words, "You hear the splash, not the depth. You hear the rustle, not the root." He looked at the keeper, not as a monster, but as a creature in profound distress. He thought about the silence. Thorn valued the peaceful kind, not this suffocating void. He thought about the small, stolen sounds of the Lumina bunnies and the whisper willows. Instead of trying to blast the keeper with noise, Finn closed his eyes. He focused through the echo stone, not on the sounds it held, but on the meaning behind them. He concentrated on the feeling of the warm sun on his face by the river, the joy of hearing a hidden bird's nest chirping, the comfort of his mother's voice calling him home, the unexpected warmth of Thorn's grumpy companionship. He poured this understanding, this feeling associated with sound, back into the stone. He wasn't replaying the sound, he was sharing the heart of it. A soft, warm light began to emanate from the echo stone, not bright, but deep and resonant. It pulsed in time with Finn's heartbeat. He took a step towards the keeper, holding the stone out. Thorn placed a rough, supportive hand on Finn's shoulder, adding his own deep connection to the forest's quiet strength. The gray vortex within the keeper flickered. The draining pressure lessened slightly. The great creature lowered its head, its luminous eyes fixed on the warm glow of the stone. Finn sent wave after wave of understanding, the joy in sound, the peace in true silence, the vital connection between them. He sent the memory of the Lumina bunny's chime, not just the noise, but the happiness it represented. He sent the rustle of the whisper willow, carrying the wisdom of ages. Slowly, tremulously, a faint, pure note emerged from the keeper itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the soul a note of profound relief, of remembrance. The swirling gray vortex began to shrink, condensing, solidifying back into a core of soft, steady silver light within the keeper's chest. The waves of draining silence receded like a tide pulling back. As the keeper's form stabilized, glowing with a healthy, serene silver light, a miraculous thing happened. Sound returned to the valley of deep echoes. Not a cacophony, but a gentle resurgence. A Lumina bunny gave a tentative, clear chime. The leaves of a whisper willow rustled softly, sharing a secret with the breeze. A hidden spring began to gurgle cheerfully. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by a tapestry of soft, natural sounds, perfectly balanced with the profound, peaceful quiet that remained at the valley's heart. The crystals glowed warmer, the air felt alive again. The keeper spread its magnificent wings, now shimmering with silver and starlight, and let out a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the earth and air, a sound of gratitude and restored equilibrium. It bowed its great head to Finn and Thorn before settling back onto its crystal perch, a serene guardian once more. The journey back through the hidden vale felt different. The roar of the Vale Falls was no longer just noise, it was a powerful, joyful song. Finn heard its layers, the thunderous power, the playful splash, the deep undercurrent. He heard the forest outside with new depth, the industrious click of beetles, the sigh of contentment from an old pine, the distant, comforting bleat of a goat from Willow Creek. Thorn walked beside him, his usual frown softened. HMPH not bad, boy who hears too much. You listened, properly, finally. There was a warmth in his raspy voice Finn hadn't heard before. When they emerged near the ancient oak, the familiar sounds of Willow Creek washed over them, the river chuckling, leaves rustling, a blacksmith's hammer ringing in the distance. It sounded richer, fuller, more precious than ever. Finn touched the echo stone. It felt warm, alive, but quieter now, no longer buzzing with captured noise. It hummed softly, a gentle counterpoint to the world. Back in the village, Finn was different. He still heard the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the earth, but he also truly listened to the baker's tales, his little sister's excited chatter, the worries in his mother's sigh. He shared his experiences sparingly, weaving tales of a hidden valley and a grumpy, wise friend who taught him the value of quiet and the depth of sound. People started to listen to him differently too, sensing a newfound wisdom in his quiet observations. Thorn remained in the forest, but he was often glimpsed near the riverbank, sometimes even venturing closer to the village edge. He'd offer gruff advice about where the best berries grew or warn of a slippery path, his words now carrying a weight that people heeded. The grumpy spirit had found a friend, and the forest felt more alive, its sounds cherished, its silences respected. Finn kept the echo stone. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, he would hold it, and it would softly replay the pure, resonant hum of the healed keeper, or Thorn's distinctive, raspy chuckle, a sound he'd finally captured, not just the noise, but the warmth and friendship within it. It reminded him that true listening wasn't just about capturing sound, but about understanding the heart behind it, the silence between the notes, and the courage to hear the world and others in all their complex, beautiful depth. He finally felt heard because he had learned not just to listen, but to truly hear. And as the fire settled into glowing embers, casting a warm, peaceful light, the lingering echo of that understanding filled the room, a gentle promise of connection and quiet wonder, lulling all towards restful sleep. Story 13. The scent of cinnamon and damp earth hung heavy in the air as twilight painted the village of Willow Creek in shades of lavender and deep blue. Inside a snug cottage with ivy curling around the window frames, young Leela sat curled by the hearth, her fingers tracing the whorls of a peculiar object resting on her lap. It wasn't hers, not truly. It had belonged to her great-aunt Sylvie, a woman whispered about for her unconventional ways and her uncanny knack for predicting the weather with startling precision. After Sylvie's passing, this was the only thing Leela had asked for, a small, smooth stone, cool as river water, nestled within a delicate, silver filigree cage shaped like a spiraling nautilus shell. It hummed faintly against her skin, a vibration more felt than heard. Leila wasn't like the other children who raced through the cobbled streets. She found loud noises jarring, crowds overwhelming, and her voice often felt like a trapped bird in her throat. Her solace was the whispering woods bordering the village, a place of dappled sunlight and secrets held in mossy roots. She'd spend hours talking softly to the ancient oaks or sketching the intricate patterns of ferns. But lately a profound loneliness had settled over her, a feeling that the vibrant world outside her quiet shell was a language she couldn't quite decipher. The nautilus stone, Sylvie's stone, felt like a silent question mark in her hands. That night, unable to sleep, drawn by the stone's persistent hum, Leela slipped on her worn boots and woolen scarf. The moon, a luminous pearl, cast long, dancing shadows as she ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The usual comforting whispers of the trees seemed different, expectant, almost urgent. Guided by an instinct she didn't understand, or perhaps by the stone itself glowing with a soft internal light, she pushed through a thicket of weeping willows, their silvery leaves brushing her cheeks like cool fingers. Beyond the curtain of willow fronds, the world transformed. Leela gasped, her breath frosting in the suddenly cooler air. She stood on the edge of a vast, hidden glade bathed in ethereal moonlight. But it wasn't the grass or the unfamiliar, luminous flowers that stole her breath. It was the sky, or rather, what filled it. Towering formations, like mountains sculpted from solidified mist, drifted silently above the glade. They shimmered with internal light, soft blues, gentle pinks, and pearly whites shifting and flowing as if alive. And they were alive. Enormous, graceful creatures, resembling whales but formed entirely of swirling cloud and vapor, glided between the luminous peaks. Their bodies pulsed with soft light, and deep, resonant hums vibrated through the air, a sound that resonated strangely with the hum of the stone in Layla's hand. These were sky whales, denizens of the veiled heights, a realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary perception, accessible only through specific, hidden gateways like the Weeping Willow portal. Mesmerized, Leela stepped forward. The stone in her hand flared brighter, its hum harmonizing with the deeper vibrations of the sky whales. One of the smaller creatures, its form a shifting palette of dove gray and silver, detached from the pod and drifted down towards her. It moved with impossible grace, stopping a few feet above the luminous grass. Its enormous, intelligent eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, regarded her with gentle curiosity. A tendril of mist extended from its flank, not threatening, but inquisitive, brushing lightly against the glowing nautilus stone. A wave of pure, calm understanding washed over Leela, a feeling of welcome, of ancient recognition. "Hello," Leela whispered, her usual shyness melting away in the face of this impossible wonder. "I'm Leela. This was Sylvie's." The sky whale, whom Leela intuitively named Nimbus, emitted a series of soft, chiming notes that seemed to form a complex melody in the air. The nautilus stone pulsed in time. Leela understood, not with words, but with a deep, resonant feeling. Sylvie had been a keeper, a human entrusted with a harmony stone, a bridge between the worlds. Its purpose was not just to predict weather, but to harmonize it, to soothe the turbulent energies that sometimes gathered in the veiled heights, energies that, if left unchecked, could spill over into the human world as devastating storms. Sylvie had been the last keeper, and the stone had been dormant since her passing. Now it had awakened for Leela. Nimbus nudged her gently with its misty tendril, an invitation clear in its luminous eyes. With a heart pounding not with fear, but with thrilling anticipation, Leila reached out. The mist solidified slightly, forming a cool, stable platform beneath her feet. With a sound like a sighing breeze, Nimbus ascended, carrying Leila up into the breathtaking expanse of the veiled heights. The air was crisp and sweet, smelling of ozone and rain-kissed petals. Below, the hidden glade shrank to a glowing emerald jewel. Above and around, other sky whales glided past, their enormous forms casting shifting shadows on the luminous cloud mountains. Their humming filled the air, a complex, ever-changing symphony that resonated deep in Leila's bones. She felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection she'd never known in the village. Here, her quiet nature wasn't a hindrance. It felt like a necessary part of the harmony. Nimbus took her to a floating island of solidified cloud, soft and springy underfoot, adorned with crystalline plants that chimed softly. Here, Leela met others of the pod, ancient, wise cirrus with flanks like layered sunset, playful stratus, smaller and constantly shifting shape, and cumulus, large and comforting, radiating warmth. They communicated through intricate combinations of hums, light pulses, and gentle nudges of mist, emotions flowing as clearly as any spoken language. The nautilus stone acted as a translator and amplifier, allowing Leela to understand their intentions and share her own feelings, her loneliness, her wonder, her quiet strength. She learned the sky whales were the caretakers of the atmospheric currents within the veiled heights. They channeled the raw energy of the skies, preventing chaotic build-ups that could rupture the veil. The Harmony Stone was a focal point, a tool that allowed a keeper to sense imbalances, and through focused intent and the resonant power of the stone, help the sky whales gently disperse the energy, turning potential storms into gentle rains or clearing skies. Sylvie had been a master, her spirit attuned to the subtle rhythms of both worlds. But a discordant note soon entered the symphony. A dark, roiling mass began to gather on the far horizon of the veiled heights. It crackled with suppressed energy, a bruised purple against the serene blues and pinks. The sky whale's humming grew tense, anxious. Nimbus nudged Leela towards the edge of the cloud island. Holding the Harmony Stone aloft, Leela closed her eyes, focusing as Sylvie's old journals had vaguely described. She felt it, a sharp, jagged pressure building in the distance, a knot of turbulent air and electrical charge threatening to explode. Fear, cold and familiar, prickled down her spine. What if she couldn't do it? What if she failed these gentle giants and her own world? Cirrus drifted close, its enormous eye radiating calm. A deep, resonant hum, slower and more grounding than the others, flowed from it, washing over Leela. It wasn't a demand, but an offering of strength, a reminder of the shared purpose. Stratus wove playful patterns of light around her, dispelling the shadows of doubt. Nimbus pressed its cool flank gently against her back, a steady presence. They believed in her. They were with her. Taking a deep breath of the sweet, cool air, Leela pushed the fear aside. She wasn't alone. She focused on the stone, pouring her intent into it, not force, but harmony. She imagined the turbulent knot unraveling, its energy dispersing like ink in clear water, guided by gentle currents. She thought of the soft sigh of wind through pines, the patter of gentle rain on leaves, the warmth of sunlight breaking through clouds. The Nautilus stone flared, not with blinding light, but with a deep, resonant pulse that spread outwards in visible ripples through the air, like sound made manifest. The pulse met the roiling mass. For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then, the dark bruise seemed to shudder. Jagged edges softened. The crackling energy subsided, drawn out and dissipated by the sky whales who surged forward as one, their humming shifting into a powerful, focused melody that intertwined with the stone's resonance. They channeled the dispersing energy, weaving it into the existing currents with practiced grace. The purple mass dissolved, replaced by swirling eddies of soft gray and silver mist that quickly merged with the serene atmosphere. The threat was gone, soothed away not by force, but by understanding and cooperative harmony. A wave of profound relief and shared joy washed over the pod. The sky whale's humming swelled into a triumphant, beautiful chorus, vibrating through Leela's entire being. She laughed, a clear, unfettered sound she barely recognized as her own, joining the symphony not with voice, but with the radiant pulse of the stone and the sheer force of her gratitude and exhilaration. She had faced the storm within and without, not by becoming loud or forceful, but by embracing her quiet focus and accepting the strength offered by her unexpected friends. She had found her voice, not in words shouted to the world, but in the resonant language of harmony and connection. Time flowed differently in the veiled heights, marked by the slow drift of cloud mountains and the pulsing light of the sky whales. Leela learned much. She learned to read the subtle shifts in the light and hums that signaled building pressure zones. She practiced focusing the stone's energy, guided by the patient nudges of cumulus and the playful challenges set by stratus. She sat with Cirrus, feeling the deep, ancient wisdom in its slow vibrations. She rode with Nimbus through canyons of luminous vapor, the wind singing in her ears, a sense of freedom she'd never imagined. The Harmony Stone was no longer just Sylvie's legacy. It was an extension of herself, a key to a world where her sensitivity was a strength, not a weakness. Eventually, a gentle pull, a soft whisper from the Nautilus Stone itself, told Leela it was time to return. The sky whales gathered around her cloud island. There was a profound sadness in their luminous eyes, but also understanding and pride. They knew she belonged to both worlds now. Nimbus nudged her towards the descent. "Thank you," Layla whispered, her voice thick with emotion, pressing her forehead against Nimbus's cool, misty brow. "For everything, I'll be back, I promise." The understanding flowed back, a promise of watchfulness, of shared guardianship. The descent through the Weeping Willow portal felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a slightly muted reality. The familiar woods seemed quieter, the air still thick with the scent of earth and pine, but lacking the luminous sweetness of the heights. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in streaks of pale gold, and rose above Willow Creek. Leela stood for a long moment, the Nautilus Stone cool and quiet in her hand, the memory of the sky whales hum a fading echo in her heart. She felt different. The crushing loneliness was gone, replaced by a quiet, deep-seated confidence. She carried a world within her now, a secret symphony. Returning to the village felt like walking onto a familiar stage, but she was no longer the same actor. She still preferred the woods, still found comfort in quiet observation. But when Old Man Hemlock grumbled about his aching bones predicting rain, Layla, without thinking, touched the stone in her pocket. She felt the gentle pressure building high in the atmosphere, not threatening, but definite. "It might drizzle lightly this afternoon, Mr. Hemlock," she said softly, her voice clear and steady. "Best bring your good hat." He blinked, surprised, but later that day, when a soft, warm rain began to fall just as she'd said, he gave her a thoughtful nod. She didn't shout her experiences from the rooftops. The veiled heights and the sky whales were her secret, Sylvie's legacy entrusted to her. But the transformation was evident. She tended her small garden with newfound patience, her quiet focus seeming to make the herbs grow straighter, the flowers bloom brighter. She started sketching again, not just plants, but swirling cloud formations and impossible, graceful shapes that made people pause and smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace. When children argued loudly in the square, she didn't flee. Instead, she sat nearby, humming a soft, wordless tune she'd learned among the clouds. Almost without fail, the shouting would gradually subside, replaced by calmer voices. It was the resonance of the heights, channeled through her newfound calm. She returned to the Weeping Willow portal often, sometimes just to sit on the edge of the hidden glade, feeling the connection thrum through the stone. Sometimes, on clear nights when the moon was full, she'd slip through. Nimbus would be waiting, and she'd ride the currents once more, helping to soothe minor ripples in the atmosphere, sharing the quiet stories of her world with her gentle friends, learning more of theirs. The Harmony Stone was always warm in her hand, a constant bridge. One crisp autumn evening, Leela sat by her cottage hearth, much like the night her journey began. Outside, the first frost was painting delicate lace on the window panes. The Nautilus Stone rested on her lap, pulsing with a soft, contented light. She held a steaming cup of chamomile tea, its warmth seeping into her fingers. She thought of the vast, luminous beauty of the veiled heights, the deep hum of the sky whales, the feeling of soaring through air that smelled of storms and starlight. She thought of the village, the familiar faces, the scent of baking bread, the comforting rhythm of daily life. She thought of Sylvie, whose unconventional ways had been a deep understanding of hidden connections. She wasn't lonely anymore. She was a keeper. She belonged to the whispering woods and the luminous heights, to the quiet village and the symphony of clouds. She had journeyed through fear and found friendship in the most unexpected sky, faced a storm not with force but with harmony, and discovered that her quiet voice held a power uniquely its own, the power to connect, to understand, and to gently weave calm into the fabric of the world. The fire crackled companionably. The stone hummed softly, a lullaby from another realm. Layla smiled, a serene, quiet smile that held the moonlight and the deep peace of the clouds within it. She took a sip of her tea, the warmth spreading through her, a perfect echo of the quiet, resonant harmony she now carried always within her soul. The world outside might be cold, but inside, and in the hidden heights she guarded, there was only profound, peaceful warmth. The story was just beginning, a quiet song stretching between worlds, forever intertwined. And so, under the watchful moon and the silent, drifting guardians of the sky, peace settled as deep and comforting as a well-worn quilt, wrapping the world both seen and unseen in a blanket of tranquil harmony. Story 14. The old cottage at the edge of Whisperwood always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth when autumn arrived. 10-year-old Sam traced the frost feathers on their bedroom window pane, watching the last stubborn oak leaves cling to skeletal branches. A storm had raged all night, rattling the shutters and howling down the chimney. But now, in the dawn's quiet aftermath, something glinted among the exposed roots of the great sycamore tree where the creek had overflowed its banks. Sam pulled on thick woolen socks and crept downstairs, avoiding the creaky fifth step. Outside, the air bit with cold clarity. Mud squelched beneath boots as they approached the sycamore, its roots twisted like old fingers around a small, water-smoothed wooden box. It fit perfectly in Sam's palm, carved with spirals that seemed to shift when touched. No latch held it shut, only a worn silver hinge sighing open at Sam's nudge. Inside, resting on midnight blue velvet, lay a single glass raindrop suspended on a silver chain. But when Sam lifted it, the raindrop wasn't cold. It hummed. That evening, curled by the hearth with a quilt around their shoulders, Sam held the pendant near the firelight. The glass caught the flames, casting prismatic stars onto the walls. As Sam's thumb brushed its surface, a clear, high note rang out, pure as icicles shattering in sunlight. The stars on the walls didn't just glow, they danced. One drifted downward, landing softly on Sam's knee. It wasn't a reflection at all, but a tiny creature no taller than Sam's thumb, woven from starlight and willow down. Her eyes were chips of amber, wide with curiosity. "I'm Fern," she chimed, her voice like wind through reeds. "You found the storm drop." She pointed at the pendant. "It's been lost since the last great pouring." Fern explained she was a glint, one of the caretakers of the dripping realm, a world hidden within every raindrop that ever fell on Whisperwood. The storm drop was a key and a compass, created by the first rain to harmonize the realm's song. Without it, the delicate balance between rain and river, mist and meadow, was fading. The glint's wings grew heavier. Their luminous moss gardens withered. Even the memory pools, where rain preserved echoes of laughter and lullabies, were evaporating into silence. "But why me?" Sam whispered, cupping Fern gently. "The storm drop chooses," Fern said solemnly. "It sings for those who listen to quiet things, root breaths, spider webs, the pause between heartbeats." She shivered. "But the realm is fraying, the silence is spreading." Sam needed no more convincing. Tucking the storm drop beneath their sweater, where its gentle warmth pulsed against their chest, they packed a small satchel. A crust of gingerbread, a flask of mint tea, and grandfather's brass compass, though Fern sniffed that it only pointed to loud north. Fern nestled into Sam's scarf, her light a soft beacon. Their journey began at the creek's source, a spring bubbling from mossy stones behind the sycamore. Fern sang a note, the storm drop answered, its glass swirling with opal hues. The waterfall parted like a beaded curtain, revealing steps carved into the living rock, slick with mist and glowing lichen. As they descended, the air changed. It smelled of petrichor and lightning, of blueberries and deep, damp soil. Bioluminescent mushrooms lined the path, casting pools of violet and jade light. Sam gasped. Above them, instead of sky, flowed an endless, luminous river, the upside-down reflection of Whisperwood streams, carrying leaves like tiny ships. But the beauty was scarred. Patches of the fungal lights were snuffed out, leaving voids of absolute darkness Fern called silence pockets. Near one such void they found a grove of crystal trees, their branches drooping, melodies trapped inside like frozen birdsong. A glint with tarnished copper wings struggled to lift a fallen branch. Fern darted to help. "Bramble," she cried. "This is Sam, the Stormdrop's keeper." Bramble's eyes, like tarnished pennies, widened at the pendant. "Can it sing the cure?" "Not yet," Fern admitted. "The silence has grown roots. We must reach the heartspring." Their path wound through challenges shaped by the realm's distress. They crossed the sighing marshes, where willows wept acidic tears that burned Sam's boots until Fern taught them to step only on singing stones, rocks that chimed when touched by hopeful feet. In the Valley of Echoes, distorted reflections of Sam's fears lunged from the mist, shadows of loneliness, of failing, of being too small to matter. Sam's knees trembled until Bramble landed on their shoulder. "Echoes feed on doubt," he rasped. "But you carry a true song, sing it." Sam focused on the Stormdrop's warmth, humming the simple tune their mother sang at bedtime. The pendant flared, its light scattering the mocking shadows. Deepest despair came at the shimmer cliff. The only bridge, a fragile arch of solidified rainbow, had collapsed into the churning, soundless river below. A silence pocket yawned hungrily on the far side. Bramble's wings drooped. The long way takes days, the realm may not last. Sam stared at the gap. Then they noticed it, faint, almost invisible threads of spider silk, glistening with dew, stretching across the abyss. "Fern, can Glints walk on these?" Fern zipped to a thread. It held her weight, vibrating a soft C-sharp. "They're strong but woven by solitaires. They despise noise." Solitaires, Fern explained, were reclusive spider weavers who spun bridges from moonlight and whispers. Disturb their peace, and they'd sever the threads. Sam's heart pounded. One misstep, one startled breath, slowly, testing each silken step, they inched forward. The void beneath swallowed sound. Fern and Bramble flew silently beside them, wings barely stirring the air. Halfway across, Sam's foot slipped. A gasp escaped, a tiny sound but deafening in the stillness. Instantly, 8 obsidian eyes blinked open from the cliff face. A solitaire large as a barn owl emerged, her body a constellation of dewdrops. Sam froze. The Stormdrop pulsed frantically. Instinctively, Sam didn't plead or run. They bowed low, as grandfather did to the beehives. "We're sorry," they breathed, barely audible. "We seek the heartspring to heal the song." They held out the Stormdrop. Its light, soft and respectful, touched the solitaire's eyes. The great weaver studied them. Then, with a delicate foreleg, she plucked a single dewdrop from her own body and placed it onto the Stormdrop's chain. It fused instantly, adding a deeper, resonant hum. Without a word, she spun new threads, thicker and stronger, guiding them safely across. Finally, guided by the now intensely vibrating Stormdrop, they entered the chamber of the heartspring. It was a cavern filled with the roots of the great sycamore above, but here, the roots pulsed with liquid light. At the center bubbled a spring of pure, singing water, the source of the realm's music. But its song was weak, faltering. Thick gray tendrils of silence choked its flow, creeping up the roots like mold. Standing before the spring, emanating waves of hollow quiet, was the source of the blight, a being of condensed absence, the manifest silence. It had no form, only a chilling negation of light and sound. Fern and Bramble whimpered, their own lights dimming. The silence advanced, its touch draining warmth and hope. Sam's hands shook, the storm drop icy now. Shouting felt useless. Force felt wrong. Then Sam remembered Fern's words, "It sings for those who listen to quiet things." Closing their eyes, Sam sank to their knees. Not in defeat, but in stillness. They listened past the dread, past the pounding heart. They listened to the faint, struggling gurgle of the heartspring, to the desperate pulse of the roots, to Fern's tiny whimper like a fallen sparrow's cry. They listened to the memory of rain on the cottage roof, of wind in the pines, of grandfather's chuckle. The storm drop warmed. It wasn't about volume, it was about resonance. Sam began to hum. Not a battle cry, but the heartspring's own faltering melody, amplified by the storm drop. The glass raindrop blazed, projecting beams of iridescent sound, not harsh, but embracing. The light touched the gray tendrils. Where it lingered, the silence didn't shatter. It unraveled, dissolving into harmless mist. The manifest silence recoiled, its form wavering. Sam poured every ounce of quiet courage into the song, the courage of stepping onto spider silk, of facing echoes, of trusting a lost glint. Fern and Bramble joined, their tiny voices weaving harmony. Bramble's rusty hum grounded it, Fern's chime lifted it, Sam's steady tone held it together. The solitaire's dewdrop resonated, adding depth. The silence shrank, compressed by the combined song. With a final, harmonious chord that made the entire cavern vibrate like a struck bell, the manifest silence imploded into a single, dark raindrop that fell, harmless, into the heartspring. Instantly, pure, liquid music erupted. Crystal trees in the distance chimed. The fungal lights blazed anew. Above, the luminous river flowed brighter, carrying renewed melodies. The roots pulsed with vigorous light. Exhausted but radiant, Sam stood. Fern and Bramble danced around them, their wings shimmering with restored power. "You didn't just use the storm drop," Fern chimed, awed. "You became part of its song." Bramble simply bowed his copper head, a gesture of deep respect. The journey back was a celebration. Glints poured into the restored realm, tending gardens, repairing bridges of light. At the spring, Sam dipped the storm drop into the heartspring's water. It filled the glass, swirling with captured starlight and song. "Keep it," urged the oldest Glint, her wings like frosted stained glass. "The bond is forged. Whisperwood's rains will always sing to you now." Emerging through the waterfall as dawn painted the real sky peach in gold, Sam felt different. The weight of the storm drop against their chest wasn't just physical, it was the weight of connection. Fern perched on Sam's finger one last time. "Listen after storms," she whispered. "You'll hear our gratitude in every drip, every gurgle." With a final bright chime, she zipped back into the realm, the waterfall's ceiling shut behind her, leaving only ordinary moss and stone. Back in their room, Sam placed the storm drop on the windowsill. Rain began to fall, a gentle post-storm shower. As each drop hit the glass pane, Sam heard it. Not just a splash, but a tiny, perfect note. A harmony. A secret shared. They curled up in bed, the scent of cinnamon and damp earth wrapping around them like a promise. Outside, Whisperwood glistened, every leaf, every puddle, every root humming with a restored, invisible song. Sam smiled, drifting into sleep, the storm drop's soft pulse a lullaby against the glass, a reminder that the smallest listeners could hear the grandest songs, and the quietest courage could heal even the deepest silence. The rain played on, a gentle symphony just for them, whispering that magic wasn't gone from the world. It was simply waiting in the stillness between breaths, in the spaces where brave hearts chose to listen. And in that knowing, Sam found a profound peace, deeper and warmer than any hearth fire, carrying them softly into dreams woven with starlight and the everlasting music of the rain. Story 15. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven into the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of hidden streams, and the sigh of the wind through the pine needles. It was a place where balance was sacred, tended by generations of the forest's hidden folk. Among them was Pip, a small field mouse with fur the color of cinnamon dusted with nutmeg. Pip lived in a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and thistledown, beneath the sprawling roots of grandmother oak. His days were filled with the gentle rhythm of the forest, gathering dew-kissed berries at dawn, listening to the gossip of sparrows at noon, and watching the fireflies paint the twilight with emerald sparks. He loved the whisperwood deeply, especially the way the seasons danced their eternal waltz, each bringing its own kind of magic. His best friend was a thoughtful red squirrel named Sorrel, whose bushy tail was a banner of rust against the green. Sorrel's grandfather, Old Bark, was the keeper of the forest's oldest stories. He'd often gather the young creatures beneath grandmother oak's sheltering branches as twilight deepened, his voice as soft and crackling as dry leaves. "Remember, little ones," Old Bark would murmur, his dark eyes reflecting the first stars. "The whisperwood breathes, its heart beats with the turning seasons. The spring song awakens the seeds, the summer glow feeds the roots, the autumn whisper tells the trees to rest, and the winter dream holds the promise beneath the snow. We are all threads in its great, green tapestry. Tug one thread carelessly, and the whole picture may fray." Pip felt this harmony in his tiny bones. He felt it in the cool, damp earth beneath his paws as he foraged, in the sweet, sun-warmed scent of wild strawberries, in the crisp tang of pine resin carried on the breeze. He saw it in the way the shimmering dragonflies darted over the lily pads on Moonleaf Pond, and how the industrious badgers carefully turned the soil near the fern glades, never taking more than they needed. Late one summer, as the air grew thick and golden with the scent of ripe blackberries, Pip noticed something troubling. The usually clear water of the Brook of Murmurs seemed sluggish, its cheerful gurgle muted. A faint, unpleasant tang, like wet stone left too long in shadow, hung in the air near its banks. The watercress that usually grew lush and green looked wilted and dull. Worried, Pip scampered to find Sorrel, who was high in a hazel tree, carefully selecting the plumpest nuts. "Sorrel, the brook, it doesn't sound right. It smells tired." Sorrel paused, a nut clutched in her paws. She tilted her head, her large ears twitching. Grandfather spoke of this once. When the waters lose their song, it means the glimmering is weak." "The glimmering?" Pip asked, his whiskers trembling. He'd heard the term in Old Bark's stories, a magic tied to the health of the land itself, flowing unseen like liquid light through roots and streams. Sorrel nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's the magic that connects everything, fed by the seasons and the care of the forest folk. If it fades, the balance falters." She scampered down. "We must tell Old Bark." They found the ancient squirrel perched on his favorite sun-warmed rock overlooking Moonleaf Pond. The water, usually mirror-clear, held a faint, milky haze. Old Bark's eyes, usually bright with wisdom, held a shadow of concern as he listened to Pip's observations and sniffed the troubled air near the brook. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. The autumn whisper draws near, but the glimmering struggles to shift. Something blocks its flow deep within the earth, near the Heartstone Spring. He pointed a gnarled claw towards the deepest, oldest part of the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. "Long ago, my grandfather told of a time when careless digging by creatures from the edge disturbed the roots. It took the combined will of the forest and a pure sacrifice of the season's first fallen leaves to mend it. But what can we do?" Pip squeaked, his heart pounding like a tiny drum against his ribs. The thought of the whisperwood sickening filled him with icy dread. The cozy scent of his burrow, the taste of sun-warmed berries, the comforting darkness of the earth all felt threatened. Wisdom lies in unity, young Pip, old Bark said gently. Just as the glimmering connects root to branch, creature to creature, so must we act together. The autumn whisper brings the gift of release, the letting go that makes space for renewal. We must help the glimmering embrace that shift. We need the veil of falling. The veil, Sorrel asked, her eyes wide. Not a thing you hold, child, old Bark explained. It is a moment when the first true frost nips the air, but before it hardens the ground, the magic of release is strongest. On that night, the seeds of the great maple, the ones shaped like tiny winged dreams, carry the purest essence of the autumn whisper. If enough of them are carried by the wind over the Heartstone Spring at the exact moment the frost touches the earth, their gentle descent, their surrender to the cycle, can clear the blockage and strengthen the glimmering. A daunting task. The great maple stood sentinel near the Heartstone Spring, deep in the tangled heart of the whisperwood. And the timing had to be perfect. Too early, and the seeds wouldn't be ready. Too late, and the frost would be too harsh, locking the magic away. Word spread through the hidden pathways of the forest, carried by flickering fireflies, whispered by rustling ferns, and tapped out by busy woodpeckers. Badgers paused their digging, rabbits twitched their noses in concern, hedgehogs uncurled from their sleepy balls. The harmony they cherished was under threat, and old Bark's wisdom offered a path. The air grew crisper. Leaves began their slow transformation, painting the canopy in fiery hues of ochre, crimson, and amber. Pip felt the change in his fur, a sharper, cleaner bite to the wind. He watched the great maple anxiously. Its massive leaves were turning, but the winged seeds, nestled in pairs like sleeping fairies, were still green and clinging tight. Then one afternoon, a profound stillness settled over the whisperwood. The birdsong hushed. The wind died. The air itself tasted sharp and metallic, promising the first frost by morning. Pip saw it, the seeds on the great maple had turned a rich, papery brown. They were ready. This is the night, old Bark declared, his voice carrying surprising strength on the silent air. The veil of falling approaches, we must guide the seeds. As the last rays of the sun bled crimson and gold behind the distant hills, the forest folk gathered. Pip sorrel badgers with powerful shoulders, nimble rabbits, watchful deer, and countless smaller creatures, beetles, spiders, even the patient earthworms churning the soil below. They formed a vast, silent ring around the Heartstone Spring, a small, moss-covered rock formation where water, usually bright and singing, now seeped sluggishly and dark. Above, the great maple stood like a dark giant against the twilight sky. The first stars began to prick through the indigo canvas. The air grew colder, nipping at Pip's nose and ears. He shivered not just from the chill, but from the weight of the moment. Now, old Bark whispered, his voice barely louder than the settling dew. Call the wind gently with hope. The badgers began a low, rhythmic thumping against the earth. The rabbits drummed their powerful hind feet. The deer stamped softly. Pip and the other mice rustled dry leaves. Sorrel and the squirrels chittered a soft, urging song. It wasn't loud, but it was purposeful, a vibration of pure intent resonating through the forest floor and up into the branches. A gentle sigh stirred the air. Then another. The topmost branches of the great maple began to tremble. Pip held his breath. One seed pair, then another, broke free. They spiraled down like tiny, silent helicopters, catching the starlight on their delicate wings. More, Sorrel whispered fiercely, her chitter joining the chorus. The sigh became a soft breath. More seeds loosened, then a cascade, then a whispering rain. Hundreds, thousands of winged seeds detached, filling the air with a silent, swirling dance. They weren't blown forcefully, they were released, carried on the collective breath of hope summoned by the forest folk. The wind, guided by their combined will, swept the swirling cloud of seeds not just downward, but towards the Heartstone Spring. Pip watched, mesmerized, as the tiny brown specks drifted like a living veil over the mossy stones and the sluggish dark water. The air filled with the faint, dry, papery scent of maple wings and cold earth. As the first delicate seed touched the damp moss beside the spring, a tiny, crystalline snap echoed through the silent forest. The first frost had arrived. A shimmering silver-white rime instantly kissed every blade of grass, every leaf, every exposed root, and every drifting seed. It sparkled under the starlight like a million scattered diamonds. The moment the frost touched the gathered seeds upon the Heartstone spring, a soft, golden light pulsed from deep within the rock. It wasn't bright or harsh, but warm and deep, like sunlight seen through amber. It flowed outwards, following the veins of roots beneath the earth, traveling down the course of the Brook of Murmurs. The unpleasant tang vanished, replaced by the clean, icy scent of frost and the sweet, wet smell of healthy earth. The sluggish, dark water near the spring bubbled once, then began to flow clear and strong, its cheerful gurgle returning, louder and more musical than before. The glimmering, strengthened by the pure release of the seeds and the forest's united will, flowed freely once more. The veil of falling had done its work. A collective sigh, this one of profound relief and quiet joy, rippled through the gathered creatures. Pip felt the harmony settle back into the earth, vibrating through his paws, warming him despite the frost. He looked up at Sorrel, her eyes reflecting the starlight and the fading golden pulse. Old Bark simply nodded, a deep contentment in his gaze. The winged seeds, their purpose fulfilled, lay glistening with frost on the moss, ready to sleep through the winter dream. Some would take root come spring, others would nourish the soil. All were part of the cycle, released at the perfect moment to ensure the forest's heartbeat continued. Pip scurried home as the true cold of night settled in. The frost crunched softly under his paws, releasing the scent of frozen earth and pine. The whisperwood slept peacefully around him, bathed in starlight and silver rime. The Brook of Murmurs sang its restored song nearby, a lullaby of clear, cold water over smooth stones. He curled into his lavender-lined burrow, the comforting scent wrapping around him like a blanket. Outside, the world was quiet, crisp, and perfectly balanced. The ancient magic, woven from seasons, creatures, and care, hummed softly in the frozen air. Pip closed his eyes, the gentle gurgle of the brook and the profound peace of the restored glimmering carrying him into a deep, dreamless sleep, safe in the heart of the harmonious whisperwood. Story 16. Leo had always felt a bit like a misplaced puzzle piece in his small village. While other children chased butterflies through sun-drenched meadows, he'd linger by the edge of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks groaned in the wind and ferns curled like sleeping dragons. His grandmother called him a moonchild for his quiet ways, but her voice held kindness, unlike the village baker who'd grumble about that dreamy boy when Leo forgot his errands. It was during one such forgotten errand, a sack of flour left abandoned by the mill pond, that Leo first noticed the tree. Not just any tree. A colossal silver birch, wider than 3 cottages, stood half-hidden behind a waterfall's shimmering veil. Moss draped its bark like emerald velvet, and its roots formed a gnarled archway plunging into darkness. Curious, Leo pushed aside the curtain of water. Instead of cold stone, his fingers brushed warm, humming wood. The roots parted with a sigh, revealing a tunnel pulsing with soft, golden light. The air smelled of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something sweeter, like honey melting on warm bread. He crawled inside. The tunnel walls glowed with embedded crystals, flickering like captured fireflies. After what felt like both a heartbeat and an hour, he emerged into Glimmerwood. It wasn't a forest, it was a cathedral of living light. Trees with bark like spun glass cradled blossoms that chimed in the breeze. Rivers of liquid starlight wound through valleys carpeted in luminous moss. Overhead, winged creatures with fur like twilight swords silently. Leo gasped, the sound swallowed by the profound, peaceful silence. He'd found a hidden world, and his lonely heart swelled. But Glimmerwood was dying. Patches of the luminous moss were dull and brittle. The starlight rivers ran thin and sluggish. The chime blossoms hung silent. As Leo wandered, awestruck and aching, a shadow detached from a crystal branch. It was an owl, but unlike any Leo had seen. Feathers the color of storm clouds gleamed with silver tips, and eyes like molten amber fixed on him. "You are far from your sunlit paths, little wanderer," the owl hooted, its voice a low, resonant hum. "I am Hoot, and you tread where hope grows thin." Hoot explained that Glimmerwood's heart was the crystal of roots, a gem woven into the oldest tree's core. It sang to the land, keeping it vibrant. But a moon cycle ago, the crystal vanished. "Without its song," Hoot murmured, wings drooping, "Glimmerwood fades into eternal twilight. Even the light weavers grow weak." He gestured to a colossal spiderweb strung between two trees, its threads shimmering faintly. A spider with a body like polished opal crouched sadly at its edge. "That is Silna. Her webs once spun dawn into the sky." Leo's chest tightened. "I'll help find it." The words burst out, surprising even him. Hoot tilted his head. "Humans rarely walk here. Why risk the shadows for a world not your own?" Leo thought of his grandmother's stories about kindness, of feeling invisible in his village. Because it's beautiful, and beauty shouldn't vanish. Something shifted in Hoot's golden eyes, a flicker of trust. "Then we journey at first chime," he declared. Their quest led them deep into Glimmerwood's withering splendor. They met Thornback, a badger whose spines glinted like obsidian. He snorted when he saw Leo. "Foolish furless thing, the crystal's gone, except the gloom." But when Thornback's burrow flooded with stagnant starlight, Leo dug tirelessly, diverting the flow with stones and fallen branches. Grateful, Thornback grumbled, "HMPH, maybe not entirely foolish." He gifted Leo a claw-sharpened stick that glowed when danger neared. Next came the firefly flock, tiny beings whose lights dimmed to faint flickers. Their queen, Lumina, trembled on a wilting flower. "We guide lost souls," she whispered, "but now we are lost." Leo cupped his hands gently around her. Remembering his grandmother humming lullabies, he sang a soft, wordless tune. Lumina's light flared bright for a moment. "Your song holds warmth," she sighed. The flock agreed to light their path, weaving constellations above them. Silna joined them last. Her legs trembled as she descended her failing web. "The thief left this," she rasped, offering a single coarse hair, thick as rope and smelling of wet stone. It crawled into the howling caves where shadows bite. The caves lay beyond the Singing Falls, a place even Hoot avoided. Trolls dwell there, the owl warned. Solitary's fierce. But Leo clutched the glowing stick. "We have to try." The journey grew perilous. The howling caves weren't dark, they were a suffocating, Inkai blackness that swallowed Lumina's light. Jagged rocks tore at Leo's clothes. Strange, skittering echoes made Thornback bristle. Then a thunderous growl shook the cavern. A troll emerged, towering and moss-covered, with eyes like dull coals. In his massive fist, clutched tight against his chest, pulsed the crystal of roots, a multifaceted gem radiating pure white light that seemed to hurt him. He roared, "Mine, pretty light for Grimlok's dark home." Hoot spread his wings, hissing. Thornback lowered his spines. Leo's heart hammered, but he saw what others didn't. The troll's cave was barren, no glowing moss, no chime blossoms, just cold, dripping stone. Grimlock wasn't stealing beauty, he was starving for it. Leo stepped forward, palms open. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he called, his voice echoing strangely calm. "The crystal." Grimlock blinked, confused. "Bright, warm, like sun on stone, but sun never comes here." His voice rumbled with loneliness. "Makes shadows go, makes quiet less heavy." "It makes Glimmerwood alive," Leo said softly. "But holding it here, it's hurting the forest. And—" He gestured to the crystal's light, which seemed to sear Grimlock's stony skin. "It hurts you too, doesn't it?" The troll looked down at the crystal, then at his blistered palm. A low whine escaped him. Grimlock just wanted light, like the shining place beyond the falls, but light here burns cold. Tears, like molten rock, welled in his eyes. Hoot landed silently on Leo's shoulder. "The crystal's song belongs to the roots," he hummed gently. "Its light is woven into Glimmerwood's soul. Here it's a prisoner, like you, Grimlock." Thornback shuffled, his earlier hostility fading. "Forest needs its heart back, big fellow, or everything fades. Even your cave might crumble." Lumina drifted close to Grimlock's face, her light soft against his craggy cheek. "Come see," she whispered. "See what the light can do when it's home." Silna nodded, her many eyes reflecting compassion. "No web holds dawn forever, it must be shared." Grimlock stared at them, the human boy, the owl, the badger, the fireflies, the spider, creatures bound by a fading world, offering kindness instead of claws. He looked at the crystal, its light pulsing weakly in the oppressive dark. Slowly, with a groan like shifting mountains, he knelt. He placed the crystal of roots gently at Leo's feet. The light flared, warm and welcoming, not burning. Take pretty light home," Grimlock rumbled. "Make forest sing again. Maybe Grimlock hear song sometimes." Hope, fragile as a spider's thread, glimmered in his eyes. Leo picked up the crystal. It hummed, a vibration of pure joy that traveled up his arm and filled his chest. "You will," Leo promised. "And maybe you can visit the edge, where the light meets the shadows." Hoot added, "The Whispering Woods has strong trees, good for sitting, good for listening." Returning the crystal was a journey bathed in returning light. As they raced back, the starlight rivers flowed swift and bright. Moss glowed emerald underfoot. Above, Silna spun a new web, threads catching the crystal's radiance and casting a net of shimmering dawn across the sky. Lumina and her flock danced in spirals of gold. Thornback even gave a little grunting chuckle as vibrant ferns brushed his sides. When Leo pressed the crystal back into the ancient birch's core, a wave of pure, musical energy rippled through Glimmerwood. Trees sang, flowers chimed, and the very air vibrated with life restored. Hoot perched beside Leo as the forest celebrated. "You saw the hunger behind the theft, little wanderer. Not a monster, but a lonely heart. That is wisdom deeper than roots." Leo smiled, watching Lumina paint patterns in the air. "I just understood wanting light." He thought of his village, of feeling unseen. Maybe he wasn't misplaced. Maybe he was a bridge. Back in the human world, the village noticed a change. Leo still lingered by the Whispering Woods, but his eyes held a quiet certainty. He spoke less, yet when he did, about the patience of badgers, the music of hidden streams, the strength in quiet things, people listened. The baker even saved him a warm raspberry tart, muttering, "Got a wise head, that moonchild." Sometimes at dusk, Leo would sit by the giant birch. If he listened very closely, past the waterfall's rush, he could hear a deep, rumbling hum like contented stone and the distant chime of blossoms carried on the wind. He knew Grimlock was listening too, perched on the shadowed edge, bathed in the reflected glow of a world saved by unexpected friendship. And as Leo drifted to sleep each night, the memory of Glimmerwood's light, warm, alive, and shared, wrapped around him like a soft blanket. He knew now that even the deepest shadows held stories waiting for kindness to light the way, and that every heart, however lonely, could find its song in the chorus of a mended world. The forest breathed softly beyond his window, a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owls, singing him into dreams where roots ran deep and light always found its way home. Story 17. Leo had always been drawn to the whispering edges of the elderwood. While other children in Meadowshire village chased butterflies in sunlit fields, he'd linger beneath ancient oaks, tracing the patterns of moss with his fingertips. His grandmother called it tree talk, that quiet hum beneath the bark that only certain souls could feel. On his 10th birthday she pressed something cool and smooth into his palm, a river stone, midnight blue with veins of silver swirling like captured starlight. This, she whispered, her voice as dry as autumn leaves, is a glimmer stone. It holds the memory of moonlight and the courage of streams. When the woods call, listen, and let this guide you. For weeks the stone lay dormant in Leo's pocket, a comforting weight. Then one twilight, when the air smelled of damp earth and secrets, he saw it, a flicker of amethyst light deep within the elderwood, pulsing like a heartbeat behind the ferns. It wasn't firefly or lantern, it was alive, beckoning. The glimmerstone warmed against his thigh, humming softly. Against the village warnings of deepwood shadows, Leo stepped off the worn path. Brambles snagged his sleeves, but the stone's silver veins brightened, casting a soft beam that parted the thicket like water. He emerged into a clearing where the air shimmered, tasting of honey and frost. Before him stood a creature no taller than his knee, fur the color of dusk, with moth-like wings dusted in iridescent powder. Large, liquid eyes, the same amethyst as the light, blinked up at him in alarm. A thorny vine coiled tightly around one delicate ankle, its barbs drawing tiny beads of sapphire blood. The creature whimpered, a sound like wind chimes tangled in a storm. "Don't be afraid," Leo whispered, kneeling. The glimmerstone pulsed brighter. "I'm Leo, can I help?" He reached out slowly. The creature flinched but didn't flee. Its gaze fixed on the stone, recognition dawning. With trembling hands, Leo worked the thorns loose. As the last barb released, the creature sighed, wings fluttering weakly. It touched Leo's wrist with a tiny, three-fingered hand. Images flooded Leo's mind, not words but sensations, towering mushrooms glowing like lanterns, rivers of liquid light, and a colossal, crystalline tree weeping dark tears. Then a name, Flicker. Flicker pointed urgently east, where the woods deepened into indigo shadows. The glimmerstone's light sputtered, dimming. "Your home is sick," Leo understood aloud. Flicker nodded, eyes wide with sorrow. The life spire the heart tree Flicker showed him was dying, poisoned by creeping shadows called the murk. Without it, the glimmerwood would fade, and Flicker's kind, the luminy, would vanish like dew at dawn. The stone's warmth surged in Leo's palm, a silent promise. "We'll save it," he vowed. Their journey unfolded through landscapes woven from dreams. They traversed meadows where grass sang underfoot, petals chiming like glass bells. They crossed the river of echoes on a bridge of solidified moonlight, its surface reflecting not their faces, but memories. Leo helping a fallen fledgling, Flicker sharing dew with a wilting flower. Beneath the bridge, murky shapes writhed, hissing. Murk, Flicker trembled. The glimmerstone's beam held them back, but its light was growing fainter, the silver veins clouded. In the whispering caves, walls glittered with geodes, but the air thickened with despair. A luminy elder thorn blocked their path, his fur dull, wings tattered. "Foolish child," Thorn rasped, voice like grinding stones. "The life spire is doomed, the murk feeds on hope. Your stone's light only delays the inevitable." He gestured to a crevice where lumini huddled, their glow dimmed to embers. "Stay, survive in the shadows." Leo's chest tightened. The Glimmerstone felt heavy, cold. But Flicker nudged him, projecting an image, the first tendril of green pushing through winter ash. Leo straightened. "Surviving isn't living," he said, echoing his grandmother's wisdom. "Light doesn't hide from dark, it pushes back." He held the stone aloft. Its beam, though weakened, pierced the cave's gloom, striking a cluster of geodes. They ignited like tiny suns, flooding the cavern with warmth. Thorn gasped, his fur absorbing the light, shimmering faintly. He stepped aside, silent, but his eyes held a flicker of his namesake. Deeper into the Glimmerwood, the murk grew bolder. It slithered from gnarled roots, forming grasping tendrils of smoke. In the veil of sighs, it surrounded them, a suffocating fog that whispered doubts. "You're just a boy. The stone is failing. Flicker will perish because of you." Leo stumbled, fear icing his veins. The Glimmerstone dimmed to a feeble spark. Flicker whimpered, wings drooping. Then Leo remembered the river's reflection, their shared kindness. He wasn't alone. He crouched, sheltering Flicker with his body. "Friendship isn't about being strong enough alone," he whispered, more to himself than Flicker. "It's about sharing the light you have." He pressed the Glimmerstone against Flicker's tiny chest, covering it with his own hand. Flicker's amethyst glow flared, meeting the stone's dying light. Their combined luminescence, warm gold and cool violet, exploded outward in a shockwave of pure radiance. The murk shrieked, recoiling into the shadows, scorched and scattered. The veil sighed, and luminous moss bloomed where the darkness had touched. Exhausted but unbroken, they reached the Heartroot Basin. The life spire towered, a mountain of crystallized light, but its base was choked with ink-eye, pulsating murk. Roots that once pulsed with rainbows were now brittle and black. High above, the tree's great crystal facets wept streams of dark sludge. The air reeked of decay. Flicker trembled violently, projecting a final, devastating truth. The Glimmerstone wasn't just a key. It was a seed of the life spire itself, lost long ago. To cleanse the tree, Leo had to plant it within the poisoned roots. But once given, the stone and its light might never return to him. Leo looked at Flicker, whose light was fading rapidly, tied to the dying life spire. He thought of Thorn's despair, the singing meadows, the bridge of moonlight. This world wasn't just Flicker's. It was a hidden heart of his own beloved Elderwood. He knelt, the Glimmerstone heavy in his palm. "It's not just light," he murmured, understanding dawning. "It's courage, it's friendship, it's home." He pressed the stone deep into the foul, oozing earth at the life spire's base. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The murk hissed triumphantly. Then, a single, pure note resonated from the earth. Silver light erupted from the planting spot, racing up the life spire's trunk like liquid starlight. Where it touched, the murk vaporized with a sound like shattering ice. The black sludge raining from above turned into shimmering, diamond-bright droplets. The brittle roots plumped, glowing with internal rainbows. The entire tree blazed, a beacon so radiant Leo had to shield his eyes. Flicker gasped, wings snapping wide, their iridescence blazing brighter than ever. A wave of cleansing energy pulsed outward, washing through the Glimmerwood. Meadows sang louder, rivers flowed clearer, and the oppressive gloom lifted like a forgotten nightmare. As the light subsided to a gentle, pervasive glow, Leo saw it. Nestled in the now healthy roots where he'd planted it, the Glimmerstone rested. But it was transformed. No longer just midnight blue and silver, it pulsed with inner amethyst light, mirroring Flicker's glow, intertwined with the silver and blue. It was warm, alive, humming with the song of the life spire and the whisper of the Elderwood. He lifted it reverently. It felt fuller, shared. Flicker soared joyously around the revitalized life spire, then landed on Leo's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. Images flowed again, gratitude, love, and an invitation. Stay. Thorn appeared, his fur now a vibrant russet, wings shimmering. He bowed low to Leo, his earlier bitterness replaced with profound respect. The Glimmerwood was whole, but Leo knew his own world awaited. He shook his head gently at Flicker, projecting feelings of his grandmother, his village, the sunlit fields. Understanding dawned in Flicker's luminous eyes, tinged with sadness but also acceptance. The path back through the Glimmerwood felt different. Colors were richer, the air sweeter. Lumini emerged from hiding, their lights weaving patterns of thanks in the air. At the edge of the shimmering veil separating the worlds, Leo paused. Flicker hovered before him, then pressed a tiny, glowing hand against the transformed Glimmerstone. A single perfect amethyst spark detached, floating into Leo's palm, a tangible piece of their bond. Goodbye, Flicker, Leo whispered, his throat tight. I'll listen for you. Stepping back into the familiar elderwood twilight felt both ordinary and utterly changed. The Glimmerstone, now pulsing with a gentle, dual rhythm against his chest, was proof. He returned to Meadowshire just as dawn painted the sky peach and gold. His grandmother met him at the garden gate, her wise eyes crinkling. She said nothing, simply cupped the transformed stone in her weathered hands, feeling its new warmth, its blended light. A knowing smile touched her lips. Leo never spoke of the Glimmerwood, not fully. But he spent his days differently. He tended gardens with patient hands, knowing roots whispered secrets. He helped neighbors not out of duty, but seeing the hidden connections between them, like the lumini sharing light. On clear nights he'd sit beneath the oldest oak, the Glimmerstone warm in his hand. And sometimes when the moon was high and the woods held their breath, a soft amethyst glow would wink from the deepest shadows, a silent wave from a friend in a hidden world, a reminder that courage and kindness could mend even the deepest shadows, and that true light never truly fades. It only changes form, weaving itself into the tapestry of who we become. He'd smile, pressing the stone to his heart, feeling its steady, shared pulse, a lullaby of friendship sung between two worlds, forever entwined. And in that quiet moment under the watchful stars, the woods themselves seemed to sigh, content, knowing their secrets were safe, and their song continued. Story 18. Leo had always been curious about the shimmering mist beyond the willow grove, where fireflies danced at dusk. Village elders called it the Veil of Whispers, warning that only shifting shadows lived there. But one twilight, as amber light bled across the sky, Leo noticed something new, a ribbon of liquid moonlight winding through the mist, pulsing like a heartbeat. Gathering his patchwork satchel, he stepped through. Instantly, the air changed. Crisp pine and wild honey replaced the damp earth scent of home. Before him stretched the Glimmerglade, a forest where trees wore bark like crushed opals, their leaves tinkling wind chimes in the breeze. Underfoot moss glowed emerald, illuminating mushrooms taller than Leo, their caps swirling with bioluminescent patterns. Above, winged seeds drifted like living constellations, shedding soft blue light. His first encounter came near a creek of liquid silver. There, perched on a quartz branch, sat a creature no larger than his palm. It had moth-like wings dusted in pollen gold and eyes like molten topaz. "I'm Twig," it chimed, voice like bells in a jar. "You've crossed the veil, few do." Twig explained they were a lumenwing, guardian of the sparkled brook. "But our light fish are vanishing," they fretted, pointing to the creek's dimming glow. "The moonstone bridge has cracked, and sadness leaks into the water." Leo's heart fluttered, but Twig's hopeful gaze steadied him. Following the brook, they reached the bridge, a crescent of woven moonbeams now fraying at its apex. Below, inky tendrils of gloom seeped from the crack, dimming the luminous fish darting beneath. "Fear unravels it," Twig whispered. "Courage mends it." Taking a deep breath, Leo recalled his grandmother's words. Bravery isn't a roar, it's a breath held steady. He stepped onto the bridge. It trembled, threads unspooling beneath his feet. Shadows swirled, whispering doubts, you're too small, too lost. But Leo focused on Twig's light, on the fish fighting to shine. He knelt, weaving the loose moonbeams with gentle fingers, humming the lullaby his mother sang during thunderstorms. With each stitch, the shadows recoiled. The bridge solidified, glowing brighter than before. Sparkle Brook blazed anew, fish leaping in jubilant arcs. Twig spiraled joyfully around him. You see, wonders bloom where courage walks. They led Leo deeper, where the trees parted into a meadow of crystal flowers. There Leo met the moss keepers, round, velvety beings with lichen beards and eyes like dewdrops. They were trying to lift a fallen starseed, its light fading as it sank into the soil. It anchors memories, sighed the eldest moss keeper, patting the seed sadly. Without it, the glade forgets its songs. Leo studied the problem. The starseed was heavy, but the soil was soft. Remembering how he'd helped his father transplant seedlings, he dug small trenches around it, creating slopes. With the moss keeper's tiny hands pushing and Leo guiding, they rolled the starseed upward until it balanced on the meadow's crest. Light burst forth in a warm, golden wave. Flowers chimed harmoniously, and the very air hummed with rediscovered melodies. As dawn tinged the horizon, Twig fluttered to Leo's shoulder. You mended what was broken and lifted what was heavy. The glade remembers you now. They gifted him a petal from a crystal flower, cool and humming softly in his palm. Carry this, it holds today's courage. Retracing his steps, Leo found the veil parting effortlessly. Back in the willow grove, fireflies blinked greetings. The crystal petal dissolved into stardust, but its warmth lingered in his chest. That night, as Leo lay in bed, he realized the elders were wrong. The Vale of Whispers wasn't a place of shadows, it was a mirror. What you carried inside you found reflected there, kindness to mend, curiosity to explore, and always, always enough light to guide you home. He smiled, the glade's lullaby echoing in his dreams, a gentle reminder that the bravest adventures begin with a single step into the unknown. Story 19. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and sunlight dappled the mossy floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here, beneath the towering canopy and within the embrace of gnarled roots, lived the keepers of the Vale creatures, whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. One such keeper was a young moss badger named Fern. Her coat was the deep, velvety green of the forest floor, speckled with tiny, star-like lichens that glowed softly in the twilight. Fern lived in a cozy burrow lined with fragrant pine needles and woven willow fronds, tucked beneath the protective roots of Thistle, the eldest and wisest oak in the Whisperwood. Thistle wasn't just a tree. His bark held the etched memories of centuries, and his roots pulsed with the quiet rhythm of the earth. Fern's days were filled with small, vital tasks. Each dawn she'd emerge, her paws sinking into the cool, damp moss, the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves and waking earth. Her job, passed down from her grandmother and her grandmother before, was to tend the Veil of Seasons, a shimmering, almost invisible energy field that flowed through the roots and branches, connecting all life in the Whisperwood. It was this veil that allowed the gentle magic of the forest to bloom, the way autumn leaves turned into fiery jewels overnight, the way spring buds unfurled precisely when the last frost retreated, the way summer rains fell soft and warm, nurturing every thirsty root. One crisp autumn morning, as Fern collected dewdrops from Spiderweb's precious water for the veil's delicate balance, she noticed something unsettling. The veil, usually a soft hum felt deep in her bones, felt thin, like frayed spider silk. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed muted, and the air, instead of carrying the crisp scent of apples and wood smoke, felt strangely still and heavy. High above, thistle's leaves rustled with unusual agitation, a sound like dry parchment being crumpled. "Something troubles the flow, little fern," Thistle's voice rumbled, not in words, but in deep vibrations that traveled through the roots into Fern's paws. It was a feeling of concern, a gentle pressure against her mind. The veil weakens, the whispers from the north wind speak of imbalance. Fern's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. An imbalance in the veil meant disruptions, unpredictable frosts that could kill tender shoots, sudden floods that drowned burrows, or droughts that parched the land. The harmony of the whisperwood was at stake. She knew she had to seek the source. Her journey led her deep into parts of the forest she rarely visited, guided by the thinning pulse of the veil. She passed the bustling community of the bark weavers, tiny, iridescent beetles who spun threads of moonlight into repairs for the veil where it touched the tree trunks. They were working frantically, their usually harmonious clicking sounding frantic. "The threads snap faster than we can mend them, Fern," their tiny leader chimed, her voice like wind chimes made of ice. "The source of the fraying comes from near the Silver Tarn." The Silver Tarn was a hidden lake, its surface perpetually calm, reflecting the sky like a perfect mirror. It was said to be the heart's reflection of the veil itself. As Fern approached, the usual peaceful chirping of crickets and croaking of frogs was absent. The air hung silent and expectant. And then she saw it. Near the water's edge, a magnificent old willow, known as Weeper, slumped heavily. One of her great roots, usually submerged and anchoring the bank, had been exposed and badly damaged by a recent, unusually violent storm surge. The root was cracked and splintered, oozing a faint, amber sap that smelled of sorrow and decay. Worse, Fern could see it. Where the root was injured, the veil shimmered erratically, like heat haze, and thin strands of its energy were fraying and snapping, dissolving into the air like smoke. Weeper's injury was bleeding the magic that sustained the seasonal balance. Fern felt a wave of despair. She was just a small moss badger. How could she mend such a grievous wound to an ancient tree and the veil itself? She sat on a cool, smooth stone by the water, the silence pressing in, the scent of stagnant water and wounded wood heavy in her nostrils. She remembered Thistle's deep-rooted calm and the stories her grandmother told of cooperation. "The forest thrives not by strength alone, little Fern," her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory, accompanied by the comforting scent of dried lavender she always kept in her burrow. "But by the countless threads of connection, seek the helpers, listen to the whispers." Taking a deep breath, Fern closed her eyes and pressed her paws flat against the damp earth. She focused not on the problem, but on the deep, slow pulse of the forest life around her. She sent out a gentle call, not with sound, but with intention, a feeling of need, of shared purpose, carried through the network of roots and mycelium that laced the forest floor. The response was slow, subtle, but undeniable. First came the moss sprites, tiny, luminous beings no bigger than Fern's claw, who lived in the velvety green carpets. They swarmed over Weeper's damaged root, their soft glow intensifying. Where they touched, new, vibrant moss began to grow with astonishing speed, knitting over the raw wood, its cool touch soothing the inflammation, its roots secreting a healing balm. The scent of damp earth and fresh growth replaced the decay. Then came the stone talkers, patient, slow-moving creatures made of smooth river rock and lichen. They rumbled softly, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a gentle stream. With immense, deliberate care, they shifted the earth around Weeper's exposed root, sculpting a new bank, reinforcing it with layers of packed clay and pebbles to protect against future erosion. The air filled with the mineral scent of wet stone and upturned soil. Next arrived the dew collectors, shimmering dragonflies with wings like stained glass. They hovered above the Silver Tarn, dipping their long tails into the water. They didn't drink, they gathered the pure, reflective essence of the lake, charged with its inherent magic. They flew in intricate patterns over the fraying sections of the veil near Weeper's root, releasing the captured essence like a fine, sparkling mist. Where the mist touched the frayed energy, the veil shimmered, thickened, and began to mend itself, the broken strands reweaving as if guided by invisible hands. The air crackled faintly with ozone and the clean scent of rain. Fern didn't command, she facilitated. She used her knowledge of the veil's pathways, learned from Thistle, to guide the dew collectors to the weakest points. She encouraged the moss sprites to focus on the deepest cracks. She helped the stone talkers find the most stable stones. She was the conductor of a silent, natural orchestra, each creature playing its part, guided by instinct and shared purpose. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, the transformation was profound. Weeper's root was encased in a thick, healthy cushion of glowing moss. The bank was secure and stable. Most importantly, the veil above the silver tarn pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer fraying but flowing smoothly, like a healed river. The faint hum returned to Fern's bones, strong and reassuring. The silence by the tarn was broken. Frogs began a tentative croak, crickets resumed their evening song, and the gentle lapping of water against the newly fortified bank sounded like quiet applause. The air smelled clean again, carrying the crisp bite of autumn, the damp earth, and a faint, sweet hint of Weeper's gratitude, a scent like willow bark and cool water. Fern made her way back through the darkening woods, the path illuminated by fireflies and the soft glow of her own mossy coat. The forest felt alive, balanced, the magic thrumming contentedly once more. High above, Thistle's leaves rustled gently, a sound like a satisfied sigh. Well-woven little keeper, the vibration hummed through her paws. You remember the oldest wisdom. The forest mends itself through the hands of many, guided by a heart that listens. Back in her burrow, nestled deep beneath Thistle's roots, Fern curled up on her bed of pine needles. The scent of the forest loam, moss, distant wood smoke, and the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers filled the air. Outside, the first true frost of autumn began to gently kiss the leaves, painting intricate, glittering patterns on the veil where it touched the world, a testament to the restored balance. The wind carried whispers of the coming winter, no longer harsh, but a promise of rest and renewal. Fern closed her eyes, the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her a comforting lullaby. She had seen the hidden lives, witnessed the intricate dance of environmental harmony, touched the magic woven into the seasons, and learned the wisdom passed through root and memory. The whisperwood slept peacefully, its secrets safe, its magic whole, cradled in the quiet watchfulness of its countless, interconnected hearts. And in the deep, velvety darkness, filled with the scent of safety and the soft sounds of the forest breathing, Fern drifted into dreams woven with starlight and the enduring strength of roots, knowing she was part of something vast, beautiful, and eternally resilient. The hearth of the world crackled softly on, holding countless stories safe in the dark. Story 20. Deep within the silverwood, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to the wind and moss grew thick as emerald velvet, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath the dappled canopy, where sunlight filtered down like liquid gold, tiny creatures moved with purposeful grace. Pip, a young hedgehog with spines the color of twilight and eyes bright as dewdrops, scurried along a root path worn smooth by generations. His nose twitched, sampling the crisp autumn air, a heady blend of damp earth, decaying leaves like spiced cider, and the faint, sweet promise of frost yet to come. Pip lived with his elder, Bramblethorn, in a snug burrow woven into the roots of the grandmother oak. Bramblethorn's spines were grizzled silver, and his voice carried the deep, resonant calm of the forest itself. He taught Pip the intricate dance of the silverwood, how the fireflies weren't just lights but tiny lanterns lit by the laughter of the stars, how the murmuring stream carried messages from distant mountains, and how the very air hummed with a quiet magic, shifting with the seasons. The silverwood breathes, young Pip, Bramblethorn would murmur, his claws tracing patterns in the soft earth beside their hearth of glowing foxfire mushrooms. In spring it sighs with new life, the magic green and bursting. Summer hums with golden warmth, thick as honey. Autumn sings a rustling song of change, a magic of letting go and preparing. And winter holds its breath, a deep, silent magic of rest beneath the snow. Their harmony was delicate. Pip learned the names of every root nurse, wise old badgers, every sky weaver, industrious spiders whose dew-laced webs caught the morning sun, and every moss-tender, families of patient shrews. He understood that the glow of the moonstone lichen on the north side of stones guided night travelers, and that the sudden bloom of frost ferns overnight meant a gentle snow was coming. The forest thrived because each creature, each plant, understood its part in the grand, quiet symphony. One crisp evening, as Pip gathered the last sweet hazelnuts near Whispering Creek, he felt a tremor in the earth beneath his paws. It wasn't the usual settling of roots or the distant rumble of thunder. This was a shiver, cold and wrong, traveling up from the water itself. The creek, usually chattering merrily over smooth stones, flowed silent and sluggish, its surface filmed with an unnatural, grayish scum. The air around it felt thin, brittle, and the comforting hum of the forest magic seemed muted, strained. Pip's nose wrinkled at a faint, metallic tang, sour and unfamiliar. He hurried back, his small heart thudding against his ribs like a trapped moth. Elder, he puffed, bursting into the warm, root-scented burrow. The creek, it's sick, it shivers, and it's silent, and it smells wrong. Bramblethorn lifted his head from where he'd been polishing a smooth river stone used for scrying. His old eyes, usually warm amber, clouded with concern. He followed Pip back to the creek's edge. Kneeling slowly, Bramblethorn dipped a careful claw into the sluggish water. He brought it to his nose, then touched it to his tongue, his expression grave. The balance falters, he rasped, his voice heavy. The creek's song is choked. This is a wound, a poison seeping in, perhaps from the world beyond our borders. He pointed a trembling claw upstream, towards the higher slopes where the silverwood met the jagged peaks of the Stonewall Mountains. The water's path is blocked, its heart grows cold and still. If the creek sleeps too long, the frost ferns won't bloom, the moonstone lichen will dim, and the roots of the grandmother oak will thirst. The autumn magic cannot sing its change song if the water holds its breath. Pip felt a chill deeper than the autumn air. He remembered Bramblethorn's lessons about the interconnectedness the water fed the moss sheltered the grubs the badgers ate, the badgers dug tunnels that aerated the soil for the trees. A sick creek meant a sickening forest. What can we do? Pip whispered, his voice small against the vast, troubled silence. Bramblethorn closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Long ago, when I was but a young prickler like you, he began, his voice taking on the rhythm of old tales, the silverwood faced a great blight. A shadow frost crept down from the peaks, silencing the streams. The elders then, led by my own grandsire, spoke of the heart spring, the pure source where all the waters of the silverwood begin, high in the stone maw's embrace. It is guarded by the stone whisperers. Ancient spirits of rock and ice, they hold the key to the water's flow, but they listen only to truth spoken with a pure heart, and to the language of the land itself. He opened his eyes, fixing Pip with a gaze that held both sorrow and a flicker of hope. The path is treacherous, young one. It winds through the Needle Pass, where the wind bites like ice wolves, and past the slumbering giants, boulders that shift in the dark. But the heartspring, it responds to courage and care. It remembers kindness. Pip looked at the ailing creek, at the gray film dulling its surface. He thought of the silent fireflies, the worried chitter of the shrews nearby, the deep unease settling over the familiar mossy paths. He puffed out his small chest. I will go, Elder. I will speak to the stone whisperers. Bramblethorn nodded slowly, pride warming his old eyes. The journey requires more than stout paws, Pip. It requires the forest's own gifts. He gathered provisions, dried cloudberries tasting of sunshine, a flask of the purest dew collected from spider silk at dawn, and a small pouch of luminous pollen from the night-blooming starflowers to light his way. Lastly, he gave Pip a smooth, dark stone veined with silver. "This is a listening stone. Hold it close to your heart. When you stand before the heart spring, let your truth flow into it. The stone whisperers understand the language of stones." As Pip set out under sky streaked with the fiery oranges and purples of sunset, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The rustle of leaves sounded like hushed encouragement. He followed the creek upstream, its silence now a palpable weight. The air grew colder, sharper, scented with pine resin and crumbling stone. He navigated the Needle Pass, the wind howling a mournful song, finding shelter in crevices lined with soft, dry moss that smelled like centuries of peace. He skirted the slumbering giants, their immense shadows shifting in the moonlight like sleeping bears, moving with infinite slowness and patience ingrained in his bones from Bramblethorn's tales. He climbed higher, the trees thinning, replaced by hardy pines and jagged outcrops. The silence deepened, broken only by the crunch of frost underfoot and the distant cry of an eagle. Finally, as dawn painted the highest peaks in rosy hues, Pip reached a place where the mountain seemed to open its stony heart. A sheer cliff face, glistening with frozen waterfalls, curved around a hidden basin. In its center, protected by towering, snow-dusted monoliths that hummed with a deep, resonant frequency, bubbled the heartspring. It was a pool of impossible clarity, its water shimmering with an inner light, pale blue like glacial ice, yet radiating gentle warmth. Mist swirled above it, forming fleeting shapes, birds in flight, running deer, swirling leaves. Standing sentinel around it were the stone whisperers. Not creatures of flesh, but formations of living rock, tall, slender figures with faces smoothed by time, their eyes deep crevices holding starlight. They didn't move, but Pip felt their ancient, patient gaze upon him. The air thrummed with silent power. Trembling, Pip approached the edge of the luminous pool. He clutched the listening stone Bramblethorn had given him, pressing it against his chest, where his small heart beat like a drum. He closed his eyes, shutting out the awe and the cold, and thought not of his fear, but of the silver wood. He poured his love for the whispering oaks into the stone. He sent images of the sick gray creek, the worried faces of the shrews, the silent fireflies. He thought of Bramblethorn's wisdom, the taste of hazelnuts, the comforting scent of moss after rain, the vital need for the water's song to return. He thought of the delicate balance, the interconnected threads of life that were fraying. His truth was simple. The forest needed its heart to beat freely again. The listening stone grew warm in his paws, then began to glow with a soft, silver light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The light flowed from his paws, down into the clear water of the heartspring. The pool shimmered, its inner light intensifying. The mist swirled faster, forming the distinct shape of a flowing stream, then a leaf falling onto still water, rippling outwards. One of the stone whisperers, the tallest monolith directly before him, seemed to incline its starlit gaze fractionally towards the pool. A deep, resonant sound, not heard with ears but felt in the bones, vibrated through the basin. It was the sound of stone shifting, of deep ice cracking, of an ancient sigh. From the base of the monolith, where it met the pool, a fresh, powerful surge of crystalline water erupted, bubbling joyously into the heartspring. The pool's level rose, and the water flowing out through a crevice in the rock face suddenly ran faster, clearer, singing a bright, chiming melody as it tumbled down the mountainside. The gray film Pip had seen downstream. It was the water's sadness, its stagnation. The heartspring's renewed flow was its healing joy, washing the stagnation away. The journey back downstream felt lighter. The air hummed with returning energy. By the time Pip reached Whispering Creek, just as the first true snowflakes of the season began to drift down like feathers, the transformation was wondrous. The creek babbled and chuckled over its stones, clear and vibrant, reflecting the snowflakes like dancing diamonds. The sour smell was gone, replaced by the clean, icy scent of pure water and fresh snow. Moss tenders were already venturing to its banks, their tiny noses twitching in delight. High above, a firefly blinked its tiny starlight, a hopeful signal in the gathering twilight. Pip arrived home to find Bramblethorn waiting at the burrow entrance, a knowing smile crinkling his old eyes. The hearth mushrooms glowed warmly. "The creek sings again," Bramblethorn stated softly, the relief in his voice as deep as the roots of the grandmother oak. "The forest breathes its autumn song. You listened, Pip. You listened with your heart, and you spoke the forest's truth." They sat together, watching the gentle snow blanket the silverwood in hushed white. Pip felt a quiet pride, not boastful, but warm and deep, like the glow of the foxfire hearth. He had witnessed the forest's fragile magic, its deep interconnectedness, and the profound power of courage and care passed down through generations. Outside, the whispering creek carried the heartsprings renewed, song a liquid melody of healing and balance through the slumbering woods. The snow fell silently, tucking the ancient trees and their hidden guardians into a peaceful rest, knowing the harmony was restored. The magic of autumn's change, the gentle surrender to winter's rest, could now unfold as it should, a timeless rhythm watched over by the patient stars. And high in the stone maw, the stone whisperers stood silent once more, guardians of the source, their starlit eyes holding the memory of a small hedgehog's brave truth, as the pure, singing water flowed endlessly towards the roots of the world below. The moonlight, cold and serene, traced a path of silver on the now laughing stream, a promise whispered on the night air. All was well. All was balanced. Sleep would come gently, cradled in the deep, ancient peace of the silverwood. Story 21. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a sleepy kitten curled beside a warm hearth. Cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs dusted with perpetual autumn leaves, and lanterns shaped like glowing acorns cast pools of soft, golden light each evening. It was a place where bakeries smelled perpetually of cinnamon rolls, where streams chuckled secrets over smooth stones, and where small, helpful magics were as common as fireflies on a summer night. Young Theo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, loved Willowbrook, especially the comforting presence of his grandfather, the village keeper, a man whose wrinkles held more stories than the village library. But lately a gentle mystery had settled over Willowbrook, as soft and puzzling as a misplaced puzzle piece. Things were disappearing. Not grand treasures, but small, useful things. Mrs. Butterworth's prize-winning silver teaspoon vanished from her drying rack. Old Man Hemlock's favorite whittling knife, worn smooth by years of carving, disappeared from his workshop bench. Even Theo's own collection of particularly shiny river pebbles, kept in a little wooden box by his window, was found one morning suspiciously depleted. There were no signs of break-ins, no angry shouts in the night, just a quiet absence where familiar objects used to be. "It's strange, grandfather," Theo murmured one evening, curled on a worn velvet armchair beside the crackling hearth in the keeper's cottage. The scent of cedar logs and chamomile tea filled the air. Who would take such little things, and how? Grandfather, his spectacles perched on his nose as he mended a tiny clock shaped like a sunflower, smiled gently. Mysteries, Theo, are often puzzles waiting for patient eyes and kind hearts to solve them. They are rarely about malice, especially here in Willowbrook. Tell me, what have you noticed? Theo frowned, staring into the dancing flames. Well, the spoon was taken overnight. The knife was gone when Mr. Hemlock came back from lunch. My pebbles, I think sometime after midnight. I heard a little tapping sound outside my window, like tiny pebbles falling, but I thought it was just the wind in the ivy. Observation is the first step, Grandfather nodded approvingly. He set down his delicate tools. Perhaps we need to observe more closely tonight, but we'll need some help. He walked to his cluttered desk, pulled out a small, smooth stone painted with a spiral of moonlight silver, and tapped it gently against a crystal hanging in the window. It emitted a soft, pure chime, barely audible, but it seemed to shimmer through the very air. Within minutes, a fluttering sound arose outside. A small creature, no bigger than Theo's hand, alighted on the windowsill. It looked like a cross between a moth and a tiny owl, its fur soft as thistledown and shimmering with pearly light. Large, luminous eyes blinked at them kindly. This was a whisper moth, a gentle creature attuned to the quiet sounds of the night. "Greetings, Lumina," grandfather said softly. "We have a small mystery. Things are disappearing without a trace. Could you and your kin keep watch tonight? Listen for unusual sounds, especially near windows and workshops." Lumina chirped a soft, melodious note, bobbing her head. Another half-dozen whisper moths materialized out of the twilight, their soft light bobbing like tiny lanterns. They fluttered off silently into the gathering dusk. Later that night, Theo lay awake in his small loft bedroom, listening intently. The village was quiet, bathed in the soft glow of the acorn lanterns and the silver light of a crescent moon. He heard the familiar sigh of the wind in the willow trees, the distant hoot of a nightjar, the comforting crackle from grandfather's hearth downstairs. Then very faintly near Mr. Hemlock's workshop he heard it again, tap, 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 scrape, rustle. He crept silently down the stairs. Grandfather was already at the door, pulling on his soft boots. Lumina signaled, he whispered, his eyes twinkling. The mystery stirs. They moved like shadows through the sleeping village, guided by the faint, pulsing light of a whisper moth, leading them towards the woodshed behind the bakery. As they approached, Theo saw something else, a pair of bright, intelligent eyes, reflecting the moonlight from near the shed door. A small, sleek creature with fur the color of embers, and a bushy tail tipped with white like a flame's peak. A firefox known for its cleverness and love of small, shiny objects. The fox wasn't alone. Perched on a low branch of a hawthorn tree was a wise-looking old badger, her striped face calm and observant. Bramble, the forest warden, was respected for her deep knowledge of the valley and its inhabitants. Grandfather held up a hand, signaling Theo to stop. They watched, hidden by the deep shadows of a lilac bush. The firefox, whose name Theo knew was Ember, was nosing at the woodshed door. It wasn't trying to break in, it was nudging something out. With careful paws, Ember pushed a small, smooth river pebble, one of Theo's missing ones, through a gap under the door. From inside the shed came a faint, plaintive chirping sound, followed by more frantic tapping and scraping. "Ah," grandfather breathed, understanding dawning on his face. Not taking, delivering. He stepped forward slowly, making his movements deliberate and non-threatening. Ember froze, then dipped her head respectfully at the sight of the keeper. Bramble gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement from her branch. "Peace, Ember," grandfather said softly. "We mean no harm, we've been curious about the disappearances. May we see?" Ember looked towards the shed door and gave a soft, yipping bark. The scraping inside stopped. Grandfather carefully lifted the latch and eased the door open just a crack, holding up the small moonlight stone to cast a gentle glow. Inside the woodshed, nestled in a pile of soft moss and dried leaves that hadn't been there before, was the source of the mystery. It was a creature no bigger than a rabbit, covered in shimmering, iridescent scales that shifted from deep sapphire to emerald green in the dim light. It had large, luminous eyes, currently wide with apprehension, and tiny, leathery wings folded tightly against its back. Clutched in its small claws were Mrs. Butterworth's teaspoon and Mr. Hemlock's whittling knife. Scattered around its nest were Theo's remaining shiny pebbles, along with a brass button, a fragment of a broken blue bottle, and a piece of highly polished quartz. The creature looked thin and slightly ragged around the edges, its scales dull in places. A young sky dragon. Theo gasped, forgetting to whisper. But they live high up in the cloud peaks. What's it doing here? The little dragon flinched at Theo's voice, but seemed calmed by grandfather's gentle presence and the soft light. Ember nudged a small, half-eaten wild berry towards the dragon, who sniffed it cautiously. Bramble spoke from the doorway, her voice a low, soothing rumble. She fell, young keeper. A storm swept her far from her mountains days ago, injured her wing, too weak to fly home, found shelter here. Cold, needed sparkle. The badger gestured with her snout towards the collected objects. Sparkle for comfort, shiny things remind them of starlight and home, warmth for the heart. Ember yipped again, nudging the teaspoon. Shiny, useful too, spoon for digging grubs, knife for cutting soft roots, pebbles pretty, make nest feel safe. The pieces clicked together in Theo's mind. The disappearances weren't theft, they were a rescue mission. The creatures of Willowbrook, the clever firefox, guided perhaps by the wise, Bramble had understood the little dragon's plight. They'd been gathering shiny, sometimes useful, objects to comfort her, to help her build a warm nest, and even to find food while she was grounded and scared. But she needs more than sparkle, Theo said, his heart swelling with compassion. She needs proper food and warmth to heal. Grandfather nodded, his eyes kind. Indeed. And Willowbrook knows how to care for its own, even unexpected visitors. He knelt slowly, extending a hand towards the little dragon. Little one, he murmured, his voice as soft as the moth's wings, you are safe now. We will help you. Over the next few days, the mystery of the missing items became a tale of shared kindness. Theo brought a small, soft blanket from his bed. Mrs. Butterworth, once she heard the story, arrived with a bowl of warm milk infused with healing honey, declaring, a teaspoon is a small price for helping a dragon. Mr. Hemlock, his eyes suspiciously bright, carved a tiny, smooth perch for the dragon to rest on. Grandfather prepared a soothing salve for her injured wing, singing an old, comforting melody as he applied it. The whisper moths kept watch over the woodshed, their soft light a constant reassurance. Ember and Bramble became regular visitors, bringing berries, grubs, and quiet companionship. The little dragon, whom Theo named Glimmer for her shimmering scales, grew stronger. Her eyes lost their fear, replaced by a growing trust and a spark of her natural, playful draconic curiosity. Her collection of shiny things grew, but now they were gifts freely given. A polished coin from the baker, a snippet of golden ribbon from the weaver's daughter, a particularly bright blue feather Theo found by the stream. One crisp, clear evening, when Glimmer's wing had mended and her scales shone with vibrant health, the village gathered quietly in the meadow beyond Willowbrook. Glimmer stretched her wings, catching the last rays of the setting sun. She nuzzled Theo's hand, a soft purring rumble in her throat. She chirped gratefully at Ember and Bramble, then turned her luminous gaze to Grandfather and the assembled villagers. With a powerful downbeat of her wings that stirred the grass but made no great wind, Glimmer lifted into the twilight sky. She circled once, twice, a living jewel against the deepening blue, then soared higher, heading towards the distant, moonlit peaks of her home. As she flew, a small shower of sparks, harmless and warm like tiny embers, drifted down, landing softly on the upturned faces of the villagers. They weren't burns, they were warm little tingles, like the feeling of pure kindness. The missing spoon, knife, and pebbles remained in Glimmer's nest, a reminder of her time in Willowbrook. But no one minded. They had gained something far more precious, the warmth of a shared secret, the joy of helping a creature in need, and the knowledge that even the smallest mysteries, solved with kindness and observation, could lead to the most magical friendships. That night, as Theo lay in bed, he heard a familiar soft tap-tap-tap on his window. He rushed to look. Perched on the sill was a single, perfectly smooth river pebble, glowing faintly with a captured moonbeam. It hadn't been there before. He picked it up. It was warm to the touch. Looking up, he saw a tiny, distant spark of sapphire and emerald circling high above the village before winking out towards the mountains. Theo held the warm pebble close, a smile spreading across his face as he drifted into sleep, lulled by the comforting crackle of the hearth downstairs and the gentle, magical heartbeat of Willowbrook, where kindness always found its way home. Story 22. The old forest bordering the village of Willow Creek wasn't merely trees and undergrowth, it was a presence. To young Finn, whose bedroom window framed its deepest greens, it whispered on windy nights and sighed in the summer heat. Most villagers respected its boundaries, speaking of its ancient, watchful spirit. But Finn, with his quiet nature and eyes that noticed the way moss grew in spirals on oak bark, felt a pull. He often wandered its fringes, collecting smooth stones and feathers, sensing secrets woven into the dappled light. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tracing the path of a particularly determined squirrel, Finn stumbled. Not over a root, but into a hidden depression cushioned by velvety ferns. As he pushed himself up, his hand brushed against something warm. Not sun-warmed, but radiating a gentle, internal heat. Buried partially in the soft earth was a stone unlike any he'd found. It was the size of his palm, oval-shaped and smooth as river glass. Its color shifted as he turned it deep forest green one moment, then swirling with hints of amber and sapphire blue the next, like captured sunlight filtered through leaves and sky. It pulsed faintly against his skin, a soft, rhythmic thrum that resonated deep in his bones, comforting and alive. Finn pocketed the stone, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. He felt an inexplicable urge to venture deeper than his usual explorations. The familiar path seemed to bend differently, leading him towards a towering, ancient yew tree he'd never noticed before. Its gnarled roots formed a natural archway draped in shimmering, silver-gray lichen. As he approached, the stone in his pocket pulsed brighter, its light bleeding through the fabric. Hesitantly, Finn touched the lichen curtain. Where his fingers met the stone-warmed lichen, the silvery strands shimmered and parted like liquid moonlight, revealing not the dense forest beyond, but an opening into a breathtaking, hidden glade. Stepping through felt like slipping into a sunlit dream. The air was warmer, saturated with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth. Giant luminous mushrooms, their caps glowing with soft blues and violets, dotted the mossy floor like fairy lamps. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted amongst flowers that shimmered with their own internal light sapphire blue bells, emerald star blossoms, and golden cups brimming with dewy nectar. A gentle stream chuckled over smooth, rainbow-hued pebbles, its water crystal clear and seemingly lit from within. Above, the canopy wasn't leaves, but a woven tapestry of shimmering light, shifting colors like the aurora borealis captured in a green embrace. This was the verdant heart, a place whispered about in the oldest village tales, but long thought lost. Finn stood awestruck, the humming stone now a warm beacon in his hand. His wonder was interrupted by a soft, distressed chirping. Near the stream, partially hidden beneath a large, glowing toadstool, trembled a small creature. It was about the size of a rabbit, covered in soft, moss-green fur that seemed to ripple with subtle patterns of lichen and tiny, budding flowers. Large, luminous eyes the color of polished amber peered out, filled with profound sadness. Two delicate, leaf-shaped ears twitched nervously. It looked utterly unlike anything Finn had ever imagined, a living piece of the forest itself. "Hello," Finn whispered, crouching slowly, holding the glowing stone low so as not to frighten it. "Are you all right?" The creature flinched but didn't flee. It made a series of soft clicks and whistles, pointing a tiny, twig-like finger towards the center of the glade. There, upon a pedestal of intertwined roots, sat a shallow basin carved from pure crystal. But the basin was empty, and the roots surrounding it looked brittle, gray, and lifeless, a stark contrast to the vibrant life elsewhere. The creature gestured again, then sadly at the empty basin, and finally, with a trembling finger, pointed directly at the stone in Finn's hand. Its meaning was clear: that belongs there. And without it, we are fading. Finn looked from the vibrant, yet subtly diminished glade, the stream's chuckle a little weaker, the mushroom lights flickering intermittently to the creature's sorrowful eyes, and then to the pulsing heartstone. He understood. He had found not just a pretty stone, but the very source of this hidden world's magic. "You need this back?" he asked softly. The creature nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope replacing the sadness in its amber eyes. It chirped again, a sound like wind through reeds, and pointed towards the pedestal. Finn named his new friend Mossbud, for its fur and the tiny flower buds woven within it. Their mission was clear: return the Heartstone to its cradle. But the direct path across the glade was blocked by thickets of thornvine that shimmered with an unnatural, dark purple light, vines that hadn't been there moments before. The Heartstone's pulse quickened, sensing the corruption. "We have to go around," Finn murmured, feeling the stone's warmth guide him towards the left, along the chuckling stream. Their journey through the verdant heart became a test of perception and trust. They encountered a grove of whispering willows, their long, silver leaves humming complex riddles. What flows without moving, speaks without voice, and heals the deepest cut, one side. Finn, remembering the stream's gentle sound and the comforting pulse of the stone, answered, "Time." The willow branches sighed in agreement and parted, revealing their path. Mossbud chittered approvingly. Further on, they reached the mirror pools, a series of perfectly still basins reflecting not their images, but their deepest fears. Finn saw himself alone in the dark forest, unseen and unheard. Mossbud saw the glade turning gray and silent forever. Fear clenched Finn's chest, but the Heartstone pulsed warmly against his palm, a tangible reminder of connection. He took Mossbud's tiny, twig-like hand, its touch surprisingly warm and steadying. Focusing on the stone's light and the small, trusting creature beside him, the fearful images dissolved, and the path solidified across the still water. Their greatest challenge came near the petrified falls. Here the vibrant stream plunged over rocks that were slowly turning gray and brittle, the water itself seeming sluggish and dim. Guarding the only safe passage across stepping stones was a creature born of the glade's fading magic, a shade wisp. It was a swirling vortex of shadows and dead leaves, radiating cold despair. It hissed, a sound like dry leaves skittering on stone, sending waves of lethargy over them. Finn's limbs felt heavy, his hope dimming. Mossbud shivered violently, its flower buds wilting. The Heartstone flared, its light pushing back the oppressive gloom. Finn felt its warmth surge through him, not just heat, but courage. He remembered the riddles of the willows, the comfort of Mossbud's trust, the vibrant life he'd witnessed. This despair wasn't the glade's true nature. He held the stone high, its multicolored light blazing like a captured star. "You don't belong here." Finn called out, his voice surprisingly strong in the gloom. "This place's warmth and light go back to the shadows." The shade wisp recoiled as if burned by the stone's pure radiance. It let out a final, defeated screech and dissolved into harmless tendrils of mist that dissipated in the Heartstone's glow. The stepping stones gleamed cleanly again. Mossbud perked up, its fur regaining its luster, and chirped a triumphant, if shaky, little song. Finally, they stood before the root pedestal in the glade's center. The gray corruption crept closer, the vibrant colors seeming muted, the air thinner. The crystal basin waited, empty and forlorn. Finn looked down at the Heartstone, pulsing with life and warmth in his hand. It felt like holding a piece of his own newfound courage, a tangible link to this wondrous place and his unlikely friend. A pang of longing shot through him, the desire to keep this magic, this feeling of being important, of belonging to something extraordinary. He glanced at Mossbud, whose large amber eyes were fixed on him, filled with trust and a silent plea. The hesitation lasted only a heartbeat. Finn remembered the fading stream, the wilting flowers, the fear in Mossbud's eyes when they first met. Keeping the stone would be like stealing the glade's very breath. True belonging, he realized in a flash of understanding deeper than any riddle, wasn't about possession, but connection. It was about being part of something larger and protecting its light. With a deep breath, Finn stepped forward. He gently placed the heartstone into the crystal basin. The moment it touched the smooth surface, a wave of pure, golden light erupted from the pedestal. It washed over the glade like a warm tide. The gray roots turned rich brown and supple, sprouting tiny, glowing leaves. The thornvine thicket withered and vanished. The stream's chuckle became a joyful song, its water sparkling with renewed vigor. The mushroom lamps blazed steadily, and the flowers glowed with intense, saturated colors. The aurora-like canopy above pulsed with vibrant energy, casting dancing rainbows across the moss. A profound sense of peace settled over the verdant heart, deeper and warmer than before. Mossbud let out a series of joyful chirps and whistles, doing a little twirling dance on the moss. It bounded over to Finn and nuzzled his hand, its fur radiating pure contentment. The heartstone, now firmly seated in its cradle, pulsed with a steady, strong rhythm, its light bathing them both in a gentle, multicolored glow. Finn felt the warmth not just on his skin, but within him a quiet confidence, a sense of peace he'd never known. Mossbud led him back to the yew tree archway. As they approached, the creature stopped and pointed towards the village. Then it placed a tiny, cool paw over Finn's heart, then pointed back to the glowing heartstone. Its meaning was clear. You carry the heart with you now. You belong. With a final, soft chirp that sounded like a sigh of pure happiness, Mossbud faded back into the shimmering foliage, becoming one with the vibrant glade. Finn stepped back through the lichen curtain, which shimmered and solidified behind him. He stood in the familiar, cooler air of the autumn forest, the ordinary sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves replacing the glade's magical hum. Yet everything felt different. The air seemed sweeter, the greens richer, the sunlight warmer. He felt taller, calmer, anchored. He knew the verdant heart was safe, and a piece of its magic, its quiet strength and resilience, now lived within him. He also knew Mossbud was there, a guardian and a friend, a bond forged in shared purpose. Walking home through the lengthening shadows, Finn no longer felt like the overlooked boy. He felt woven into the tapestry of the forest and his village in a way he hadn't before. He noticed things with sharper clarity, the intricate pattern of frost just beginning to form on a spiderweb, the hopeful chirp of a robin settling for the night, the warm glow of lanterns starting to appear in the windows of Willow Creek. He paused at the edge of the village, looking back at the ancient forest. It didn't whisper secrets now, it breathed a quiet, contented sigh, a sigh he felt echo in his own chest. That night, as he lay in bed, the memory of the verdant heart filled him with a profound sense of comfort. The challenges, the fear at the petrified falls, the moment of choice before the pedestal, they weren't just an adventure, but lessons etched in light and shadow. He had learned that true courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action despite it. He understood that wisdom often spoke in riddles and rustles, if one only listened. Most importantly, he knew the power of connection to a place, to a friend so different yet so kindred, and to the quiet magic within himself that had always been there, waiting to be discovered, much like the hidden glade. He thought of Mossbud, safe in the restored heart, and the stone's steady pulse that now felt like a second heartbeat within him, a constant, warm reminder that he was never truly alone. The last thing he felt before drifting into a deep, peaceful sleep was not the ache of parting, but the warm glow of belonging, a comforting ember nestled safely in his heart, as real and enduring as the heartstone's light in the hidden glade. The forest outside his window sighed softly in the breeze, a lullaby of leaves, a promise of continued wonder just beyond the veil of the everyday, a secret shared and safeguarded. Story 23. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient trees wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight filtered through the canopy like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, a resonance woven into the very roots and stones. The boundaries between what was and what could be were as soft and permeable as the morning mist that clung to the fern fronds. In a hollow beneath the gnarled roots of the grandfather oak lived Fern, a small, gentle creature whose fur was the exact shade of new spring moss. Her eyes, large and luminous as polished river stones, held the quiet watchfulness of the forest. Fern was a moss keeper, entrusted by her elders with tending the delicate green carpets that cushioned the forest floor and held precious moisture close to the earth. Her days were filled with the soft scent of damp soil, the cool velvet touch of moss under her tiny paws, and the satisfying plink of dewdrops she carefully guided onto thirsty patches. Nearby, beneath a shelf of speckled granite, lived Bramble. Bramble was a root tender, his sturdy frame covered in coarse, bark-brown fur. His strong claws were perfectly suited for gently loosening soil around tangled roots, ensuring the mighty trees could drink deeply and stand tall. He loved the rich, dark smell of the earth he worked, the gritty texture against his pads, and the low, contented sigh a tree seemed to exhale when its roots were freed. Bramble and Fern were dearest friends, their bond as strong and steady as the oldest vines. The whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, governed by unseen currents tied to the sun and moon, the rain and wind. Fern's grandmother, Willow, whose fur had silvered like moonlight on water, spoke of the old harmony. "The forest breathes, child," she would murmur, her voice like dry leaves rustling, her eyes gazing into the deep green shadows. Sunlight warms the canopy, moonlight cools the roots, rain washes the leaves, wind carries the seeds. All things are connected, like threads in a spider's web. Tug one and the whole trembles. The heart of this harmony was the Glimmer Pool, a small, perfectly circular spring nestled in a hidden glade, fed by an underground stream as cold and clear as starlight. At its center grew the Willow of Whispers, its silver bark shimmering faintly, its long, slender leaves trailing into the water. This was no ordinary willow. Its roots drank deep from the magic flowing beneath the forest, and its leaves, when stirred by the gentlest breeze, released tiny motes of light that danced like fireflies before dissolving into the air. These motes carried the forest's song, the contentment of the soil, the strength of the trees, the joy of the streams. One late summer afternoon, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, Fern noticed something amiss. The moss near the eastern edge of her tending ground felt brittle underfoot, its vibrant green fading to a dull, thirsty gray. The usually cool, damp earth beneath it was warm and dry. She touched a curled leaf of a nearby fern. It felt papery and thin. A ripple of unease, cold as a sudden draft, passed through her. She found Bramble near the great beech, his brow furrowed. "The earth here," he rumbled, his voice unusually tight. "It's hard fern, like stone beneath the surface. The beech's roots, they feel strained, tired." He patted the massive trunk, and the tree seemed to groan softly in response, a sound felt more in the ground than heard in the air. That evening, as the first stars pricked the darkening sky, they sought Willow. The elder listened, her silvered head tilted, her ears twitching to catch sounds beyond their hearing. She led them silently through the deepening twilight, the scent of night-blooming jasmine heavy and sweet, towards the Glimmer Pool. Fireflies winked in the undergrowth, casting fleeting golden sparks. The glade felt wrong. The air hung still and heavy, devoid of the usual cool, refreshing breath that flowed from the pool. The Willow of Whispers stood listless, its shimmer dulled. its leaves hung limp, barely stirring. Only a few faint, sickly-looking motes drifted from it, falling weakly into the water instead of dancing skyward. The water itself seemed murkier, the gentle luminescence from its depths dimmed. "The balance falters," Willow breathed, her voice thick with sorrow. She pointed a gnarled claw towards the pool's edge. A large, jagged stone, slick with dark, unnatural moss Fern didn't recognize, had tumbled from the bank into the spring's source, partially blocking the underground stream. The earth's blood flows sluggishly. The willow cannot drink deep the magic it needs to sing, without its song. She didn't need to finish. The brittle moss, the hard earth, the strained trees, they were the forest's quiet cries. "The stone," Bramble said, his voice firm despite the tremor of fear beneath. "We must move it." But the stone was immense, half buried in the mud of the bank, slick and unwieldy. Fern felt despair wash over her, cold as the stagnant pool water. How could they, so small, move such a weight? Willow placed a gentle paw on Fern's shoulder. "Remember the threads, child, remember the harmony. Strength comes not only from muscle, but from understanding the weave." She looked towards the sky, where the nearly full moon was rising, a luminous pearl against the velvet dark. The moon cools the roots, but it also pulls the tides, even the hidden tides beneath the earth. An idea, fragile as a spider's thread, began to form in Fern's mind. She remembered the dew she collected, how a single drop could make moss plump and green again. She remembered watching Bramble patiently loosen packed earth around a root, how a little space made all the difference. And she remembered Willow's words about the moon's pull. "Bramble," she said, her voice gaining strength, "if we can loosen the earth around the stone, make space, and if we can use water." "Like the dew," Bramble finished, his eyes lighting up. "But we need more than dew, we need the stream itself." They worked through the moonlit night, guided by the silvery light and Willow's quiet wisdom. Fireflies gathered, drawn by their purpose, casting pools of light where they needed to dig. Bramble used all his skill as a root tender. He didn't try to lift the stone outright. Instead, with patient, powerful strokes of his claws, he dug deep trenches around its base, loosening the compacted mud that held it fast. The scent of wet earth rose strong and clean, a welcome change from the earlier staleness. Fern, meanwhile, became a water weaver. Using broad leaves like scoops, she carefully diverted tiny rivulets from the sluggish main flow of the block stream. She guided this water into the trenches Bramble was digging. The cool water seeped into the loosened earth, turning it slick and muddy. The fireflies hovered, their light glinting on the wet surfaces. As the moon climbed higher, bathing the glade in its cool, silvery radiance, its subtle pull, amplified by the water Fern had guided, began to work. The water-saturated mud around the stone became unstable. Bramble, sensing the shift, braced his strong shoulders against the massive rock. "Now, Fern," he grunted. Fern joined him, adding her smaller strength. Willow stood nearby, her eyes closed, humming a low, resonant note that seemed to vibrate in the very air, a call to the deep earth and the high moon. The fireflies pulsed brighter. There was a deep, sucking gloop, a sound like the forest taking a deep breath. The stone shifted, rolled slightly in the slick mud, then slid ponderously sideways, freeing the mouth of the underground stream. Clear, cold water, carrying the faintest shimmer of starlight from deep within the earth, burst forth with a joyful gurgle. It rushed past the displaced stone, swirling into the glimmer pool, washing away the murkiness. The willow of whispers shuddered, its silver bark suddenly gleaming as if freshly polished by moonlight. Its leaves rustled, stirred by an unseen breath of pure, cool air that swept through the glade, carrying the scent of water mint and clean stone. Then it began. Tiny, radiant motes of light, brighter and more numerous than Fern had ever seen, drifted from the trembling leaves. They rose like joyful sparks, swirling in intricate patterns on the night air. They carried the deep contentment of unbound roots, the cool relief of flowing water, the vibrant pulse of healthy earth. The forest song restored filled the glade a soundless symphony of pure harmony that resonated in ferns and brambles' bones, a feeling of profound rightness. They watched, exhausted but filled with a deep, quiet joy, as the motes danced higher, disappearing into the starry sky, carrying the restored balance back into every corner of the whisperwood. The moss beneath Fern's paws already felt cooler, damper. The air tasted crisp and alive. Willow smiled, the lines around her eyes crinkling like sun-warmed bark. "You see," she whispered, her voice blending with the gentle chuckle of the flowing stream and the soft rustle of the willow, "wisdom is knowing how the threads connect. Strength is working with the weave, not against it. And friendship," she looked at fern and bramble, "is the gentlest force and the strongest, for it weaves hearts together." As the first pale hints of dawn brushed the eastern sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in soft peach and rose, fern and bramble curled up together in the hollow beneath the grandfather oak. The scent of dew-kissed moss and damp earth, the gentle gurgle of the freed stream carried on the cool morning breeze, the distant chorus of waking birds all spoke of harmony restored. They had felt the tremor in the web, understood the ancient wisdom, and acted with gentle hearts and clever paws. The forest breathed easily once more, its magic flowing strong and true, a testament to the unseen keepers and the delicate, enduring balance of all things. And as sleep claimed them, the last dancing motes of light from the willow of whispers seemed to gather softly around them, a cradle of comfort and peace, whispering that all was well and all was as it should be. Story 24. The first frost had painted the village of Willowbrook in silver lace when Lily discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you. This one nestled in the hollow of the ancient whispering oak, glowing with a soft, buttery light that pulsed like a sleepy heartbeat. 10-year-old Lily, often overlooked in her bustling family of 7, had slipped away to the woods seeking quiet. Her mittened fingers trembled as she plucked the acorn from its mossy cradle. It warmed her palm instantly, whispering of cinnamon and damp earth. A map etched in shimmering lines spiraled across its surface. Lily knew with the certainty of moonrise that it was meant for her. That night, while her siblings snored in shared beds, Lily crept downstairs. The acorn glowed brighter in the dark, casting dancing shadows on the hearthstones. She traced the map's path, a winding trail leading deep into Frostwood Forest, where even hunters rarely ventured. Pulling her patchwork cloak tight, she stepped into the star-brushed cold. Snow crunched underfoot, and the air tasted of pine needles and promises. Guided by the acorn's gentle light, she followed a forgotten deer path, the forest closing around her like a protective cloak. Ice-kissed branches glittered overhead, and the distant hoot of an owl was the only sound breaking the sacred hush. Just before dawn, the acorn flared like a captured star. Before her stood the weeping willow of legends, a colossal tree with silver bark and branches that swept the frozen river like a queen's train. The map's lines converged at its trunk. Heart-pounding, Lily pressed the acorn against a knot in the bark. With a sigh of shifting roots, the tree parted, revealing a tunnel veiled in cobwebs of frost. Warm, honeyed air rushed out, carrying the scent of blooming, night-blooming jasmine. Lily stepped through. She tumbled into a world spun from starlight and dreams. Luminara, a hidden realm cradled within the willow's roots. Bioluminescent mushrooms lined paths of crushed amethyst, casting pools of violet and gold. Tiny houses carved from acorns and walnut shells clung to towering toadstools. Winged creatures no larger than Lily's thumb zipped through the air, trailing glittering dust. But silence hung heavy. The usual symphony of crickets and bubbling springs was absent. Flowers drooped, their colors faded, and the very air felt thin, like a sigh about to end. A sharp voice pierced the gloom. lost human or just foolish. Perched on a withered moon petal was a hedgehog, but unlike any in Lily's world. Bramble stood on two legs, barely reaching her knee, with quills like spun obsidian and eyes like chips of amber. A tiny satchel hung crosswise over his chest. He bristled, jabbing a twiggy finger. Luminara's dying, no time for gawking. Lily knelt, acorn held out. I found this, it led me here. Why is everything fading? Bramble's defiance crumpled. He sank onto the petal, shoulders slumped. The heartstone's gone, stolen 3 moons ago. He explained in hushed tones. The heartstone, a luminous crystal embedded in the great root chamber, was Luminara's life source. Its light nurtured the plants, powered the glowworm lanterns, and kept the air sweet. Without it, the realm was withering. Guardian spirits searched everywhere, Bramble whispered, a tremor in his voice. Even brave firefly scouts vanished near the shadowed crags. Now everyone hides, hopeless. His gruffness, Lily realized, was fear. I want to help, Lily said softly. The acorn warmed in agreement. Bramble snorted. You soft, slow human, you'll stumble and fall before the moss grotto. But Lily saw past his prickles. You know the paths, Bramble, and I notice things others miss. She recalled finding lost kittens in haylofts, spotting the first bluebell in spring under dead leaves. Please. Reluctance warred with desperation in Bramble's eyes. Finally he grunted, fine, but if you slow me down, I leave you for the moss spiders. He hopped onto her shoulder, surprisingly light. The journey began. Their path wound through wonders and perils. They crossed the bridge of sighs, a fragile arc of spider silk spanning a chasm where ghostly lights flickered. Lily inched across, heart hammering, guided by Bramble's hissed instructions. In the crystal caverns, walls pulsed with internal light, but jagged formations threatened to snap shut like teeth. Bramble navigated the safe route, whispering of pressure points only hedgehogs knew. They sheltered under a giant toadstool during a shimmering rainstorm, drinking nectar from dewdrop cups. Lily shared her oat cake. Bramble produced surprisingly sweet dried berry dust from his satchel. Slowly, a grudging respect grew. Bramble admired Lily's quiet calm when faced with skittering cave crawlers. Lily marveled at his encyclopedic knowledge of root tunnels and star moss properties. One moonlit night, resting beside a phosphorescent stream, Lily noticed peculiar markings on smooth stones, 3 interlocking spirals glowing faintly blue. Like the map, she breathed. Bramble squinted. The thief's mark left by whoever took the heartstone, they passed this way. Hope, fragile as a dragonfly wing, flickered. Following the marks, they descended into the whispering chasm, a deep fissure choked with luminous, predatory vines that recoiled from Lily's acorn light. At the chasm's heart lay the shadowed crags, a desolate landscape of jagged black rock. And there, wedged in a crevice, was a single luminous scale, larger than Lily's hand, shimmering with stolen rainbows. Bramble gasped. A gloom drake scale, but they are solitary and never leave the deeps. The mystery deepened. Gloom drakes were reclusive creatures of the underworld, not thieves. Why would one steal the heartstone? The map's final lines led them upwards, scaling treacherous cliffs slick with ice moss. Lily's arms ached. Bramble clung fiercely to her collar, offering sharp encouragement. At the summit they found the entrance to the drake's den, a cavern mouth exhaling air thick with sorrow and the cloying scent of decaying lilies. Inside, the cavern wasn't menacing but mournful. Bioluminescent fungi cast long, wavering shadows. Curled on a nest of dulled crystals lay the gloom drake, obsidian. She wasn't monstrous but magnificent, a creature of sleek onyx scales, though her wings drooped and her great eyes, the color of storm clouds, brimmed with tears. Clutched protectively against her chest pulsed the heartstone, its light dimmed and erratic, stained with streaks of inky blackness. "Thief," Bramble squeaked, puffing up. Obsidian lifted her massive head, her voice a deep tremor shaking the cavern floor. "Thief, no, protector." Her gaze fell on Lily, surprisingly gentle. "You carry the beacon acorn, so you see truth." She lowered her head, nudging something beneath her wing. 3 tiny flickering lights emerged, firefly scouts, weak but alive. They came, seeking the stone, but it was already sick. Through Obsidian's rumbling words, the story unfolded. She discovered the heartstone cracked and leaking darkness deep within the earth, poisoning the streams that fed Lullaby. Knowing its light was vital, she'd taken it to her den, her innate darkness-absorbing nature the only thing slowing the corruption. "The darkness weakens me," she confessed, a tear like molten silver tracing her scaled cheek. "I cannot heal the stone, only contain the sickness. Your scouts found me and collapsed from the shadow fumes. I kept them safe." She'd left the thief's mark to guide any who might understand, hoping for aid. Lily understood the overlooked, the burden of silent guardianship. She approached slowly, the acorn's light flaring brighter, pushing back the oppressive gloom. "We can't help you," she said, her voice steady. Bramble, shamefaced, bowed his spiky head. "Forgive my haste, Great One." The solution came not in force, but in unity. Bramble knew of star moss, a rare plant growing only on the highest, sun-kissed crags, whose spores could purify corrupted light. Obsidian knew the fastest tunnels. Lily, guided by the acorn's map and her own quiet focus, spotted the moss, a silvery patch clinging to a treacherous overhang. Obsidian lifted Lily on her great claw. Bramble scampered ahead, harvesting the delicate moss with practiced care. Back in the den, they crushed the glowing spores onto the heartstone's cracked surface. Lily held the acorn close, its pure light mingling with the spores. Obsidian channeled her fading strength, drawing the swirling darkness into herself, where it dissipated harmlessly. Light, warm and golden as dawn, burst from the heartstone, washing the cavern clean. The fireflies stirred, their tiny lights reigniting. The return was a jubilant procession. Obsidian, strength returning, carried them swiftly through secret tunnels. As they emerged near the great root chamber, Lullaby was already awakening. Colors blazed anew, flowers unfurled in vibrant bursts, mushrooms pulsed with vigor, and the air hummed with the songs of unseen creatures. The guardian spirits wept with joy as Lily placed the restored heartstone back into its cradle of glowing roots. Light radiated outwards, healing the land. Under the now vibrant canopy of the great willow, Lily prepared to leave. Bramble, no longer grumpy but fiercely proud, pressed a tiny pouch of star moss spores into her hand. "For remembrance, and thank you, Lily, for seeing me, not just my spines." Obsidian nuzzled her gently. "You carried light into darkness, little human. Remember your own strength." The beacon acorn, its map faded, glowed softly one last time before dissolving into warm light that settled around Lily like a blessing. Stepping back through the willow's portal into the familiar chill of frostwood, Lily felt changed. The journey hadn't made her taller or louder, but it had filled her with a quiet sureness, like the deep roots of the whispering oak. She returned home as dawn painted the sky peach and lavender. Her family, just waking, barely noticed her slip inside. But later, when her little brother couldn't find his favorite carved horse, it was Lily who calmly traced its path under the dresser. When her mother sighed over wilting herbs on the windowsill, it was Lily who repositioned them towards the weak winter sun, her touch imbued with newfound understanding. She didn't speak of Lullaby, Bramble, or Obsidian. Some wonders are felt, not told. Yet curled in her bed that night, listening to her siblings' breaths, Lily smiled. She held the memory of star moss light and the warmth of unexpected friendship close. She was Lily, quiet and observant. And within her now bloomed the unshakable knowledge that even the smallest spark, guided by kindness and courage, could rekindle the greatest light. The frost outside glittered like scattered diamonds, and the wind through the pines sounded like a contented sigh, lulling her into dreams as deep and peaceful as the heart of a healed forest. Story 25. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. 37. Story 38. Story 39. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a round-cheeked girl named Tilly who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with bottle caps that shimmered like dragon scales, feathers that changed color in sunlight, and pebbles warm as freshly baked bread. But her most prized possession was a tarnished silver key found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, its teeth shaped like tiny crescent moons. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures in the attic, Tilly discovered a peculiar keyhole beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It glowed faintly, as if someone had trapped moonlight in the wood. When her lunar key slid in with a satisfied click, the wall dissolved into mist, revealing a cobblestone path lined with lanterns shaped like dandelion clocks, their seeds glowing like captive fireflies. The path led to a dimly lit workshop where 7 clocks hung suspended from the ceiling, each frozen at a different hour. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with curious tools, scissors that snipped shadows into lace patterns, a thimble overflowing with liquid starlight, and an enormous book bound in what looked like dragonfly wings. A voice like creaking floorboards startled her. "You're early for the mending, but just in time for tea." From behind a grandfather clock emerged a badger in a patched waistcoat, balancing a tray of lavender shortbread and steaming chamomile tea in a pot that swirled with galaxies. "I'm Horatio," he said, brushing flour from his whiskers, "keeper of lost moments. That key of yours isn't for doors, child. It wins the clocks of forgotten memories." As Tilly sipped tea that tasted like grandmother hugs and rainy day stories, Horatio explained how unremembered joys escaped as silver dust collected by the clocks. But the 7th clock, its face cracked, hands dangling limply, had stopped absorbing memories long ago. "Without it, the village will lose its laughter, its secret kindnesses, its quiet courage," he sighed, the constellations in his teacup dimming. Their quest began in the velvet hollows, where memories rolled like fog through valleys of memory moss. A chatty sparrow named Pippin, who wore acorn caps as hats, joined them. "Lost things find me whether I like it or not." She navigated using a compass needle that pointed not north, but toward what matters most. Through fields of frozen tears that chimed like wind chimes when stepped on, and past rivers where fish made from whispered secrets jumped over their canoe, they collected glowing memory fragments in Horatio's starry teapot. The true challenge came at the obsidian bridge guarded by the absence, a shadow creature formed from forgotten fears. It loomed like storm clouds given form, its voice the screech of unoiled hinges. "No light may cross," it roared, tendrils of darkness extinguishing their lanterns. Tilly's fingers trembled against the memory-filled teapot, now pulsing warm as a heartbeat. Remembering how her mother once calmed her night terrors by naming 3 good things, Tilly whispered, the cinnamon scent of Horatio's workshop. Pippin chirped, watching sunrises from my birch tree perch. Horatio added, the click when a memory fits where it belongs. As they spoke, the teapot overflowed with light, not blinding but gentle as dawn. The absence shriveled like mist under morning sun, revealing the bridge now carpeted in starlight blossoms. Mending the 7th clock required not tools, but truth. Tilly placed the teapot's memories into the clock's cracked face as Horatio hummed a lullaby older than rivers. The final fragment, a memory of Tilly herself placing the key back under the oak for her future self to find, clicked into place. Clocks chimed in unison, showering the workshop in snowflake-shaped memories that dissolved into the air like sugar in tea. Returning home, Tilly found her key now warm to the touch, its teeth gleaming. The village seemed unchanged, yet Baker missed her. Bramble suddenly recalled his wife's favorite song, Old Miss. Ivy found her long-lost recipe for Honeycrisp apple pie, and children's laughter lingered in twilight like fireflies. In her attic the keyhole remained, a faint silver smile in the wood. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy showed Tilly a compass that pointed to second chances, she served him starberry tea in a familiar galaxy-swirled pot, the seventh clock ticking contentedly above them. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you might hear the soft chime of memory clocks drifting through dreams, reminding us all that what we cherish never truly fades, so long as we share it with kindred spirits under the same velvet sky. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 45. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young bookbinder named Corin, whose fingers could mend torn pages, but whose heart struggled to repair itself. Each morning he climbed the cobblestone path to his workshop, a crooked tower with windows like curious eyes, where he repaired ancient grimoires and illustrated children's tales. Yet for all his skill, Corin moved through life as cautiously as a moth afraid of its own shadow, clinging to routines as tightly as the ivy gripping his tower's stones. Change unsettled him. The rearrangement of a shelf or the arrival of a new season sent him retreating into his shell like a hermit crab. One brittle autumn afternoon, as Corin dipped his quill into ink the color of midnight, a peculiar book arrived without warning. It lay on his work table, bound in covers that shifted from deep cobalt to silvery green depending on the light, as if woven from twilight itself. No name marked its spine, but when Corin brushed his thumb over the pages, they hummed faintly, like a tea kettle singing on a hearth. Inside, the book lay utterly blank, until the moment Corin sighed in frustration and words began to bloom. "To the one who mends stories," the first line read, "you've forgotten how to read your own." Corin startled, nearly upsetting his inkwell. The letters shimmered like liquid starlight, and as he read on, the room seemed to soften at the edges, the firelight growing warmer, the scent of aged paper deepening into something alive and verdant. The book spoke of a forgotten garden hidden in the heart of the valley, where a tree with crystalline leaves grew, a tree said to reflect the truest self of whoever stood beneath its branches. Legend claimed it had withered long ago, its magic locked away by a guardian who feared the vulnerability of truth. Nonsense, Corin muttered, though his hands trembled as he turned the page. Yet that night dreams of the tree haunted him, roots like braided moonlight, leaves chiming like bells in a breeze, and a voice, soft as a spider's thread, whispering, "What are you afraid to see?" The next morning, Corin found a sparrow perched on his windowsill, its feathers the exact shifting blue of the mysterious book. It dropped a single seed into his palm, a seed that pulsed with a faint, rosy glow before darting away. Compelled by a curiosity he couldn't name, Corin tucked the seed into his pocket and set out, the book tucked under his arm like a nervous heartbeat. His journey led him beyond the village, past fields where pumpkins slumbered under frost-kissed vines, into a forest where trees whispered secrets in a language just beyond human hearing. Here he met Tansy, a woman who tended a cottage overrun with murmuring plants. Her hair was a storm cloud of curls, her apron pockets brimming with seeds that glimmered like trapped fireflies. "Ah," she said, eyeing the book in Corin's arms, "so you've met the Mirror Gardener's diary." Before he could ask, she pressed a steaming mug of spiced chai into his hands. "The garden's been waiting for someone like you, someone who's all mended edges but hasn't yet dared to grow." Over days that blurred like watercolor, Tansy became his guide. She taught him to listen to the root song of plants, a melody felt in the soles of the feet, and showed him how the forest thrived on change. "See how the maples shed their pride each fall," she said, catching a scarlet leaf. "They don't mourn the loss, they dream of what they'll become." Yet when Corin planted the glowing seed at the forest's heart, nothing happened. Days passed. He fretted, pacing until his boots wore paths in the moss. "Perhaps it's dead," he groaned. Tansy chuckled, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of earthy sage. "Or perhaps it's waiting for you to stop holding your breath." That night Corin sat alone by the planting site, the mysterious book open in his lap. Moonlight pooled around him, and for the first time he voiced the fear that had coiled in his chest for years. What if I'm not enough? What if I grow and it's not good? As tears fell, watering the soil, the seed finally stirred. A sprout unfurled, not toward the sky, but downward, its roots diving deep into the earth, glowing like veins of molten amber. The tree grew rapidly, yet not as Corin expected. Its trunk twisted like a question mark, branches spiraling in patterns that made his head spin. When he touched the bark, visions flickered, himself as a child, hiding in closets during thunderstorms, as a teen, burning his first failed manuscript, as a man, turning down a journey to distant libraries for fear of the unknown. The tree mirrored every self-doubt, every clipped wing of his spirit. "It's ugly," Corin whispered, throat tight. "Is it?" Tansy appeared beside him, cradling a bioluminescent squash. "Or is it honest?" She pressed her palm to the trunk, and the tree shuddered, its gnarls smoothing slightly. "Strength isn't in being unbroken, Corin. It's in accepting that growth requires breaking. Watch." She sang a note so low it vibrated in the bones, and the tree shivered. A crack split its trunk, and from the fissure spilled not sap, but liquid light. Where it touched the ground, flowers erupted, indigo blooms that chimed when the wind stirred them. The tree's once-tangled branches straightened just enough to reveal their pattern, a spiral, not a cage. Corin wept. Then tentatively, he added his own voice to Tansy's song. As their harmonies wove through the air, the tree's crystalline leaves burst forth, each one reflecting not his face, but moments of courage he'd never acknowledged, staying up to comfort a sick friend, patiently teaching a girl to bind her first book, daring to plant this very seed. By dawn, the garden had awakened fully, a labyrinth of luminescent flora where shadows danced like contented cats. The tree stood at its center, still crooked, still bearing the scars of Corin's fears, but now radiant with a beauty that made passers-by catch their breath. Villagers began to visit, finding their own truths reflected in the leaves. A baker saw her late mother's smile in the bark's grooves. A fisherman heard his son's laughter in the chiming flowers. Corin returned to his tower changed. He still mended books, but now he added new pages to them. Stories of a timid gardener who learned to sing to seeds, of a tree that grew strongest where it had once split. His workshop became a haven where children gathered to paint their fears onto paper kites, then release them into the sky, watching anxieties transform into specks of color against the clouds. Years later, when a young apprentice asked him how to stop being afraid of growing, Corin smiled, lines crinkling around eyes that had learned to find light in the cracks. He handed the child a seed from his pocket, ordinary-looking but warm to the touch. "Plant it," he said, "and water it with the stories you're afraid to tell. Then listen closely when it answers." And in the hearth's glow, as snow fell gently beyond the windows, the child leaned forward, ready to begin. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. The Amber Guardian. In a valley where autumn never truly faded, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass against perpetual golden hour, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps never crunched. Though she walked the forest paths daily, her boots left no mark on the russet moss, her passing noted only by the shiver of silver birches leaning close to whisper. The villagers called her the Quiet One, though had they listened beyond their looms and plows, they might have heard the way chickadees trilled melodies only she could answer, or how the creek altered its course to show her polished stones shaped like teardrops. It was on one such meandering walk that Leela found the first thread, a strand of luminous orange suspended between two foxgloves, humming faintly. When she reached to touch it, the forest inhaled. Ferns curled inward. Clouds paused mid-drift. The thread dissolved into mist that pooled around her ankles, forming a path that glistened like snail tracks under moonlight. "Curious things choose curious souls," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Behind a hawthorn bush stood a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, one ear tipped with velvet black. Its eyes held the patient gleam of someone who'd watched centuries unfold. Leela knelt, palms upturned. "Are you lost?" The fox blinked slowly. "Lost implies I had a destination. You found the unwoven edge, child, where the world frays when stories go untold." It nodded to the disappearing mist path. "Something's unraveling deeper in. Will you mend it?" Most children would have fled. But Leela, who knew the weight of being overlooked, who'd spent years listening when others spoke, simply plucked a milkweed pod from her pocket and blew. Seeds parachuted toward the fox, catching in its ruff. "Show me." The mist led them through a thicket where brambles unknotted themselves to let them pass, into a clearing dominated by an ancient oak. Its trunk bore a vertical slit glowing amber, wide enough to step through. Beyond pulsed a warmth that smelled of cinnamon and safety. "Ah," said the fox, tail twitching. "The Heartwood gate, it's been some time." Leela pressed her palm to the tree. Bark rippled outward in concentric circles. "Who are you really?" "A keeper of neglected tales. You may call me Ember." The fox brushed against her leg, surprisingly solid. "What we seek is a spindle stolen from this tree long ago, a sliver of its core that spins starlight into seasons. Without it, the forest's magic dwindles. Yours does too, though you haven't noticed yet." Leela frowned. Her hands had been colder lately, her shadow less distinct at noon. Who took it? Fear. Ember's ears flattened. A creature born from loneliness who thought hoarding light might cure its ache. It dwells in the clockwork hollow now, where time pools stagnant. The tree's aperture brightened, beckoning. Leela stepped through, and into a world where trees grew upside down, roots fanning like chandeliers dripping with bioluminescent moss. The air thrummed with the lazy drone of giant bees, carrying pollen that sparkled like crushed diamonds. But beneath the beauty lurked wrongness, patches of gray void where colors drained away, leaves crumbling to dust mid-sway. Ember nudged a decaying bluebell with his nose. The hollow's corruption spreads. We must reach the spindle before the equinox, when the gate seals for another century. Their journey wove through surreal landscapes, a meadow where flowers chimed when touched, requiring Leela to compose a melody to open a path. A river of liquid shadow that demanded she surrender a memory to cross. She gave the recollection of her mother's lullabies, voice growing hoarser each year, and wept silent tears as it flowed away. A bridge guarded by stone owls who posed riddles. Tilda, I slip through fingers yet anchor kingdoms. I'm sung by brooks and mourned by flames. What am I, Tilda? Time, Leela answered, though the word tasted bittersweet. The owls crumbled to gravel, revealing a staircase spiraling into mist. Ember observed her with newfound respect. You hesitate to claim your cleverness. Why? Leela traced the owl's remaining plinth, still warm from sunlight it no longer felt. Solutions found alone are just answers, solutions found together. She met the fox's gaze. Those become stories. Something shifted in Ember's posture, a loosening of guard. The creature we seek, it wasn't always monstrous. Once it wove dawn's first light into tapestries so vivid, birds mistook them for true skies, but mortals stopped looking up, their indifference starved it. Leela pocketed a pebble from the bridge, a habit from home, where her windowsill held a mosaic of found treasures. Maybe it just needs someone to see it. The clockwork hollow revealed itself at twilight, a cavernous space where colossal gears turned sluggishly beneath a ceiling of fossilized constellations. In the center sat a throne of welded timepieces, upon which hunched a figure more shadow than substance. Its hands, too many, sprouting like fractured branches, clutched a spindle pulsing with captured sunlight. Ember growled low. The thief of hours. Leela stepped forward, boots echoing. The creature's head snapped up, eyes burning sulfur yellow. Little thief, it rasped, voice layered with echoes. Come to steal what you cannot create. I've come to listen. Leela's heart hammered, but her voice held steady. She opened her palm, revealing the owl's plinth pebble. You took the spindle because no one saw your art, but what if someone wants to see now? The hollow shuddered. Gears groaned. The creature blurred, reforming as an androgynous being with hair like spun mercury, skin etched with glowing constellations. Its spindle hand trembled. Lies, all eyes craved the spectacle, none the craft. Ember limped forward, favoring a paw injured during the river crossing. You're right, mortals are distractible, myopic creatures. He flicked his tail toward Leela. But occasionally one appears who sees deeper. She didn't come to take, she came to understand Tilda. The creature shrank, becoming child-sized. Understanding requires time, I have none left to give. Leela approached, each step measured. What's your name? A beat of silence. Names have power. So do stories. She knelt, eye level with the being. I'm Leela, this is Ember, will you share yours? Wind howled through the hollow. The creature extended a hand, fingertip brushing Leela's forehead. And she saw Tilda. Millennia ago, a young guardian weaving auroras, delighting in the Oz of villagers below. Centuries passing, faces tilting downward toward plows and parchments. The guardian's tapestries growing desperate, volcanic sunsets, neon-striped storms, until the day a child finally looked up and sneered, "It's just sky." The spindle's theft hadn't been malice, but a scream for attention. "Aster," Leela breathed, the name blooming unbidden. "Your name is Aster." The guardian recoiled as if struck. Ember's ears pricked. "The Starmaker, but you faded eons ago." Fade, persist, what difference? Aster's form flickered between being and shadow. Mortals name constellations after dead things, Orion, Cassiopeia, never the hands that arranged them. Layla unbuttoned her cardigan, revealing a neckline stitched with embroidered stars, crude but earnest. "I've tried weaving my own. They're lopsided, but I could learn if you taught me." Aster stilled. The spindle's glow softened to honeyed gold. "You would care to know." Ember sat back, tail curling thoughtfully. "The equinox approaches. Return the spindle, and perhaps an arrangement could be made. The girl needs guidance, you need purpose. Even a fox can see the symmetry." Dawn found them at the Heartwood gate, spindle restored. The oak's fissure knit itself closed, leaving only a faint scar. Colors bled back into the forest, sapphire morning glories, crimson sumac, but Leela's hands remained translucent. Ember sighed. "You gave too much at the Shadow River. The memory you surrendered anchored your spirit to this world." Leela flexed her fading fingers. "Can it be fixed?" "There's a way," Aster said, emerging from the tree. They'd taken a new form, a traveler in a patchwork cloak, face obscured by a hood. "But it requires equal exchange, a story for a soul." So Leela spoke. She told of a girl who moved unseen until a fox saw her. Of a thief who forgot their worth. Of a forest that healed through shared wounds. As she spoke, her hands solidified, palms etching with faint constellations, Aster's fingerprint. "The spindle needs a bearer," Aster said. "Someone to weave seasons without controlling them, someone who listens." They pressed the artifact into Leela's hands. It melted into her skin, warmth spreading through her veins. Ember chuckled. "Seems you've inherited a celestial heirloom, little listener." Years later, villagers still speak of the quiet woman who dwells in the maple woods. They bring her honey and wool, though no one recalls why. Children leave sketches of starlings at her doorstep, which she stitches into quilts that shimmer oddly under moonlight. If you wander the trails at dusk, you might glimpse her, a figure with storm-cloud hair and eyes like captured twilight, followed by a rust-furred fox. Together they mend frayed edges, guiding lost hikers via firefly trails, untangling ivy from stone, humming melodies that make willows dance. And in the deepest thicket, where the Heartwood gate once stood, a single oak leaf spins eternally on its stem, weaving sunlight into stories, patiently awaiting the next curious soul. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 56. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, She knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Story 58. Story 59. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bakery windows glowed like honeycomb cells, something peculiar began unfolding as the autumn moon waxed full. Each night at precisely 8 bells, every lantern in the town square would blink out simultaneously, leaving townsfolk fumbling with tinderboxes while the warm scent of spiced cider hung unfinished in the crisp air. 12-year-old Tansy noticed it first while collecting chestnuts beneath the old sentinel oak. Her boots crunched rhythmically through fallen leaves until the familiar pop of extinguished flames made her turn. Through the twilight she watched as the lamplighter's pole slipped from old Mr. Burrow's grasp, his whiskery face upturned as dozens of lantern flames detached like glowing dandelion seeds, swirling westward toward the mist-shrouded bramblewood. "They're not going out," she whispered to her prickly companion, a hedgehog named Nettle who rode in her apron pocket. "They're being called." The next evening found Tansy perched on a frost-kissed bench, a woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother wrapped thrice around her neck. In her lap sat a jam jar filled with luminous moss and 3 raisins, Nettle's idea of emergency provisions. As the church bell tolled its 8th sonorous note, she held her breath. Lantern flames stretched into golden threads, slipping through iron filigree to dance above the cobblestones. "Quickly," she urged, jogging after the luminous procession. Nettle's tiny claws gripped her collar as they followed the trail past the murmuring mill wheel, through a thicket where silver birch bark gleamed like ancient parchment. The flames congregated above a crumbling stone well long claimed by ivy, spiraling downward into darkness. Tansy's courage faltered until a voice like wind through sun-warmed grass spoke behind her. They seek to mend what was fractured. A badger stood on hind legs, spectacles balanced precariously on his black-striped nose. In his paws lay an astrolabe crusted with stardust, its brass rings humming faintly. Professor Thistledown, he introduced himself with a bow. Keeper of sideways moments and lost luminescence, you've excellent timing, child, the moon's in the house of mending. As Tansy helped the badger polish a viewing lens the size of a soup plate, he explained the well wasn't a well at all, but a temporalis fissure, a fold between moments. Long ago, fire sprites lit these woods, he murmured. But frightened villagers built lanterns to replace them, wounding the old pact between flame and forest. Deep below, the gathered lantern lights pulsed in distress. Through the lens, Tansy glimpsed fragmented memories. A sapling's first sunrise, a fox kit's startled laughter, the village founder shaking hands with a glowing creature made of crackling twigs. The sprite's memories are fading, Thistledown sighed. Without them, your lanterns will gutter forever by winter solstice. Dawn found them in the badger's burrow library, shelves carved between tree roots and lined with crystallized dewdrops containing historical scents. Tansy sneezed twice. 1776 smelled strongly of burnt toast, while Nettle organized acorn caps of herbal tea. We need something that carries both human warmth and wild light, Tansy mused, watching steam rise from her cup. Her mittened finger traced the knit stitches of her scarf, each loop a tiny vessel. Like Nana's stories. She sat upright, scattering chestnut shells. She says every stitch holds a memory. What if we? The plan unfolded like a map in firelight. For 3 days and nights, the village buzzed with gentle industry. Children braided garlands of dried marigolds, while elders sang ballads into hollow gourds. Bakers kneaded cinnamon into bread shaped like owls and hedgehogs. When the preparations were complete, the entire populace gathered at the well under Thistledown's direction, each person holding an item infused with personal history. A midwife's first blanket, a fisherman's luck-knotted net, Tansy's own scarf now interwoven with Nettle's quills. As the 8th bell chimed, lantern flames rose once more, but this time the villagers offered their memory vessels in unison. Golden threads wove through embroidered hopes and whispered lullabies, becoming a bridge between past and present. From the well emerged flickering forms with eyes like banked hearths, their crackling speech translating through the offered memories. You kept our light but forgot our names. We kept your warmth but feared your flames. Let thread be twine and song be spark, to mend the stitch torn in the dark. The fire sprites and lantern flames merged into constellations above the square. Where they touched ground, new plants sprouted, moonfire vines whose blossoms glowed amber at dusk and silver at dawn, their roots knitting the earth's hidden fractures. Now, when Willowmere's children press ears to the sentinel oak, they hear faint laughter like leaves rustling. Nettle, who gained a rather distinguished waistcoat from the event, can often be found lecturing young hedgehogs on the importance of emergency raisins. And if lanterns occasionally flicker in patterns that look suspiciously like badgers dancing, well, that's simply how stories weave themselves into the world's great tapestry, one mended stitch at a time. Story 60. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the Petal Weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The Petal Weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The Petal Weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver. With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the chamber of echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the ember leaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the ember leaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me." Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway. The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the ember leaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leela placed the ember leaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the ember leaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the ember leaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 82. Story 83. In the velvety folds of twilight, where fireflies scribble secrets in the air, there existed a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths curled like cinnamon sticks around cottages with roofs of woven willow branches, each chimney puffing spirals of smoke that smelled of burnt sugar and pine needles. Here lived a hedgehog baker named Thimblewick, whose quills perpetually glittered with flour dust, and whose greatest treasure was a copper whisk that hummed show tunes when it stirred batter. One dewy morning, as Thimblewick balanced a tray of lavender shortbread on his snout, his dearest friend Hazel, a squirrel with a penchant for mismatched socks and a hat that sprouted silk daisies when she laughed, burst through the bakery door. "The stars are vanishing," she squeaked, her tail twitching like a windsock in a storm. Last night Orion's belt turned into suspenders, and the Big Dipper's become a teeny teaspoon. True enough, that evening the sky yawned emptily above Willowbrook. The moon, usually plump and pearlescent, sagged like a deflated balloon, her light dimming to a sorrowful gray. Without starlight, the village's enchanted sunflowers began snoozing through breakfast, the river's song dwindled to a grumpy mutter, and worst of all, Thimblewick's raspberry tarts lost their signature fluff. "We must consult the Glimmerroot Forest's wisest creature," declared Hazel, adjusting her hat, now sprouting anxious thistles. So off they trundled, past meadows where sheep shaped like teapots grazed, and through groves where trees whispered gossip in rustling verse. Deep in the forest they found Brambleclaw, a badger with a monocle made of ice and a cloak patched from maps of forgotten realms. "Ah," rumbled Brambleclaw, studying the sky through his monocle, which fogged ominously. "The Starweaver's spun herself into a tizzy, knitted too many nebulas and forgotten to mend the constellations. She's trapped in her celestial yarn barn, buried under skeins of stardust." He tapped a claw on his atlas cloak, where a tiny comet zipped across Antarctica. "But fear not, the luminous lullaby, a tune spun from spider silk and thunder's purr, can calm her frenzy. You'll find it in the cave of echoing hums, though mind the gloomgluppers." "Gloomgluppers," Thimblewick squeaked, nearly dropping his whisk. Pesky critters who slurp up laughter, Brambleclaw said gravely. But carry a pocketful of pickle peels, they detest the smell. Armed with pickled radish rinds and Hazel's harmonica, which played chords in the shape of butterflies, the pair ventured onward. The cave of echoing hums loomed ahead, its entrance fringed with bioluminescent ferns that chimed when brushed. Inside, walls glittered with embedded crystals that pulsed like sleepy hearts, and the air thrummed with the deep, velvety vibrations of the earth itself. Listen, Hazel whispered. A melody twined through the cave, a lullaby that smelled of fresh linen and lullabies, its notes visible as silver threads in the air. But as Thimblewick reached to pluck a thread, gurgling laughter erupted. From shadows oozed gloomglippers, ink-blot creatures with too many teeth and vacuum cleaner snouts. Hazel blew her harmonica fiercely, sending neon music butterflies fluttering. Thimblewick waved pickle pails like a sword, the sharp vinegar scent making gloomglippers recoil and melt into puddles of shadowy marmalade. Snatching the luminous lullaby's threads, they fled, the cave's crystals cheering them on with prismatic winks. Atop Starweaver's mountain, which was really just her very cluttered yarn barn floating on a cloud, they found the cosmic alpaca in spectacular disarray. Her hooves were tangled in galaxies, her knitting needles click-clacking furiously as she darned a black hole. Too many supernovas, not enough mittens, she bleated, her fur crackling with static. Hazel played the luminous lullaby on her harmonica, while Thimblewick gently untangled the Starweaver, using his whisk to re-roll balls of superstring. As the melody soothed her, the alpaca sighed, "Bless your button noses," and reshaped the stars with swift, loving loops, reforging Orion's belt, plumping the Big Dipper, and adding a new constellation, a hedgehog and squirrel riding a radish-shaped rocket. Back in Willowbrook, the sky blazed with restored splendor. The moon chuckled, her light buttering the village in gold, while sunflowers stretched awake, petals unfurling like sunshades. To celebrate, Thimblewick baked a towering cake iced with comet cream, and Hazel organized a sock hop under the twinkle of their new constellation. But the finest moment came when Brambleclaw arrived, lugging a phonograph that played the luminous lullaby. As villagers danced, the gloomglipper puddles, now docile as puddles should be, bubbled joyfully, their inkai surfaces reflecting the stars above, a reminder that even gloom can sparkle when sprinkled with pickle peels and friendship. And so, nestled in their quilts of clover down, Willowbrook's children drifted to sleep that night, lulled by the rhythm of contented hedgehog snores and the gentle click-clack of Starweaver's needles, stitching new dreams into the cosmos, one cheerful stitch at a time. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between Emerald Hills and the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny, twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The evening sun dipped below the whispering hills, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and apricot, as young Finn traced his fingers over the worn quilt covering his grandmother's lap. Outside, fireflies danced like scattered stars above the meadow. "Grandmother," he whispered, "why does the wind sing differently here than in the town?" Grandma Sylvie smiled, her eyes crinkling like ancient parchment. "Because the wind remembers, child, just like this land remembers our bones." She opened a carved cedar chest, releasing the scent of dried lavender and thyme. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in faded indigo cloth. "Tonight," she said, her voice a soft hum, "you're ready to hold what's been waiting for you." Unfolding the cloth revealed a river stone, smooth as polished moonlight, with a spiral etched into its surface. "This," Grandma Sylvie murmured, placing it in Finn's palm, "is your great-great-grandmother's listening stone. Our family carried these when we tended the Valley of Echoes, long before roads or towns existed." The stone warmed against Finn's skin, humming faintly like a bee in clover. The next morning, Finn followed the stone's pull toward the eastern woods. Ducus ferns brushed his ankles, and the air tasted of pine resin and wild mint. Deep in the forest, where sunlight filtered like liquid gold, he found a moss-covered archway of intertwined oak roots, hidden unless one knew to look. The stone's hum deepened as he stepped through. Beyond lay the Valley of Echoes, untouched by time. Silver birches stood sentinel around a clearing where wild strawberries carpeted the earth. At its center rose 3 standing stones, taller than Finn, carved with spirals matching his stone. As he approached, a breeze stirred, carrying voices that weren't quite voices, more like the memory of laughter, the echo of lullabies. Finn placed his listening stone against the central monolith. Light bloomed from the spiral, weaving into the air like liquid starlight. Suddenly, the clearing shimmered. Ghostly figures materialized, people with his grandmother's kind eyes and his own unruly hair. They moved through visions, gathering herbs with reverence, singing to saplings as they planted them, placing similar stones in riverbeds to bless the waters. Finn watched them face a great drought, not with fear, but by gathering every soul in the valley. They shared water equally, sang rain's songs until clouds gathered, and taught children to read the language of wilting leaves. Their strength lay not in force but in deep listening, to the land, to each other. As the visions faded, a woman with Grandma Sylvie's smile lingered. Her voice resonated in Finn's bones, gentle as root growth. We are keepers of whispers, child. To hear the earth sigh is to know when it thirsts. To hear a friend's silence is to know their heart. This is our legacy, not stone or song, but the courage to listen deeply. The monolith's carving shifted, revealing a hollow holding a simple circlet of braided sweetgrass. Finn lifted it and the valley sighed, a sound of contentment. That evening he returned to Grandma Sylvie's cottage, as fireflies ignited the dusk. He placed the sweetgrass circlet in her hands, whispering all he'd seen. Her tears gleamed in the candlelight. The keeper's crown, she breathed. Woven by the first of our line to remind us, true wisdom grows from stillness, not noise. They sat on the porch as stars emerged, Finn's head resting against her shoulder. He understood now why the wind sang here. It carried centuries of his family's laughter, their struggles, their quiet stewardship. The stone in his pocket pulsed warmly, no longer a mystery, but a companion. Grandmother, Finn said, watching the moon rise pearly white over the hills, I heard the valley today. It said it's glad we remember. Sylvie kissed his forehead. And so it will be for generations to come. Close your eyes, little keeper. As Finn drifted to sleep, the wind wove through the sweetgrass crown on the windowsill, humming the old, tender songs of the earth. Outside, the land dreamed peacefully, cradled in the arms of its gentle guardians. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Vale. In a village nestled between silver birch forests and meadows of twilight blue flax, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands could mend anything broken. Her fingers, quick as minnows, wove splintered chair legs back together, patched torn quilts with threads spun from dandelion fluff, and even fixed the cracked music box old Mrs. Bramble kept above her fireplace. But Leela's true gift lay in listening, not just to people's words, but to the secret language of creaking floorboards, sighing tea kettles, and the way the wind hummed through the chimney at dusk. One evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Leela discovered a peculiar object half buried in the roots of the ancient oak behind her cottage. It was a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with filigree patterns that seemed to shift like living vines under her touch. When she pressed the clasp, it sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny prism that cast rainbows on her palms. A voice, soft as moth wings, whispered from it, "Seek the veil where shadows dance, and mend the tear in twilight's trance." The hidden path. Guided by the locket's prism, which glowed brighter when she faced north, Leela packed a satchel with gingerbread stars, a jar of firefly light, and her grandmother's woolen cloak. The forest deepened around her, birches giving way to pines that murmured in harmonies older than time. Just as the first stars pricked the sky, she stumbled upon a stone archway veiled in ivy. Through it she glimpsed a world where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing peach and lavender, and streams trickled upward into floating ponds. "You're late," said a dry, crackling voice. A fox with fur like smoldering embers sat atop a toadstool, tail flicking impatiently. "I've been waiting since the third chime of the twilight bells." "Waiting for me." Leela blinked. "Obviously you've got the whispering locket, haven't you? That means you're the mender." The fox hopped down, revealing a crooked left paw wrapped in cobweb bandages. "Name's Ember, and before you ask, no, I didn't get caught in a trap. I tripped over a particularly melodramatic weeping willow root." Ember explained that the moonlit veil, a realm where dreams took physical form, was fraying at the edges. "The night spinners, those are the spiders who weave moonlight into silk, say the tear's getting bigger. If it isn't mended, the veil will dissolve into chaos. And you're the only one who can fix it, apparently." The fractured realm. The veil was both breathtaking and unsettling. Meadows of stardust clover dissolved into patches of void, where colors leaked away like water down a drain. They passed a hill where clockwork songbirds looped the same three notes endlessly, their gears rusted, and a lake where reflections showed not faces but memories, a baker laughing as she burnt her first loaf, a child tenderly bandaging a sparrow's wing. "The tear's influence," Ember muttered. "It warps everything it touches." Their first test came at the Bridge of Whispers, a fragile span of crystallized mist. As Leela stepped onto it, the locket flared, and the bridge solidified beneath her feet. Halfway across, shadowy figures materialized, a boy with her eyes and smile, a woman humming a lullaby Leela felt she'd known in infancy. "Stay," they crooned. "Stay, and we'll be a family again." Leela's breath hitched. Her parents had vanished when she was 4, leaving only a lullaby fragment in her memory. The shadows stretched their arms toward her, their edges blurring into the abyss below. Ember nipped her sleeve. "They're just echoes. The tear preys on longing." Steeling herself, Leela focused on the locket's warmth. "I choose what's real," she said firmly. The shadows shattered like glass, and the bridge carried them safely across. The night spinner's request. In a grove of diamond-barked trees, they found the night spinners, enormous spiders with abdomens like opal marbles, their legs moving in hypnotic patterns as they spun strands of liquid moonlight. Their leader, Old descended on a silk thread, her 8 eyes gleaming sorrowfully. "The tear began as a pinprick," she said, pointing to the eastern horizon where a jagged rift pulsed like an infected wound. "It feeds on loneliness, grows stronger with every unspoken grief. We've tried to weave patches, but the threads unravel." She gestured to a tapestry nearby, a beautiful landscape fraying at the center. "Only a mender can heal it permanently." To repair the tear, Leela needed 3 things: a feather from the stormbird nesting in the peaks of Sorrowspire, a teardrop from the solitary river guardian, and a thread from the very first loom of the veil. "But beware," Old warned. "The tear will try to turn your own heart against you." The stormbird's gift. Sorrowspire's cliffs were sheer and icy, the wind howling like a wounded beast. The stormbird, a colossal creature with crackling violet feathers and eyes like lightning, screeched at their approach. "Leave," it thundered. "My chicks need me." Layla noticed the nest beneath the bird, 3 chicks, their wings clipped by glowing chains. The tier's corruption had manifested here as fear, trapping the stormbird in endless protectiveness. "You're hurting them by staying so close," Leela called over the gale. "They can't learn to fly if you never let go." The stormbird reared back, but Ember added, "She's a mender. She knows about these things." With a shuddering cry, the bird allowed Leela to snap the chains. As the chicks soared into the clouds, their joyful cries melting the frost, the stormbird plucked a feather. "You've mended more than you know," it rumbled. The river guardian's sorrow. The river was a serpentine ribbon of mercury, its surface reflecting Leela's face as an old woman, then a toddler, then a stranger. The guardian emerged, a translucent figure with waterweed hair and a crown of broken promises. "Why should I help you?" she hissed. "No one stays, everyone leaves." Leela sat at the water's edge. "I lost people too, but holding on to the hurt just makes it heavier." She opened the locket, showing the guardian her own reflection, not as a victim of abandonment, but as a girl surrounded by friends, Ember stealing a honey cake, the stormbird's chicks perched on her shoulders. The guardian's rigid posture softened. A single teardrop crystallized in her palm. "You've shown me a different current," she murmured. The first loom. Deep in the Vale's heart lay the first loom, a massive frame of interlocking roots. But guarding it was a figure Leela never expected, a shadowy mirror image of herself, eyes cold and hands clawed. "You'll fail," the shadow sneered. "You're just a lonely girl playing hero." Leela's chest tightened. The shadow voiced every doubt she'd buried, the fear that she'd never find her family, that she wasn't truly needed. But then she noticed something. The shadow had no locket. "You're right," Leela said quietly. "I am lonely sometimes, but that's why I understand the Vale's pain, and why I have to try." She reached out, not in anger, but pity. The shadow shrieked and dissolved, leaving behind a shimmering thread. Mending the tear. At the rift's edge, chaos reigned. Time looped and stuttered, a butterfly became a caterpillar mid-flight. Leela combined the feather, teardrop, and thread into a needle. As she stitched, memories flooded her, not just her own, but the Vale's. A child's first laugh echoing through the trees, a spider's pride in her first web, the stormbird's awe at her chick's first flight. The tear fought back. Visions of her parents beckoned, their faces blurring. "Come with us," they urged. But Leela whispered, "I'll always love you. But my story isn't yours anymore." With a final pull, the rift sealed, leaving a scar that glittered like a constellation. Homecoming. The Vale blossomed. Meadows sprouted flowers that chimed when touched. The river sang lullabies. Old Elara wove Leela a cloak of moonlight silk, while the stormbird gifted her a feather that would always guide her home. At the stone archway, Ember pressed his nose to her hand. "You'll visit right. I've gotten used to your terrible sense of direction." Leela laughed. "Always." Back in her cottage, she hung the locket by her window. Some nights when the moon was full, she'd wake to find a fox-shaped shadow darting through the garden, or a feather glowing on her pillow. And though her parents' absence still ached, it no longer gnawed, for she'd learned that love could take many forms, and that every mending, no matter how small, wove the world a little closer together. As the village slept, the locket's prism cast rainbows across the walls, and if one listened closely, they might hear the faintest whisper of a fox's chuckle, or the distant hum of a loom spinning starlight into silk. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that?" The forest is dying, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the enchanted hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Pharaon, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Pharaonian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Pharaonian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident, when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods. Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind-blown secrets, there lived a boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when held to the ear, feathers that shimmered like liquid starlight, and acorn caps that fit perfectly on his thumb. But his greatest discovery came on the eve of his 10th birthday, when he found an oil lantern tucked behind a crate of dried lavender in the attic. Its brass surface was dull with age, and etched into its base were words worn soft as a grandmother's hands, "Seek what hides in plain sight." That night, as the first cricket began its even song, Milo polished the lantern until his face blinked back at him from the metal. When he struck a match to light the wick, the flame leapt not in gold, but in rippling silver, casting patterns across the walls like moonlight dancing through willow branches. The air smelled suddenly of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, vanilla perhaps, or ripe plums. A path of glowing foxglove blossoms appeared beyond his window, winding into the ink-dark forest where villagers never wandered after dusk. Milo's boots crunched on frosted leaves as he followed the trail, the lantern swinging gently in his grip. Shadows stretched and shivered around him until he reached a clearing where a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, though his eyes twinkled like dew. "Bramble at your service. I suppose you've come about the weeping." The weeping. Milo crouched, lantern light pooling around them. A sound shivered through the trees then, a mournful wail that made Milo's bones ache. Bramble's quills drooped. The guardian of roots, her heart tree is sick, and without its song the forest's memories are unraveling. Birds forget their nests, streams misplace their courses. Even the stars, he pointed to the sky, where constellations flickered like guttering candles, grow faint. The lantern's flame dimmed as the wail came again, closer now. Bramble scurried up Milo's sleeve, his whisper urgent. "The lantern chose you, but only kindness can mend what's broken. Remember, roots listen best when the world holds its breath." They pressed deeper into the woods, guided by a firefly named Glint, whose wings left trails of citrine light. "I'll illuminate doubts," she declared, zipping ahead. "Doubts in doorways and, oh, duck." Milo barely avoided a spiderweb strung with trembling pearls of rain. When they found the guardian, she was curled at the base of a massive oak, her bark-like skin split with cracks that oozed amber tears. The tree above her groaned, its branches clutching shriveled leaves. "It starves," the guardian mourned, voice rasping like dry reeds. "The roots cannot hear the sky's song anymore." Milo knelt, setting the lantern between them. Up close, the tree's bark bore carvings, swirling patterns that told stories of seasons long past. He placed a palm against the trunk, and images flooded his mind. A sapling drinking starlight, generations of owls nesting in its arms, the first time snowfall kissed its branches. But the memories grew fractured, fading like ink in water. "The roots need to remember," Milo murmured. Bramble nibbled a threadbare root tendril. "They're tangled, too much noise underground, grumbling stones, chattering worms." Glint settled on Milo's shoulder. "What if we sing the tree's own story back to it, so the roots recognize their song?" The guardian lifted her face, hope kindling in her hollow eyes. "The tree gave its voice to the wind long ago. We've forgotten the tune." Milo studied the lantern's inscription, "Seek what hides in plain sight," and gasped. "The stories are right here." He traced the carvings on the oak. "These aren't just marks, they're notes." Unlatching the lantern's glass, he held the flame near the symbols. Shadows leapt across the grooves, transforming them into a musical staff dotted with notes. Glint hummed, translating the patterns into a melody as delicate as cobwebs. The guardian joined in, her voice deep and resonant as a cello string. Bramble drummed a rhythm on an acorn cap. Milo closed his eyes, pouring the lantern's silvery light into the song, imagining it seeping through soil to where the roots lay knotted and confused. Slowly, the ground warmed. The oak shuddered as roots untwined, stretching toward the melody. Overhead, leaves plumped emerald green, and a single blossom unfurled, a white petaled star that drifted into Milo's palm. "The heart tree's gratitude," the guardian whispered. "Plant it where memories grow thin, and it will whisper the world's stories back into balance." As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Milo returned home, the lantern now glowing with a steady, butterscotch light. In the village square, he planted the blossom beside the well. By midday, elders swapping tales there found their voices richer, their laughter brighter. Children discovered they could suddenly recall every word of their grandparents' bedtime stories. Milo still collects curious things, but now he seeks objects heavy with unsung tales, a locket that hums lullabies when opened, a quill that writes in the scent of its memories, campfire smoke, rose gardens, fresh-baked bread. And on quiet evenings, when the lantern's light spills across his windowsill, he swears he hears brambles snuffly chuckle in the rustle of leaves, or glimpses Glint's spark leading fireflies in constellations no one else recognizes. The villagers say the boy with the lantern has a way of mending broken things, clocks that won't tick, friendships frayed by harsh words, hearts stiffened by loneliness. But Milo knows the truth. Every object, every person, holds a song beneath their surface. Sometimes all they need is a gentle light and someone willing to listen. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Lullaby. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty. "It needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still, and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moon petals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the Crystal Valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley, the leaf ox explained. The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets? Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello. Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a three-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Leela would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Leela noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the Lantern of Veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Leela's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware, the path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Leela through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Leela noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Leela tightened her grip on the lantern. "How do we open it?" "With a thread of shared light," said Ember. "But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it." As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. "Little thief," she hissed. "You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently." Layla's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. "You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while." The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Leela swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged, "She'll return." They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Leela raised the lantern, but nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Ember's ears flattened. "The key is a memory, one you must give freely." Leela closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Layla's hand. "You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending." Leela stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Layla grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Leo had always been enchanted by the whispers of the old oak tree in his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches stretched like sleepy fingers toward the stars, and its roots formed secret hollows where fireflies danced on summer evenings. On his 10th birthday, grandmother placed a small velvet box in his hands. "This belonged to my mother," she murmured, her voice as soft as rustling leaves. Inside lay a music box no larger than Leo's palm, carved from wood that shimmered with veins of silver. "Wind it when the moon is full," she advised, her eyes twinkling with unspoken secrets. That night, moonlight poured through Leo's window like liquid silver. He wound the tiny key, and the music box sprang to life with a melody unlike any he'd ever heard, a cascade of notes that sounded like raindrops on petals and wind humming through reeds. As the tune swelled, the oak tree outside his window began to glow. One massive root curled upward, revealing a hidden staircase spiraling down into the earth. Heart pounding, Leo tucked the music box into his pocket and stepped into the darkness. The air grew cool and sweet with the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. He descended into Rootwood, a hidden realm where mushrooms glowed like lanterns, Rivers flowed with liquid starlight, and trees bore crystalline leaves that chimed in the breeze. Yet the beauty felt fragile. Brittle cracks marred the glowing mushrooms, the starry rivers ran sluggish and dim, and an uneasy silence hung where music should have been. A mournful sigh echoed nearby. Leo followed the sound to a clearing where a creature with thorny fur and luminous green eyes huddled beneath a wilting moonflower. "You shouldn't be here," it rasped, its voice like stones tumbling in a brook. "The Heartwood is dying." The creature introduced herself as Bramble, guardian of Rootwood. She explained that the realm's vitality came from the Heartwood, an ancient tree at the center of the forest, whose roots channeled starlight into life. But a shadow had crept in, silencing the Heartwood's song and draining its light. "Your music box," Bramble whispered, pointing a clawed paw at Leo's pocket. "It's a keystone, only its melody can awaken the Heartwood, but the shadow guards it fiercely." Leo hesitated, eyeing Bramble's thorns. Yet when a crack splintered the ground near them, she swiftly pulled him to safety, her touch surprisingly gentle. "Trust must be given before it's earned, little traveler," she said softly. Leo nodded. An unexpected friendship kindled in the gloom. Their journey to the Heartwood led them through wonders and perils. They crossed meadows where flowers sang harmonies, only to be silenced by creeping tendrils of darkness. They navigated caves where echoes of lost melodies taunted them, and scaled cliffs where stone birds offered rides on their backs, their feathers chiming like broken bells. When shadow beasts made of swirling obsidian attacked, Bramble fought them off with thorny swipes, while Leo used the music box's light to scatter them like smoke. "The shadow feeds on fear," Bramble panted after one skirmish, a shallow cut on her arm weeping silvery sap. "But courage, that blinds it." One evening, resting by a fading starlight river, Bramble shared Rootwood's history. Long ago, humans and Rootwood's guardians were allies, but fear grew. Humans sealed the realms apart. She touched her thorns. These weren't always here. They grew when loneliness did. Leo thought of how he'd flinched at her appearance. He showed her his music box. Grandmother said it was a bridge between worlds. Bramble's eyes softened. Perhaps it's time to rebuild it. Near the Heartwood, the air thickened with despair. The great tree stood encased in jagged black ice, its crystalline branches lifeless. Before it lurked the Shadow Weaver, a shifting form of night and cold whispers. "Turn back," it hissed, its voice freezing Leo's bones. "This world is beyond saving." Bramble stepped forward, thorns bristling. "You feed on forgotten joy." Leo clutched the music box, doubt gnawing at him. What if his courage wasn't enough? Then he remembered Bramble's wounds, her kindness, the way she'd hummed a broken lullaby to a dying glowworm. Friendship had defied the impossible already. As the Shadow Weaver lunged, Leo wound the music box with trembling hands. Instead of playing it, he pressed it into Bramble's paws. Together, he urged. Their fingers, one small and human, one clawed and thorny, turned the key. The melody burst forth, brighter than before, weaving with Bramble's own low, resonant hum. Light erupted, not just from the box, but from their joined hands, a radiant gold that melted the black ice like morning sun on frost. The Shadow Weaver shrieked, dissolving into harmless mist. The Heartwood shuddered. Crystalline leaves blazed with light, roots pulsed like veins of gold, and a single, pure note rang out, a sound of deep earth and high stars. Instantly, Rootwood bloomed anew. Mushrooms glowed fiercely, rivers surged with brilliant light, and the air thrummed with choruses of unseen singers. Bramble's thorns softened into velvety moss, revealing the gentle guardian beneath. "You didn't just save Rootwood, Leo," she whispered, tears like dewdrops in her eyes. "You reminded it that light exists in the joining of different hearts." As dawn tinged the sky, Leo stood before the oak-root staircase. Bramble pressed a seed into his hand, smooth and warm, glowing with captured starlight. "Plant it under your moon," she said. "It will grow where worlds touch." Back in his room, Leo watched the staircase seal into solid wood. Outside, he buried the seed. Days later, a sapling sprouted, its leaves silver-veined, its flowers chiming softly in the wind. Grandmother smiled, recognizing the magic. "Rootwood's song is in our world now," Leo told her. Years passed. The sapling grew into a tree where fireflies and star-motes danced together. Leo often sat beneath it, the music box in his lap. Sometimes in the corner of his eye, he'd glimpse a mossy paw or hear a familiar, resonant hum in the rustling leaves. He'd smile, knowing Bramble was near. He'd learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it, that friendship could bloom in the unlikeliest soil, and that magic lived not just in hidden worlds, but in the quiet connections that bridge the dark. As moonlight washed over the garden, Leo wound the music box. Its melody intertwined with the tree's gentle chimes, a lullaby for two worlds, humming of shadows overcome, friendships forged, and the enduring light kindled when one small heart chooses to trust. And in that harmony, under a canopy of stars and silver leaves, Leo knew no darkness could ever truly prevail. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, the rocking chair draped with a worn quilt seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song." The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air. Its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. the bluebird being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading, something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. Inside, the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother-of-pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. The songstone, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel. He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony. He gestured towards the cracked shell. Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart. Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. "You must sing," the elder said simply. "Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you. Its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot." Sing. Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heart shell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound. rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered. Could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heartshell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced the darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call, but a gentle connection. Back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep, deep and peaceful, claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. The village of Hearthglen nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to cobblestone streets like silver lace. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke wove through gardens of frost-touched marigolds. Young Finn lived here with his grandfather in a cottage crowned by a thatched roof, where ivy curled around the windows like green ribbons. Finn loved Hearthglen's gentle rhythms, until the week the teacups began singing. It started subtly. Mrs. Gable's porcelain teapot would hum during afternoon tea, a soft melody like distant wind chimes. Then Old Man Hemlock's favorite mug crooned folk tunes at dawn. Soon every ceramic vessel in the village chimed, clinked, or warbled at unpredictable hours. Though the songs were sweet, the constant chorus frayed nerves. Baker Brenner's scones burned thrice because her mixing bowls harmonized too loudly. Finn noticed patterns others missed. The singing only happened near water, a sink, a rain barrel, or the moss-edged well in the square. And the tunes grew strongest when dew glistened on spiderwebs at dawn. Armed with a notebook and his grandfather's advice, listen deeper than the noise, lad, Finn sought the reclusive moss-keeper. She dwelled beyond Sunfall Creek in a cottage woven from living willow branches, her only companion a badger with starlight-dappled fur named Nimbus. Ah, murmured the moss-keeper when Finn described the singing. Her fingers, knotted like tree roots, stroked Nimbus's fur. Ceramics absorb memories like sponges, but this is the work of brook sprites, shy little things drawn to laughter trapped in clay. She explained that brook sprites polished forgotten joys inside pottery, their magic making memories resonate. But why now? Finn asked. The moss-keeper's eyes clouded. Something frightens them. Sprites only sing this urgently when seeking refuge. Guided by Nimbus's twitching nose, Finn traced the sprite trails, glimmers no brighter than dust motes, along the creek bank. At the mossy hollow where 3 birch trees embraced, he found the source. A once bubbling spring feeding Sunfall Creek had clogged with storm-wrenched branches. The blockage silenced the water's whisper, and without its soothing song, the sprites huddled trembling in cracked acorn caps, their light flickering like guttering candles. They'd fled to the village ceramics, pouring their anxiety into every cup and saucer. But the branches were too heavy for Finn's small hands. Remembering the moss-keeper's wisdom, kindness asks for help, wisdom accepts it, he whistled the lullaby his grandfather sang at bedtime. From fern-shaded tunnels emerged earth giants no taller than Finn's knee, stoic stone dwarves with lichen beards and fists like river rocks. They grumbled in gravelly voices, but nodded at Finn's polite bow. With synchronized heaves, they dislodged the branches. Water gushed free, its melody a liquid sigh. The brook sprites burst upward in a helix of blue light, brushing Finn's cheeks with cool, grateful kisses before diving into the rejuvenated spring. That evening, as Hearthglen gathered in the square, teacups sat silent upon checkered cloths, until Mayor Thistle filled her grandmother's wedding china cup. Instead of chaotic singing, the cup released a single clear note that hung in the air like a frozen raindrop. Then, like an echo, every vessel in the village chimed softly in harmony, a grateful lullaby that curled around the villagers like a warm shawl. Finn's grandfather smiled, stirring honey into his own quiet cup. "Sprites polished more than memories today," he said as fireflies blinked gold above them. "They reminded us that even broken things hold music, if we clear the debris together." Under a sky embroidered with stars, Hearthglen sipped their tea, listening to the creek's contented murmur carry the sprite's lullaby into the dreaming woods. And Finn, wrapped in his grandfather's knitted blanket, knew some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, only shared like steam rising from a cup into the cool, kind night. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Leela knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. The hum of the starship warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Leela's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Leela tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. "Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Layla's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. "Greetings, carbon-based life form," it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. "This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed." 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. "We request assistance." The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Leela crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. "I'm Layla. Let's see what we can do." The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. "Stop, you're agitating the photon broth." Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. "I thought you said it was a nutrient processor." "Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light." Leela stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. "We chew things." A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Leela already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation? A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust. What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Leela with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills, Leela gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells. They emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix, Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. Figured it might make them sturdier, and she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. Thought you liked the colors. When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Leela's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite Nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrench turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you glimpsed a tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of 2 very different hearts learning the same song. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm. From that day forth, the Grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. That, said a voice like creaking floorboards, isn't for drinking. Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. You're talking, Mira breathed. And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece, the badger huffed. Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of 63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. Come along then, the others will want to see. The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. Her name is Leora, the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. And you found her heart cup. As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. It's a story-keeper, Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory. Her voice dimmed. The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together. Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is. A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. Took your time, the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also. She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. We're being followed. The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. I'm Kayla, she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake. Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. Once, in a village hugged by hills that turned amber at sunset, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of moss after rain. Her name was Layla, and she carried curiosity in her pockets like pebbles, always collecting questions, often wandering beyond the cobblestone paths to seek answers. One evening, as she watched the last light bleed into twilight, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of silver fireflies darting into the forest where the trees grew so close together, their branches knitted like clasped hands. The fireflies pulsed in a rhythm as though breathing. Leela's boots crunched over fallen pine needles as she followed, her breath making little clouds in the chill air. Soon the ordinary oaks and birches gave way to trees she'd never seen, slim trunks glowing faintly blue, leaves that chimed like wind chimes when brushed. The fireflies led her to an archway of ivy, where roots curled into the shape of a doorway, and beyond it lay the whispering woods. Here the air smelled of caramelized maple and distant thunderstorms. Moss cushioned every step, and bioluminescent flowers bloomed in teacup-sized hollows, casting pools of violet and gold. But the true marvel was the sound the trees hummed. Not with wind, but with actual melodies, low, resonant notes that made Layla's bones feel warm. A stream zigzagged through the clearing, its water sparkling as though liquid starlight had been poured into it. "You've arrived just in time," said a voice like rustling parchment. Leela turned to find a hedgehog sitting upright on a toadstool, spectacles balanced on its snout. It held a tiny ledger in one paw. "The midnight market closes when the moon touches the western pines. Best hurry, dear." Before she could ask what a midnight market was, the hedgehog gestured with a quill toward a path lined with floating lanterns shaped like lilies. Leela hurried forward, her cloak snagging on brambles that unraveled politely to let her pass. The trees parted and she gasped. Spread before her was a clearing bustling with creatures and stalls. A badger in a waistcoat sold jars of moonlight jam. A family of rabbits peddled cloaks woven from dandelion fluff. Fireflies strung between branches formed glowing banners that read, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." The market thrummed with soft laughter and the clink of teacups, and everywhere the scent of cinnamon and fresh rain hung in the air. But as Leela wandered, marveling at baskets of cloudberries and mirrors that showed your reflection as a child, she noticed the lanterns dimming. The moon slid lower. The hedgehog had warned her the market was vanishing. Stalls dissolved into mist, creatures tipped their hats and faded into the trees. Panic fluttered in Leela's chest. How would she find her way back? Lost, little one. A tortoise emerged from the shadows, its shell etched with constellations. Its eyes gleamed like twin moons. The woods shift when the market ends. To leave, you must follow the river's song, but beware the hollow fog. It drinks courage. The river. Leela knelt. But there are dozens of streams here. The tortoise blinked slowly. Ah, but only one sings in a voice only the lost can hear. Listen with your feet, not your ears. As the last stall vanished, Leela stood alone in sudden darkness. The friendly bioluminescence had died. Now the woods felt velvet black and immense. She closed her eyes, trembling. The tortoise's riddle echoed, "Listen with your feet." She stepped forward, boots sinking into cool moss. Another step. Then another. A faint vibration traveled up her soles, a hum deeper than the tree's melodies. There. She inched toward it, arms outstretched, until her fingers brushed cold, singing water. The river. But as she waded in, silver currents tugging her knees, a fog rolled in, thick and iridescent like oil on water. It whispered in her mind, "What if you're wrong? What if the river drowns you? What if the path never ends?" Her breath quickened. The water seemed deeper suddenly, the current fierce. Then she remembered the market's banner, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." "I'll trade you a story," she said aloud, voice shaking. "For safe passage." The fog rippled. Whether from curiosity or amusement, it slowed. So Leela told it about the village baker who'd once mistaken salt for sugar and invented pretzel cakes. She described the time she'd tamed a feral kitten with patience and fish scraps. Her words spun into the mist, and slowly the fog thinned, revealing stepping stones she hadn't seen before. "Thank you," she whispered, hopping from stone to stone. The fog dissipated, and the river's song grew sweeter, leading her to a shore where willows dipped their branches into the water. There, beneath a tree hung with glass baubles that chimed in the breeze, sat a creature Leela could scarcely believe, a bear made of stardust. Its fur shifted like the northern lights, and its paws left glowing prints on the moss. Around its neck hung a pendant shaped like a key. "You've journeyed wisely," the bear rumbled, its voice a symphony of distant thunder and falling snow. "Many reach the market, but few brave the fog. What do you seek?" Leela hesitated. I don't know. I just wanted to see what was here." The bear's laugh shook dewdrops from the leaves. "Ah, the best reason of all. Curiosity is a compass that leads to marvels." It plucked the pendant from its neck and placed it in her palm. The key shimmered, warm as a heartbeat. "This is for remembering." Remembering what? But the bear was already walking away, dissolving into a swirl of stardust. "That courage isn't the absence of fear," its voice echoed. "It's the choice to wonder louder than you worry." The key pulsed gently. Leela clutched it, turned, and found herself standing at the forest's edge, dawn pinkening the sky. The ordinary trees looked different now. She could have sworn she saw a blue glow in their roots. When she returned home, villagers asked where she'd been. "Exploring," she said simply. That night, she placed the key on her windowsill. Moonlight struck it, casting constellations onto her walls, a map of the whispering woods, the river's winding path, and one tiny, glowing bear. Years later, when children begged for stories, Leela told them of a market that trades in kindness, fog that fears laughter, and a bear who taught her that the bravest hearts are those that stay tender enough to marvel. She showed them the key, now strung on a ribbon around her neck. But does it unlock anything? A child always asked. Leela would smile. Oh yes, but not chests or doors. It unlocks the part of you that knows how to wander and how to come home. And if on certain nights you peeked through her cottage window, you'd see her gazing at the forest, the key glowing softly, as if answering a call only it could hear. The woods never looked the same to her again. They weren't unknown anymore, just a friend waiting to whisper new secrets when the world was quiet and the fireflies danced.